Fate's got this young lady questioning her feelings, and all she wants is for Kaon to be hers just once. The young heir to the Duke and her, just a commoner, this close, maybe for the last time. Once he graduates, she'll have to leave him. That's just how it has to be. The first thing Kaon thought when Lian rejected him was that he was getting on her nerves. Desperate, the guy promised he'd try harder. He's ready to do anything, just so Lian doesn't dump him. Looking at him, the girl's totally lost on what to do because she's graduating soon, and Karjan won't leave her alone. Everyone at the academy's already heard about that newcomer, the transfer student, who aced some crazy hard exam to get in here. They say she's cute, but there aren't any rumors yet about what club she joined. That's weird, 'cause gossip usually spreads like wildfire through the school. Maybe she missed the application deadline. Suddenly, screams echoed in the hallway. A student on the floor was begging for forgiveness, saying he wouldn't do it again. This hotshot student decided to ask those three gossips about the new transfer student's name. Arena Academy, named after its founder, is the only school in the Ragnaros Empire where your background doesn't matter. Its graduates have become famous in all sorts of fields because of their talents. At Arena Academy, they focus on places where students can shine, like club activities. Everyone has to join one. After acing the transfer exam and becoming the center of attention, Lian's the talk of the town. She achieved impressive results, even considering where she came from, and a lot of students are totally smitten with her beauty. The Mosquito Torture Club is super popular, so it's probably already packed. The Food Tasting Club is more like a club nobody would ever want to join. Who knew picking a club would be this hard? Lin still can't believe she hasn't made any friends yet, and yesterday was the deadline to apply. Joining clubs is a major grade booster, so she's got to sign up, no question. She decided to leave it to fate, but right now she needs some fresh air to clear her head. Everyone here's known each other since elementary, but Lian missed 5 years and now she can't fit in. Suddenly some dude tapped her on the shoulder and she screamed so loud she scared him. Hoping he had the right person, the kid was looking for a girl named Lin, but she flat out told him that wasn't her. The schoolboy mistook her because of the dark hair and dark eyes, but something important just happened. He rushed off. What a moron. He didn't even see the name tag on her clothes. Still, Lian can't figure out who that guy was, looking for her. She doesn't know anyone who'd need her, so now she's got even more questions about who that was. Look, the club's the priority right now. Girl went out for some air, bumped into a weird dude, and still hasn't found the club. Finally, the guy finds the transfer student, the one who's been complaining about how she doesn't like tasting all that nasty stuff. Just when she was lost in her own head, he asked her to join his club, and Lian's heart just stopped. Flowing, wavy, soft pink hair, his beauty is just unreal. Clear, sparkling eyes, a perfectly defined mouth. This guy's gotta be some kind of angel. She was practically blinded by his good looks. Where did a hottie like that come from? Still, she's running into some real oddballs today. I mean, the deadline to join a club was yesterday. But according to the pink-haired dude, the deadline's today, and luckily, she's just in time. All he wants is for Lin to sign her name, but she's acting like she can't hear a thing. The guy couldn't let her leave, but she's positive the application deadline was yesterday. Actually, this rule applies to existing clubs. All she has to do is sign her name, and boom, they've got a club. So, the application deadlines are different, huh? That's what we should have been talking about from the start. Our girl needs to think this through. Maybe joining directly is better than just winging it. No matter how you slice it, that dude's school royalty. If she gets mixed up with him, she's gonna be dealing with a whole lot of drama. Lian doesn't even know what this club is, but she just wants to get through school in peace. The only catch is they need at least 3 members, and they only have 2. That's why the guy needs the newbie's help. Before she knew it, Lian caved to his puppy dog eyes and signed her name on the club application. This is so embarrassing for her. She fell for the cute face, and to top it off, she has to go to the club tomorrow. Finally, she signed. I can't believe it was so hard to start a club. It's not like starting a club was actually a difficult task for Karjan. He was just sick of all the groupies following him from club to club, so he decided to start his own. The rumor that Karjan wanted to open his own club spread like wildfire among the students. That's because we're talking about Karjan and Fjord here. Being in the same club as them could make high school a whole lot easier. But there's a catch. He's running out of ideas where to find a 3rd member, especially since Lian hates everything and keeps turning everyone down. After learning about the complications of opening the club, he had to start searching, and he heard about a transfer student with excellent grades. Luckily, he managed to convince her to join his club. Until now, there hadn't been anyone who didn't show even the slightest interest in Karjan. When Lian refused, the kid panicked, and his true colors started to show. He figured the girl must have bad eyesight. I mean, he's got a handsome face, and she still turned him down. Sometime later, on her first day in the club, the main character managed to learn a few things. First of all, the guy who dragged her into the club is named Karjan. He seemed nice enough when he asked me to join, but the rumors about his terrible personality are legendary. They say in sword practice, Karjan attacked the enemy with magic without a second thought, but even if he was faking it, he doesn't seem like an aggressor. Compared to him, Fjord's a real ray of sunshine, like a brand new day peeking through the window. He's so pleasant, it's hard to believe. He was happy to meet Lean and even asked what he should call her. Turns out they just chill at the club. It doesn't really do anything specific, so you can do whatever. They get club points by taking down demons. The guys will handle that, but Leanne's name will be on the lists too. According to Karjan, she's just there to fill space, so she should keep her head down. That sounds pretty blunt, but for a young student, this guy's seriously the best. She really ticked him off with that touch. He couldn't help it and shoved her away hard. Panicked, Lian immediately apologized and said she just got a little too excited. Karjan doesn't even want her saying his name. He's gone from all smiles to ice cold. Guess he was faking it that day, but whatever. She's decided to just walk away. Thing is, pink hair gave everyone a break, so she's gonna grab some shut-eye in the chairs. This kid's been staring at her so hard, Lian's getting the feeling he's got something to say. While still giving her that killer look, Karjan's trying to say he's not interested. He finally caved. Guess he's not the type who can bottle things up. So basic. So she pulls him in close and whispers something in his ear that totally takes his breath away. Thinking she's lost it, he hits the floor. Lian's actually digging his reaction. She even offered to take pity on this poor sap, but he clapped a hand over her mouth, telling her to shut it down. If she keeps pushing it, Karjan will make her keep quiet until she graduates from the academy. All that outrage? Lian decided to play around a bit more, sticking her tongue out and gently tracing it along his arm. Looks like the guy's actually blushing this time. His face went beet red, and cold drops of sweat started rolling down his cheeks. Still, you can't believe everything you hear. Someone this easy to tease can't be that bad. Using the power of retreat, the freaked-out student started backing away in a panic. His hand's just normally salty, but the crazy girl thought it would be sweet. No biggie, it's kinda cute. Looks like she's even getting into it and decided she needs to tease him more often. Arena Academy is founded on the belief that everyone's equal before they start learning, so mentioning your status is forbidden on campus. That's what Lian liked about it even before she enrolled, and it was the main reason she worked so hard to get in. Suddenly, her eyes landed on a couch that was emblazoned with the Lysian dukedom symbol. Clearly, the school rules aren't being followed completely, but this is blatant flexing of social status. "Beats sitting on those hard chairs," the kid said, like he actually cared that Lian was stuck on them. She acts like she's just messing with him, but she's dead serious, you know? Ever since they met, Karjan can't figure out what's going on in her head. He's kinda cute, so she wants to see all the different faces he can make, though she's just thinking it. And the kid's wondering if he'd get his answer if he just cracked her skull open. Lian's acting like it's all a joke to her. She's gonna do some reading tonight, so she sits down across from the kid. But the second she realized she could sit on the couch, she dove for it without a second thought. This couch is super soft, like a real cloud, so she just couldn't help bouncing and jumping on it. That cheered Karjan up, so he's gonna leave her head in one piece this time, 'cause he can see everything on her face. Her ladyship's face muscles are totally relaxed. Tonight she's planning on chowing down on some high-protein greens. With a snap of his fingers, a blanket seemed to fall from the sky onto the girl. He'd suddenly gone soft, even letting her sleep. So she figured he must have liked what she whispered in his ear, or, you know, that. Okay, enough from this dude. He's actually kinda cute, like a pink kitten. More accurately, he's like a cat that's super wary of strangers. Lian had heard all the rumors, but she was sure Karjan hadn't, taken care of anyone before coming to school. Though it turned out she jumped the gun on that one, all those rumors about Karjan just kind of faded away. Yeah, so smoothly, like someone had really worked hard to make it happen. The next morning was the third day at the club, this awesome getting-to-know-you period. Standing in front of the entrance, Karjan couldn't make a sound, and Fjord couldn't figure out why he wasn't going in. The thing is, one of the team members is asleep in the club room, and you can't wake her up. Something's been off with that pink-haired kid lately, like that lady's got him all worked up. Fjord couldn't figure out why Karjan cared about her so much. It just didn't seem possible. Truth is, the dude's only treating her like that 'cause she's new. She's still getting used to things. She'll need about a week to adjust, and during that time, Karzhan's just gonna be extra careful so she doesn't bolt on them. Lion thinks he's so worried about her waking up. To her, he's the cutest little kitten in the whole academy. The kid's so concerned about her, he's even trying to cover up her ankles. She can't just let that slide, so she decided to ask him right then and there why he was covering her up. Looks like this little angel had her wings clipped. The whole time Lian was showering the guy with compliments and calling him a kitten, he was desperately trying to shut her up. She's just messing around, but he really is being nice to her. Even after he left, the girl couldn't stop. She just loved his reaction too much. Today, the main character woke up in a good mood and was about to read a book when she suddenly noticed the third member of the crew. She'd heard a lot about Carcione, but practically nothing about Fjord. He's second in popularity after Carcione, and they're both seniors. This guy's always friendly and smiling, but surprisingly, you can't see any flaws in him. So Lian decided to mess with him and find out what he was reading. Turns out he was reviewing the material from today. Against expectations, he answered honestly, so the girl casually kicked his leg to knock off his shoe. Like a boat cutting through a wave, the shoe sailed right into the imaginary goal. Lian nailed it. A total success, though you wouldn't know it by looking at her. When her parents teased her in a million different ways, the girl remembered everything. It's fun. Like mother. Like daughter. Alright, fun's over. The girls decided to return the shoe. She's not that much of a jerk to just toss it. Watching them having such a good time and seeing Lian tease that dude, Karzhan felt this weird pang of jealousy. Like some fairy tale heroine, she's returning the slipper to the golden-haired academy prince. She's so cheerful and carefree. She's gonna put it on her Prince Charming and that'll make everything right. At the most crucial moment, Carcion's rage was palpable from across the way. He clenched his fist and headed straight for them. The fact that she dropped to her knees so easily made him think she had zero self-respect. According to him, that kind of behavior is unacceptable, so the guy told her to get off her knees, like now. It was just a joke, but Lian totally didn't get why it pissed him off so much. After everything that's happened, Fjord realized there's no easing into this. He's even willing to go straight to the secretary to make it happen. Doesn't matter what Karzhan says, Lion's leaving them, period. It's been a few weeks since Lian joined the club, back when she was just transferring into the academy, never imagining things would turn out like this. Right now, she feels so good inside. Who would have thought it could be this much fun? On the other hand, there are some challenges that aren't so easy to handle. Hanging out with them, the most influential people in the academy, and this whole unique vibe. Rumors are a dangerous weapon, especially in a closed-off political space like this, a kind of high society bubble. Lian was being super careful. She even hid when she went to the club room. But to everyone else, she's just a nobody hanging around Karzhan and Fjord, and this day has finally come. Rumor has it this girl's joined the club of the two most famous students in the academy. The student thought Gerald was just messing around, saying that since the newbie has nothing but a pretty face, it's just gossip. Nobody believes anyone would actually take in such a zero. That's going way too far. This girl just said that some nobody like her has never been, and will never be, with Karzhan and Fjord. That's a pretty nasty thing to say right off the bat, but when you look closer, you can see why she thinks she can get away with it. Her academy uniform is spotless, and even though it looks simple, it's made from expensive stuff. Her skin's perfect and she's got a fancy brooch. But the main thing is that you can see the arrogance in their eyes. It's obvious these kids are spoiled rich brats. Lian can't let this slide, so she plays along and agrees that the rumors are true. This rich girl doesn't know how the newbie snuck in, but she probably thinks she can hog Karzhan and Fjord's attention forever. Even if she's latched onto them like a bug, the difference between them is still night and day. Just like the main character thought, there's been a misunderstanding. If everyone knew Karzhan made the first move, they'd probably slap her silly. This isn't going to be easy, but Lian's trying. She admits that, yeah, she's definitely not on their level. But she didn't join up because she wanted to get close to them. And the rich girl? She's not buying it. She demanded answers, wanting the newbie to explain why she was hanging with those hotties. Honestly, it's all about their looks. It's hard to say no when they bat those eyelashes and ask you to join their club. But aristocrats don't usually give up all their attention to someone like her. To them, she's just a clueless idiot. Being friends with aristocrats who influence society, trade, international relations, no one's gonna buy that friendship. Clearly, the newbie's one of those people who actually believes in the academy rules, but nobody cares about those anymore. According to this high society girl, Lian's been misled by Karzhan's approval and Fjord's kindness, but she's not in their league. She's just a high school memory, nothing more, nothing less, and this nobody needs to know her place. This aristocrat's acting way more childish than Lian expected, but for her own safety, she just said she understood. Still, she decided to find out what their deal was, if they were really on the same level as Karjan and Fjord. Obviously, the newbie doesn't know who she's talking to, or she'd have heard of Countess Christia. The Geralds basically own all the gold in this region. That's the difference in our worlds. Everyone's got powerful families, so Lean doesn't want them turning everything into a wasteland, forcing her to beg. First, she decided to get something straight. The names of these big shots are Stella, Gerald, and Andrew. Stella figured the girl would be banging her head against the wall, just saying their names. But in seconds, the girl, full of grit and fire, struck a pose that took everyone's breath away. It's a crazy sprint. Seeing the new girl bolt, Stella ordered the guys to go after her. Soon, Lian wound up in the faculty room, where the teachers were listening to a recording of their whole conversation. The teacher heard enough, and honestly, it's pretty messed up. Good thing Lean had a recorder on her, because they almost got away with it. Now she's allowed to chill for a bit. She was freaked out, to be honest, but she had to speak up. The girl believes in the principles the Academy's founder laid down and thinks the Academy's rules should be sacred to all its students. By sticking to the rules like the perfect student, she'll only highlight how little they respect the Academy. Joining the club that everyone's talking about, she naturally drew attention to herself. Not the best kind of attention, but whatever, she's used to it. The most important thing is, Lean's in the Academy, she made it, now nobody can mess with her. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself down and decided to chill in the club room. Just a little bit longer and she'll get up, just a little bit longer and she'll definitely wake up. But this dream is pulling her back into memories. When Mom and Dad wake up, they're totally going on a picnic together. When Lian was 10, tragedy struck. Her parents got sick with a disease that just wouldn't quit. She started studying medical botany to help them. She wouldn't give up, she just couldn't give up. The girl repeated it every day, either hoping to find an answer someday or just praying for a miracle. She can't lose hope, she can't give up. She's gotta keep trying, and someday she'll make it. Lean lived with the idea that someday her efforts would pay off with the chance to heal her parents. But she saw her parents getting worse. She was gathering medicinal herbs for nothing. She clung and begged with all her might for nothing until all hope finally crumbled. After her parents' funeral, the girl locked herself in her room and didn't go anywhere, didn't meet anyone, didn't talk to anyone. After a year of battling despair, at some point she realized her hope had made her this way. Lean tried her best not to give up, but her efforts weren't rewarded and it all led to nothing. Then she decided to live as if she had no hope at all. Despair alone was enough. No point getting upset that Karjan and Fjord are big shots and she's not, that's just how it is. Good thing no one's in the club room, she can't let other people see her like this. Karjan and Fjord are good buddies, but only inside the Academy walls where status doesn't matter. The girl can't hang with them after graduation, so there's no point in clinging to a relationship that's doomed. She only managed to fit in here because of them, that chance meeting, and the clubhouse. One recording isn't enough. We'll need some backup to make sure they get what's coming to them. With that on her mind, Lean tracked down Fjord to talk. She had a question for him. That night, somewhere on campus, Fjord and Karsion decided to deal with those 3 punks who were threatening Leanne. Surprisingly, the reason she joined the club isn't because she saw Karsion's face. Honestly, you can never tell what she's thinking or feeling. Suddenly, Karsion got hit with a wave of doubt. He actually started wondering if she liked his face. He seemed so hung up on it that Fjord even offered to let him listen to the recording. Either way, the rumors are already flying around the Academy, and they're spreading like wildfire now that expulsion is on the table. When they first met, Leanne didn't even flinch. She acted like Karjan was nothing to her. Fjord really doesn't want to talk about this, so he asked his buddy to do something about his blushing. This girl is constantly messing with him, saying stuff with a straight face. She's got the guy all worked up just like he thought. She's the main reason Karjan's mood is getting better. Her daily teasing is getting to him. This newbie always catches him off guard. This girl isn't afraid to get close to him. She doesn't fear him, maybe that's why. He doesn't know what she's thinking when they're messing around. If she's happy to see him, he has no idea how she feels about him. Looks like Fjord's hunches are right on the money, but Karjan still doesn't know what to do. It's a shame, but the truth is, Leon's gonna have to deal with his intense feelings. The day he got back to the dorm, he couldn't stop thinking about her slumped in those hard chairs, looking so disheveled. But the kid figured this weird feeling would just fade once he fixed things. Or so he thought. Spatial teleportation, a seriously complex spell, the kind that'd knock out a regular mage cold. Luckily, Karjan's got insane magical talent. He's definitely not your average weakling mage. The second the young mage stepped into his chambers and rang the bell, the butler rushed in, wondering who dared disturb him. Seeing the young master, he was super surprised and immediately went to tidy up and change the sheets. But Karjan just asked him to bring a blanket, nothing more. The butler didn't quite catch on to what the young master wanted, so he decided to hurry up. Thinking the young master wanted to give the blanket to someone, the butler couldn't figure out who it was for. Looks like the master's just looking for something to cover a body, so the butler decided to tell the Duke so he could have it taken care of later. The blanket arrived safe and sound, and it's definitely big enough to crash on. Using his magic, the kid ripped open a freaking wormhole under the couch. Only top-tier mages can mess with space magic. Depending on their skill, they can store stuff in there. The genius who used that kind of magic to deliver a couch, this pink-haired punk, he has no idea if she'll even use it if he takes it, or how she'll react. Way better than piling up chairs to sleep on. Plus, this couch is artisan-made. She'll be comfy as hell. She can enjoy a daytime nap in the club room, and if she's covered up, she can snooze in the sun. If that happens, Karsian's hoping she'll smile at him again. Thinking about it, he immediately shut those thoughts down. Lian doesn't need to like him, she needs to like the couch and blanket. If she gets comfortable, then the kid will stop obsessing about whether she's uncomfortable. And then, he won't have to pay any attention to that girl anymore. She still gets under his skin, his heart pounds out of his chest, and he can't help it. In moments like these, the young mage only has one question on his mind. Why does she bug him so much? Seeing how irritated the young mage was, Lian realized the joke had gone on too long and promised she wouldn't do it again. She honestly didn't know he didn't like it, and she feels really bad about that. It seems like she's just joking around. She teases him every day, and Karjan messes with her too, and like a dummy, she believed it. The next morning, the heroine woke up in the dorm from another nightmare. At that moment, she felt like there was no point in trying to cheer herself up. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was probably the person bringing the handouts. At first, Lian wanted to pretend nobody was home, until she saw her clubmate standing in her doorway. She slammed the door shut, totally freaking out because she was positive this was her room. Doubt crept in. Was she in the wrong place? Like a dude's dorm? But this had to be the women's dorm. Hoping she was just seeing things, she peeked through the door again and saw that guy. Nope, she wasn't imagining it, and he just said her name. That's never happened before, so something big's definitely up. Through gritted teeth, she demanded to know what was going on, but Karsian clammed up like it was hard for him to answer. He was clearly on edge. Even though a real celebrity getting spotted would be a disaster, she decided to drag him inside. Pink hair showed up so suddenly, like trouble was brewing, so she needed to know what was up. Suddenly, he noticed Lian was still holding his hand. Awkward encounter initiated. Clearly, the guy's not a fan of being touched, but she was just in a major hurry. Truth is, Karjan actually digs her touching him, and the fact that she's calling him by his name. From now on, he asked her to stop calling him Pink Hair and just use his name. In Lian's mind, Karjan was just like a kitten caught off guard. It was so unexpected, she was actually surprised. They just met. There's no way she could have grown on him that quickly. Lian thought he didn't like her teasing, but maybe he actually wanted to be friends. Either way, how could anyone not like such a handsome and kind-hearted guy? It wasn't the first time she'd been through this. If Karjan wanted to be more than friends, she needed to keep him at arm's length. She knows expectations leave scars, and that's why she prefers it this way. She laughed again, and Karjan's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to record her voice and listen to it every day. Suddenly, Lian called him Kaon, not even his full name. How awkward. The soft way she said his name made him blush furiously. Even if that's the case, our only hope is that he's still in a good mood. Young Master Lysianxi is pretty agreeable. His soft skin used to grab you with its glow at first anyway. But then, all of a sudden, this look of total dread washed over his face. He stopped breathing and his eyes went wild. He saw the girl and realized right away she was crying, so he figured someone was messing with her. But Lian's denying everything and says if he keeps making faces, he'll end up stuck looking ugly. Karjan promised he'd take care of everything and told her not to worry or cry. He's so sweet when he's worried, it warms your heart, but the heroine isn't changing her mind. Soon, Lian turned to Fjord with a request, giving him a recording of the conversation, claiming it was a copy and the original was still with the teachers. The guy quickly realized that wasn't possible, and then she told him to use the recording to spread the rumors all over the academy. Leon's got brains. This is clearly some status discrimination, and there are already a lot of students who are ticked off. If the professors know what's going on, it's only a matter of time before Leon gets expelled. Even though she's new here, she knows the academy inside and out. She's smart, she probably suspects it. That's how the upper crust rolls. A nobody could just vanish without a trace. But that shouldn't be a problem, right? Leon's got Karjan's attention now. Before long, rumors spread around the academy that those 3 rich jerks who were harassing that common girl really did get the boot. Word is, their parents got chewed out by the professors too. You gotta really screw up to get expelled from this place. Rumor has it, even the headmaster weighed in. The whole thing blew up because they broke the rules so badly. But the worst part is, those 3 families went down the drain practically overnight. While the miners were away, there was an earthquake and all their mines collapsed. A ship sailed into some kind of crazy storm and went straight to the bottom. A freak fire surrounded their warehouses and wiped out years' worth of supplies. You know, the older you get, the more it seems like nothing's an accident. Leon's life went totally sideways, from getting kicked out to rock bottom, though at least she doesn't have to worry about those 3 stooges anymore. Word on the street is, if you get mixed up with her, you're asking for trouble. She never had any friends to begin with, and now nobody will even look her way. This is a whole different ball game than just hanging out in the club room, but Leon doesn't even talk to her classmates anyway, so things are basically the same for her. But something did change in her life. The second Karjan saw that beautiful flower, he immediately thought of Lien. Now that he's picked the flower, he needs to put it in a vase, and if he changes the water every so often, it'll last longer. The guy agrees to get a vase, but get this, he teleports instead of just asking for one. Thing is, Karjan has mana to burn. Fjord figures he's trying to find something that money can't buy. Looks like Kaon, has gotten way more open and sweet. Whatever Leon says, he's always smiling and trying to please her. Just like any dude his age, I guess, 'cause he's totally obsessed with girls. The heroine doesn't want to bust his chops. She just hopes they can stay friends for as long as possible. All she's thinking about is whether her friends will still hang out if she leaves. Fjord hasn't even gotten her flowers, and she already thinks of him as a friend. Karjan knows her better than Fjord does, so I guess that means they're closer. It seemed like it shouldn't matter who was first, but the guy needs to know who's more important to her. Knowing there'd be trouble, Leon said it was the 40th strand, hair-wise, and the 27th eyelash. When it turned out to be just a joke, Khan's face just fell. He looked totally bummed. Turns out, it's not so easy for him to accept that Lien cares about them both the same. In that case, the girl decided she had to act fast and try to stop him. Karjan never even considered being more than friends with her, or ever wanting to get married. Honestly, those 2 are the only people she can even call friends at the academy. But if she makes more friends, things could change. And just saying that made the guy's face change. Maybe Karjan doesn't realize his main job is keeping people who want to befriend her away. Lost in her thoughts about how awesome it would be to make friends like in books, Lien suddenly ran smack dab into something huge. A girl was hiding behind the giant box, and she practically jumped for joy when she saw Lien. Turns out this girl from the academy is even cuter than people say. This girl's name is Jane, and our hero couldn't believe she was her roommate. From their short chat, it turned out Jane also has 1 year left, and they're in the same class. She just got back from vacation. Lien suggested they call each other by their first names, but her roommate thought that was a little too forward. Guess they gotta be all formal with each other then, since they're roomies. Gotta make it as comfy as possible, right? Now Lien's only hope is that her new roommate Jane will look out for her. Next morning, she woke up to a racket. Jane woke her up even though she usually sleeps in till noon on weekends. Turns out her roommate's got a plan, and it almost left Lien speechless. The new girl was rushing to the academy and didn't have time to shop, so she wants to hit the stores. Since our girl never shops if she's sleeping till noon, Jane invited her to come along. Even though Lien was half dragged there, it's kinda exciting walking down a busy street. Whatever Jane says, they're still carefully picking out stuff before buying it. Our girl's making thoughtful choices, whether it's a beautiful embroidered scarf or a cute desk lamp. If she were alone, she wouldn't even notice this stuff, but hey, it's a shopping trip with a friend. With bills like that, Grandma figured she could feed herself no problem. While picking out cookies, Jane decided to ask Lien what her ideal type of guy was. She likes nice guys. He's gotta be kind, and the most important thing is his face, or she'll ghost him. As for Jane, the main thing is finding someone she clicks with. There aren't many people she can really talk to. She's hoping there's a good guy in Lien's circle that she's close to, like a club buddy or something. Fjord seems like a really good dude in the heroine's eyes, but Jane totally misinterpreted her crush. The conversation suddenly took a weird turn. It seemed like that girl had already taken care of business with the test. Leon's a good person to her neighbor, and Jane thinks she'd be a good friend too. Later that night, somewhere in the academy, Jane suddenly bumped into a guy who was waiting to meet her. She already mentioned that she and that chatterbox live in the same room. That girl's gonna keep ratting us out to Mr. Karshan, and they're both gonna pay for what they did to Leanne. The kid told her to quit asking questions and just do what they agreed on, digging up dirt on his interests. He's in a foul mood today, just doing his job, and Jane's doing hers. It's been 2 years since they last met, but nothing's changed. Jane's still slacking off in class. Her roommate thinks she's just stressed about missing so much stuff. To cheer her up, Leon suggested they grab some cookies. Whatever flavor Jane likes, it'll be in the bag. She asked to pack a ton because she wants to try them all. Suddenly, the air shifted. With a weird look on her face, Jane told her friend to look around. Everyone around them was sharing bags overflowing with cookies. Judging by Lean's face, she has no idea what day it is. Class dismissed, and the academy staff were really hoping nobody was celebrating Cookie Day. After all the love potion poisonings over the years, that holiday's officially banned on school grounds, which is why everyone's secretly swapping gifts, avoiding teachers' eyes, totally defying the rules. Actually, this is the first Lean's even heard of this holiday, or that everyone celebrates it. She just wanted to share with her roommate. For Jane, this was just too much. It's Cookie Day. Girls give cookies to boys. So she suggested the girl would be better off just giving cookies to a guy she's friends with, in a friendly way. The idea of giving a cookie to a friend from the club got Leon thinking. She doesn't think she should because it could lead to complications. They're not that close. Then Jane decided to find out if she'd choose a tomato that tasted like dirt or dirt that tasted like tomato. Kaon would know for sure. The choice is still hers, but Leon needs to draw a line somewhere. She's confused, and she feels bad about it. No doubt she should just do what friends do, even though she's not sure how she really feels. Girding herself, the girl entered the clubroom, but it was like a tornado hit. The whole place was trashed and on fire. Lifeless Fjord invited the girl in. He has no clue where Karzion heard that. As soon as Sir Lysian saw him, he rolled his eyes. Now he's the one who needs answers the most. Just then, the door slammed shut, and through the cracks, the girl saw something weird going on in there. A moment later, Karzion appeared in the doorway. He invited the girl inside and asked what they were doing today. Lean thought the clubroom looked like it had just been through hell, just like Fjord's condition. Karzion couldn't have wrecked the clubroom, and especially not hurt Fjord. He didn't touch him, he just used magic. This guy's good, and as far as our girl's concerned, he needs to stay that way. Lean figured she couldn't ignore this. Sometimes the smartest thing is to play dumb. She heard it was Cookie Day, and everyone was swapping cookies, even though the teacher warned them not to. She had no clue about this holiday, and finding out about it bummed him out more than she thought it would. Since the guys in the club are school celebrities, they probably got a ton of cookies. Actually, Fjord's good, and Carson got caught last time, so he's not accepting anymore. As soon as that was mentioned, Kaon totally lost it, and started giving his buddy this savage death stare. Fjord's so over it, he doesn't even know where this mage got the idea he's into Lean. To avoid breaking school rules, the girl suddenly suggested having a cookie-free day. Kaon's eyes went dark, but she was trying her hardest not to look at him. There are 2 other people in the room besides her, but it suddenly got eerily quiet. Then Leanne decided to peek, and like a curled-up kitten, the guy was all huddled up near the couch. After seeing that, the girl didn't want to look at him anymore. She just couldn't ignore it. Suddenly, Fjord started pointing frantically under the table, begging her to look. Down there, Leon found a bag of cookies, a gift for Kaon. Fjord and Karzion seemed like close friends to her. They used to have fun together. Fjord's only hope is that she'll give Kaon the cookies, and he can finally catch a break. The young heroine has no choice but to grit her teeth and give the guy the cookies, even though she's furious. Karzion couldn't believe it was a gift for him, a token of their friendship. Just a bag of cookies brought him so much joy. His heart felt warm, like he was getting attention for the first time. Suddenly, there was a knock at the clubroom door. Turns out Fjord is super popular. A schoolgirl came to see him. They usually don't come to the clubroom when Karshion's around, but some are really bold. This kid's got a mountain of gifted cookies, which is never a good thing. Getting rid of that much is a pain later. He doesn't know what's inside, so he can't share. Every year, someone ends up regretting eating them, if you catch my drift. Lean can't believe he just tosses all the cookies every year. Karzion only got them from her, even though Fjord says he didn't even notice last year. He's right. When the girl handed him the cookies, her hands were shaking. So Leon gave Fjord the cookies he made for Karjan. Obviously, she didn't slip anything in. She just stepped away to the ladies' room, leaving the boys to chow down. Of course, Fjord didn't do anything wrong, but he kinda had it coming. The girl barely made it to the restroom when, boom, a massive explosion. An enraged mage's emotional outburst is like a bomb going off. In the end, Leanne acted like she didn't know anything and bolted back to the dorm. For a party she only found out about on the day, she pulled it off pretty damn well. If Kaon's relationship with Fjord gets messy, she'll handle it. But for now, back to the grind. That day, George, the medical botany professor, announced they'd be working in groups. He drops knowledge you won't find in books. He put in the work before he became a professor. Leon doesn't seem to realize this, and neither do half the students, probably because medical botany isn't exactly trending. A solo assignment would be smooth sailing, but honestly, the new girl hasn't exactly been making friends. On the other hand, this is a chance to meet people. Then again, she could always do it herself. Out of nowhere, one of her classmates asks if the rumor about Lean crushing on Karjan is true. Even though she insisted there was nothing to it, the girl kept staring her down. Either way, everything's finally set. That's a solid win for the leader. Right then, Leanne got this weird feeling, like a really bad vibe was coming her way. Truth is, Karjan's got no real reason to be into her. Objectively speaking, she doesn't think he's that into her. Looks, skills, background, Kaon's got a good heart and a pure soul. He's even better than some of the royal family. So the rumors are overblown, huh? But the way this girl's checking me out, I can't let that slide. Leanne thanked this potato for the support and decided to rely on her for today's group assignment. Considering the topic, the assignment needs to be done somewhere remote. Seems like the newbie knows just the place. Thinking about how to manage this group, the main character nearly lost it from frustration after class. She faked a sudden leg cramp, and Kaon immediately offered to give her a massage. He blushed out of embarrassment, but he didn't mean anything by it. He was just worried. The girl didn't realize he was so skilled. She almost agreed without even thinking about it. So this dude cheered Line up, and get this, she said she's heard some weird rumors about him. Kaon's face totally tightened up, jaw clenched, and his eyes locked right on the girl. The rumor mill says she's got a thing for him, but honestly, she's not exactly hating it. What's bugging her is they're also talking about how this might all play out. Leanne would rather the rumor was that he liked her. She can't just say it. Seeing Kaon sad reminds her of how she cried after her parents died, and it makes her feel totally helpless. She's worried these rumors might mess up his future marriage prospects, which is probably a waste of time. Truth is, the kid's stoked she's not upset, because he's gonna be with her no matter what. The whole reason he came here was to find Leanne in the first place. Just then, the room filled with magic energy, and a spatial dimension ripped open outside the door. The Academy's top mage unleashed all hell on the kid who just popped into the hallway. Kaon slamming that door scared the crap out of him. It got Leanne all flustered. She figured the kid was there about the group project. Just as Carson, all fired up, was about to ask what the heck he wanted, the student apologized for bothering them. Leanne knows he hates it when anyone else comes to the clubroom, but she needs to talk. That calmed the jealous beast down, and he let her talk to the guy. They'd agreed to meet up after club hours. With the school heartthrob breathing down his neck, the kid's head started pounding. He's gonna have a rough day, looks like. They gotta work with the collected herbs tomorrow, but if he's feeling that bad, he should just chill. The kid, scared out of his wits, suddenly had no more questions and booked it out of there. Leanne figured he just didn't want to work in a group. Group work is the worst, am I right? Surprisingly, Jane actually liked today's lesson and invited her roommate to hang out downtown. But Leanne's gotta finish this group project. She just popped into the room to grab some tools. Only hope is that Professor George doesn't make us do this thing twice. Right then, Jane remembered that 2 letters had arrived for the girls. Turns out it's a letter from her aunt. Letters with family crests can't be sent to the Academy, so they use other ones. Seeing the letter, Leanne was flooded with memories, and for a moment she was transported back to her childhood. And that amazing lavender scent always stays the same. The heroine's dresser drawer is overflowing with lavender letters, and she hasn't opened a single one. And there's a damn good reason for that. She just knows it's better if she doesn't read them. First member of the group, what a character. Leanne isn't expecting much from him. The second member of our group, Mr. Potato Head over here, is already 30 minutes late. The third member, whose name I can't even remember, actually showed up, but his grandpa's former sweetheart kicked the bucket, so he's got to bail for the funeral and wants his name off the group project. If it's really his grandpa's former sweetheart, then fine, he's off the hook. This isn't a group assignment, it's a group punishment. Looks like it's gonna be a cloudy one, but whatever, I'm going solo. I can figure this out myself. I like walking this mountain road. I used to dig up medicinal herbs here with my mom. After my parents died, my aunt forbade me from coming here, but I still brought back all the herbs we needed. If I'd been younger when I went to live with my relatives, I probably would have called them Mom and Dad. They originally wanted to add me to the family register. Halfway there, I suddenly stumbled upon a sign warning about dangerous monsters. This area is seriously dangerous, but there's still a hole in the fence. One reason this is a group assignment is because the medicinal herbs use mana as a nutrient source, and the highest concentration of mana is in monster habitats. Wild herbs are also more effective than cultivated ones. The best stuff grows in dangerous places. Leanne really wants to complete this assignment, and Lady Luck is finally smiling on her. In the mountains, she found Dao Tranto. Books say it's hard to harvest, calls it a weed. It doesn't have any beneficial properties, but you can use it as an antiperspirant. There's no demand for this medicinal plant, so you can't buy it, but Leanne managed to find where it grows. Even though she was excited, she let her guard down. She was sure she was ready for anything. But her vigilance failed her so badly that she didn't even notice she'd become a target for a wild beast. Just then, a man yelled a warning, and he took out the monster in the blink of an eye. He pulled her so tight against him, Leanne could feel his heart pounding like crazy. She wasn't ready for that. The forest went quiet again, and the first thing she noticed was how clean the air smelled. There's this weird intensity about him, something you just can't shake off. One warm breath from him spread all over her, making every inch of her skin tingle. Suddenly, Leanne snapped out of it and realized it was Kaon. She was so freaked out she didn't even register him being there. He was worried, that's why he came. He's staring so intensely she can't take it. Truth is, she was prepping and could have scared that monster off herself. If Kaon hadn't jumped in, the monster wouldn't have attacked her. That dude just tore the poor thing to shreds. Karjan's sure she shouldn't have to see that. He used a vanishing spell, which is way worse than just a dead body. Lean should only see the best things, like his face. He's almost too good-looking. It's annoying sometimes. In that case, the heroine needs to see him every day, which will close the distance between them. Like a symbol of cleansing or a sign of love, the rain started, the air became fresh, and drops of happiness drummed on the mountain trees. The student managed to gather Dao Tranto and a few other medicinal plants before the rain started. She was so busy she didn't notice Kaon, and he was worried and followed her, but now he's like vanished into thin air. No sooner did the girl say his name than he appeared in front of her, like a fairy who shows up when you call. Actually, he was trying to find a flower that reminded him of lion, but after searching the whole mountain, he only found a rose. The scent of the mountain rose touched the girl to the depths of her soul. They really are alike. When she was a kid, every time she and her mom went up into the mountains, Leanne would ask her the names of the animals, plants, and flowers. And every time her mom would answer her in a calm voice, without a hint of annoyance. Pink roses mean passionate love. The girl's father gave them to her mother many times. It's like a childhood memory, even though she never told anyone, and Kaon couldn't possibly have known. The rain's already stopped, and like the sun peeking through the clouds, Kaon really does look like that rose. Everyone else in the group bailed on the assignment, so Leanne went solo, and it actually worked out. Nobody from the group even hit her up over the weekend, so she finished the whole project herself, the one meant for 4 people. The only news was about that dude who dipped after making her the leader and came up with some lame excuse. Seriously, Hans keeps insisting that his grandpa's dead ex-lover is actually his grandma. He was in such a rush, he couldn't explain it right, but his grandma and grandpa are divorced, so things are messy in his family. Someone got sick and couldn't make it, so the kid feels bad that the 2 of them had to do the work of 4. But he doesn't need to sweat it because Leanne did the whole damn thing herself and only put her name on it. As for Amila, that chatterbox didn't say a word about not showing up. Leanne waited for her for 40 minutes. Hans was the only one who even showed, and then he just vanished. He was really intrigued by that chatterbox comparison, but the truth is, Motormouth Potato talks way too much. Looks like Lean actually does have a sense of humor, and she's always cracking jokes when she's with her friends. Speaking of friends, Hans remembered that blonde girl who's always hanging around with her. Jane is just an incredible name. She laughs and smiles so brightly she's totally his type. But anyone who dared to look twice at Jane, Leanne told them to get lost. The assignment wasn't as tough as she thought it would be. She managed to get some good results on her own. It's not her best work, sure, but it's something, and better to do it herself than not at all. Even so, she was floored by the failing grade. The professor would have given her more for pulling weeds. Looks like during the research, they were supposed to collect and categorize medicinal herbs from magical locations. That's why this is a group assignment, but looks like someone got a little help. As for outside assistance, Kaon just happened to be there, but he didn't actually help her gather the herbs. Seems like there's been a misunderstanding, no one helped her. She decided to chill out and figure out what's going on. Then, out of nowhere, the medical botany professor starts talking about page 3, ranunculus. The scientific community knows about this plant's special properties. She was collecting herbs she'd never even seen before. But wait, there's more. Asphodel, horse chestnut, raspy. You need serious experience to identify medicinal herbs like these. They didn't go over these herbs in detail in class, so this is a total screw-up. Lean wasn't listening to him because she already knows this stuff. She intentionally picked rare and difficult plants for the assignment. Now she needs to figure out her next move. Her opponent is Professor George. He's a tough nut to crack, so she's decided to tell the truth. Most importantly, she's got to keep it short and sweet so she doesn't bore him. Leon's knowledge of medicinal plants is way deeper than anyone else's, but she didn't want to show it off in class. It would have been a straight shot to grad school for her. Even now, those lab rats are hanging around the professor's office. The girl knew about the healing properties of ranunculus since she was a kid. She didn't even realize they didn't know about it in the city. She also collected other medicinal herbs on the mountain behind the school and can point out their locations as proof. The girl was being as brief as possible so the professor wouldn't dock her points. For centuries, ranunculus has been used exclusively as an ornamental plant. You'd have to be a real oddball to research it, and the oddball who defended a thesis on this flower was eyeing another oddball. Setting his sights on the student, the professor decided to find out if she knew anything about the benefits of Sigor Japcho. According to Lien, Sigor Japcho is a medicinal plant, useful for improving circulation and boosting energy. Overdoing it leads to a buildup of unpleasantness in the body and side effects, and it's hard to come by. This student, who practically aced the entrance exam, is sleeping through class. Turns out the reason is she already knows everything. Looks like the professor's one of those guys who can admit when he's wrong. He promised to change her grade to an A. Just as she was about to leave, he suddenly offered to mentor her. The girl panicked, turned him down flat, and bolted out of the office. Once she calmed down, the main character realized her life had gotten pretty wild. Ever since then, Professor George kept calling on her, and that idiot kept bothering her after every class. Come to think of it, you could even call this kind of college life successful. Things have been pretty chill lately. But even now, Hans hasn't given up on getting her to introduce him to Jane and setting up a chance meeting this weekend. That's way too much to ask for as far as Lean's concerned. To her, he's about as appealing as old gym socks. Jane just happened to see her neighbor with a new guy, and that's when Leanne's peaceful life started going downhill. The inevitable was coming. Like a full-blown showdown, it was exam time. The Academy's curriculum is split into general studies and specialized subjects. Jane's in Lean's general studies classes, while Hans and, well, that other guy, are in her specialized classes. Hans thinks Liane cares more about exams than anything else, and he's still begging her to introduce him to Jane. At first, she thought he was mute, or maybe it was just an excuse to come over and ask about the exam. She decided to hit him with a real head-scratcher, see what he'd pick. Dirt that tastes like tomatoes, or a tomato that tastes like dirt. After his totally predictable dirt that tastes like tomatoes answer, he was disqualified. His answer didn't match Jane's, and she explained that all that matters is that it tastes good. Lean barely scraped by on the accounting exam, but her neighbor aced it. Jane's test didn't match anything they studied. Guess the professors need tutoring as much as the students do. At least the professor let her start with accounting. Now she can catch up on the other subjects. As for Liane, she's not bummed about her grades. She's just gonna stay at the academy over the break. Jane cheers her up every time she heads to the clubhouse. But before she went in, she heard Fjord and Kaon's voices. Even with the accounting exam, they were both late. They started arguing out of nowhere, and all she could hear through the door was them yelling and throwing some serious shade. Before things got worse, she barged in, but Carson greeted her all smooth and friendly right at the entrance. More importantly, Fjord was stuck to the ceiling. He was just a little tired and decided to take a nap up there. Hoping the kid got a good rest, Kaon brought him down to the ground. Lucky for him, Lean showed up and then it all clicked. She was late because of the test, too, just trying to scrape by and pass. It was so easy for Kaon he didn't even bother counting his score, but she's so meticulous he finds it kinda cute. That dude's a straight-up genius. He could practically teleport since he was a kid. Fjord specializes in fencing, so he's the only one who can really get Lien. When it comes to passing grades, he's been told they'll grade his papers, even if he doesn't take the tests. They're not that strict with him. So out of the three of them, the heroine's the only one getting played. It's not like her grades are bad, but she's been slacking lately, just like those two. Starting today and until the exam in 2 weeks, Lien's taking a break from club activities. Even though she wasn't top of the class, she still has a solid GPA. She needs to save her other subjects. Luckily, she got good grades in the core subjects. She just needs to catch up on everything else. Turns out Kaon decided to study too, even though he forgot how to hold the book right side up. He claims he can read upside down, says mana is the energy that's the foundation of all living things. When the laws of nature are broken, that energy shifts and a monster is born. Mana has 2 natural deviations. Karjan's totally focused on the girl, not the book. Looks like she's got him all worked up. If Lien's missing something, he's ready to teach her everything and answer any question she has. He clearly doesn't give a damn about anyone else. Ever since that talk with Kaon about the rumors, more and more people are buying into them. It feels like someone's deliberately spreading them, but Lien doesn't know who or why. It's getting to the point where Kaon's parents are gonna want to meet her, the girl who's got their son so smitten. The girl's stressed about the exams and the rumors. It's really getting to her. But after looking at Kaon's face, she calmed down and forgot all about it. She said she was worried about nothing. She's stressing over stuff that's never gonna happen when she should be cramming for the exam. Soon, the hottest rumor in the academy reached the Lysianki mansion, and everyone freaked out and spread it even further. Lady Lysianki's son is finally showing interest in girls. How about that? Sylvia Lysianki, Duchess Karshan's mom, and also the headmaster of the Arena Academy. After Lien said she wouldn't be at the club room until after exams, Karshan started tailing her. She was a total idiot if she thought she could hide from him in the girls' dorms. That never stopped him before. Luckily, the guy didn't run into anyone on the way here, but now Lien has a roommate and demanded an apology for her. To get in Kaon's good graces, he had no choice but to apologize to the girl. On hearing that, Jane said she didn't need it, even though she doesn't have to be nice. Then Lien suggested going to the club room and told him to use teleportation so they wouldn't be spotted. Her hand landed on his shirt. It was kinda cute, like it made it harder for him to move. Claiming Lien asked him to, the desperate dude pulled her close and wrapped his arms around her. Man, this magic's gotta be too dangerous. It needs serious contact. Kaon's heart is pounding like crazy. That's the second time they've hugged. This guy's got a unique scent. Lien's never smelled such a strong rose fragrance on anyone else. The girl remembered the rose he brought her, and before she knew it, she was lost in his embrace. Snapping out of it, she shoved him away and said they needed to use the teleporter like ASAP. Fjord told them to get a room and make out somewhere else. He needed to study. He tried to calm his buddy down, but Kaon didn't look up and just bailed after a minute. According to Fjord, he just needs a cold shower, and he asked them to stop pretending they're bros. He needs a cold shower because he's so clean. Maybe he spilled something on himself? Who knows? Fjord figured he'd ask what she meant back when they were talking about school. See, she'd noticed he never actually did anything in the club room, just read. Truth is, this guy busts his butt to keep his grades up, but Karsion's given everyone the wrong idea about him. He's top 5 on campus, but it's not like he's bragging or anything. Seeing how hard he was trying not to show off, Lien told him to watch his back. There's a lot of chatter going around. Fjord aside, Lien thinks Kaon's a good dude, even if he gets whiny sometimes. Deep down, he's still a big kid. She barely hit the pillow before she was out cold, telling him to wake her up in like half an hour. Karshan's acting like a real piece of work, but who knew Lien was totally oblivious? Fjord can't believe she doesn't suspect a thing. It's not just that she's naive, sometimes she's sharp, sometimes she's gentle, and other times she just blows you away with how smart she is. She's a total enigma. The more time goes by, the more Fjord gets to know her. No wonder that scumbag Karshan's so hung up on her personality and the way she looks at him. He's obsessed. The reason he's hiding his true self is he wants to impress Lien. He's totally sweating it. Since Lien's got such a kind heart, he's afraid he'll let her down if he shows his bad side. So, he's only showing her the good stuff, just like Fjord does. Suddenly, the girl woke up. She decided to work out first and then go back to sleep. Fjord hasn't done anything wrong, but for some reason, he can't shake this uneasy feeling. Come to think of it, Lien probably didn't even notice. The guy was just surprised. The last thing he wanted was to be into her. Gotta admit, This new girl's got something, but here's the thing, life's taught Fjord to keep his heart locked up. Especially when it comes to a girl his friends got a thing for. The student was practically asleep when she suddenly wondered why this messed up academy posts grades right before break. This kind of trickery makes everyone study hard, so they don't waste their vacation retaking tests. Lean's stoked she got a good grade for club activities, so she can focus on exams. When she checked her score, she saw the club name, and it's been bugging her ever since. Turns out the club is called Figaton, probably shouldn't ask Fjord about that. If Mugoton is short for Mosquito Torture Club, then Figaton must stand for Fjord's Torture Club. This is getting dicey. The guy's starting to get interested in everything Lean does. Truth is, he doesn't care what she thinks about Karjan, he just figures it's better if he clears up any wrong ideas about himself. Fjord's not as sweet and innocent as he seems. Everything Karjan says about him is an act, a total fake. Sooner or later, she'll see how different he acts in public versus in private, and that'll be a deal breaker. Actually, Lean knows. In public, his smile's like he's wearing a mask, but in the club, he's way more relaxed. When she smiles like that, it makes Fjord actually believe he has a shot. The story he told was a typical noble family drama about a half-brother who showed up out of the blue. As a kid, Fjord was always trailing after his new family, but his half-brother was wary of him, the son of an honest man. And in the end, he managed to get the boy kicked out of the academy, a classic move in the fight for inheritance. Fjord would have been happy just to have dinner in a warm family atmosphere, but all he could do was swallow his tears alone. That's when he decided to take back what was his. His behavior at the academy is all about making connections. Sincerity means nothing to him now, only results matter. That's his strength, the one thing he can do alone. He's resigned to being despised, deciding to use people to get what he wants. It wouldn't be surprising if Lean starts avoiding him in the future. It must be really tough on her. It's exhausting, having to adapt to everyone else. Lean knows the kid's been through a lot. He's using people, but she doesn't blame him. She doesn't care about anyone else. She thinks Fjord's her friend. It's inevitable, as natural as water flowing downhill. Fighting it is pointless. Claiming he had some urgent business, the kid bolted out of the club room. Silence fell. Kaon's good to Lean. He even moved this comfy couch and blanket in here because he cares about her. And if Fjord's such a bad dude, why isn't he using the future Duke of Lysian right here? He probably thinks Kaon's his real friend, even though neither of them seems to realize it. The heroine heard Kaon arrive. She was gonna pretend to study. First she talked about studying, now she's passed out. After exams, school break starts, and then the guy doesn't know what he'll do without Lien. He blurted that out while she's asleep. He's practically losing it on weekends. His only hope is that school break never comes, and that there's a spell to slow down time. So, Lien said she wasn't going home for break, and that he could come visit her at the academy. That was enough for him, so the guy suggested they take a walk around town together. She can't let that happen. If Kaon asked her on a date, she can't go blabbing it to her friends. After the new girl called Fjord a friend, he knew he was totally screwed. I wonder if she'll keep talking to Karjan the same way, if she ever finds out the real him. Though, knowing lying, she'd accept it, but still, if she can't handle it, maybe Fjord'll have a shot. After that accounting exam, 2 weeks flew by. The exams were finally over. You'd think they were over way too fast, but that's just how it feels at the end. Then the bell rang, the school day was done, and break had officially started for all the Arena Academy students. Lien decided to help her roommate pack. She didn't have anything else to do anyway, since she wasn't going home, but staying in the dorm. Jane lives way down south, but today she's heading to the capital first, to say hi to some old work buddies. Lien had no clue that before coming back to the academy, she used to be a lady-in-waiting for some fancy noblewoman. To become a lady-in-waiting and not just a regular servant, you gotta have some blue blood in you. It's not a big deal, everyone goes there to network, but Jane went because her family needed the cash. Lien thinks it's cool that she decided to earn money for her family herself. Seems like this is the perfect time and place to come clean with Lien about everything, about how Jane is actually keeping an eye on her, and that's the only reason she was able to get back into the academy. About how she originally had a mission from someone to become friends with her. About how she feels guilty because of how nice Lien is, and now she regrets it. Barely holding back tears, Jane mustered the strength to confess everything, but something just stopped her dead in her tracks and stole her voice. She tried, man, she really tried, but it was just too much. She couldn't bring herself to spill everything. If she doesn't want to talk, Lien won't push it. But if something's bugging her and she needs to vent, she shouldn't hold back. They're friends, right? Jane won't find another soul as good as Lien anywhere. Even then, she couldn't open up, but she promised to always write. One by one, the students cleared out, heading home. No clubs, no roommates, just a lonely vacation kicking off. She dove into studying medicinal herbs, something she'd kept putting off out of respect for the academy and for Jane. Leon was trying to fill the hole left by missing her friends every single day. But once she really got into the research, time just flew by. When she went for walks, she kept thinking about the past. Her parents' anniversary was coming up. Their graves are in a quiet little village not far from the academy. This is her hometown. The girl lived here with her parents, and this is where she buried them. Besides the yearly festival, there ain't much happening here, but that's what makes it so damn friendly. This year, the festival's right on time, so Leon decided to stay the night and take a walk. Something caught her eye. Fruit jam. They got tons of tasty fruit jam at the festival. Her and her parents always grabbed a jar. She just got to pick strawberry or apple. As a kid, she always went for the magnolia berry. Memories are everywhere in this place. She decided to buy some flowers. Luckily, that little shop is still around. Through the window, something incredible caught her eye. A huge diamond ring. Hard to miss, right? Leon thinks even a flower would look better. She never cared about how flowers looked, just their medicinal stuff, but Kaon started giving her flowers a lot. Mom and Dad deserve a nice bouquet too, but she hasn't found anything right yet. With a bouquet of her chosen flowers, she'll show them that her life is full of little joys, even flowers. Now she'll be interested in more than just medicinal herbs. Maybe it's Kaon's influence. Kaon always gives gifts that make her happy, not weighed down. But no one with any sense of style would ever buy something like that. However, the gentleman, drawn in by the sparkle, thought the diamond ring was very beautiful. There are tons of different jewels and accessories in the world, and everyone has their own taste, but that thing is just awful. This world is too big. Leon shouldn't care what that stranger buys. But on the other hand, if she can prevent something terrible, she has to do it. The size and color of the diamond ring are just perfect, so the gentleman is sure she'll love it. He was already looking forward to finally seeing her happy smile when he suddenly heard a woman's scream behind him. The girl can't believe he wants to buy a ring with such a huge rock. She assumed it was a gift for his wife. This young lady doesn't look like the kind of mercenary an aristocrat would hire. Looks like she's from this village. Leon doesn't think he needs that ring, all because she was thinking about Kaon. They have similar features. What's surprising is that some commoner is standing in front of a lord with such a carefree attitude. She pulled a few flowers from the bouquet and tied them with a ribbon. She seems like a special girl. The girl handed the gentleman an azalea. In the language of flowers, it means the joy of love. According to her, you can't let a strange ring lead you astray. It's better to give flowers instead. Hoping his sweetheart would like the flowers, Leon said goodbye and dashed off. Then the lord ordered the butler to buy everything in the jewelry store, and as for the flowers, he'd keep them for himself. Man, this place is buzzing. Sylvia's man, Leonian, said he'd only be gone a sec. And here he is. He said a minute, but it felt like forever. Leonian Lysianthus, the Duke, Karjan's dad, wanted to get his wife something special to remember the festival. Lady Sylvia was blown away by the flowers. She thought he'd gone off to buy out some store on a whim, or get some fancy thing she couldn't even use, so couldn't even brag about. But this bouquet of azaleas is gorgeous. The Duchess is impressed. Leonian wants to give it as a token of his love. His wife is shocked at how thoughtful he's become. She's touched to hear him speak her love language. Their Kaon's been down in the dumps lately because of some carefree love thing, and Sylvia was getting sad too, but her husband cheered her up. But the Duke's sure their son's not in love? The Duchess is wrong about that. The rumors are already flying all over the academy. All anyone's talking about is the girl Karjan supposedly got a thing for. A few months back, Kaon asked his mom to oversee the disciplinary hearing. As the director, Sylvia couldn't let it slide, so she pulled every string to get those students expelled. She's just so happy to see her son crushing on someone like a normal kid. But she feels bad for that girl, whose only asset is her face. It's kind of depressing to think about. A few weeks later, back at the academy, Leanne got called to the gates to receive a letter. These guys rolled up in a gilded carriage, the kind you only see in the capital. There's no way Kaon sent this letter because he'd never do anything Leanne wouldn't like, and it's not Fjord, he doesn't operate like that. Despite the girl's suspicions, the butler told her to at least take a look before giving her answer. She didn't care what he thought was important, not until she saw the check inside the letter. I guess that's way too much money to just walk away from. Whatever the deal is, that mysterious aristocrat has no reason to be looking for Lion. She needs to figure out what's going on inside. In the letter, Leonian wrote about a fight with his wife and asked how to fix it. Guess he's really smitten if he wrote that down. All the girl knows about his wife is that she was happy to get a bouquet of flowers. Looks like she's got an answer. Judging by that uncle's respectable appearance, our girl just needs a sec to write it down. Soon enough, the Duke of Lysian's mansion got a reply. The butler handed the letter to the Duke, and the girl asked him to wait so she could answer right away. In that case, the master understood perfectly. He's got some things to get ready. At the same time, Leon was already regretting answering that letter. That guy's probably some high-class dude, easy to tick off. Nothing she can do about it now. It all depends on how strong his feelings are for his wife. In the letter, Leon told the guy to make his wife breakfast, but he had to wear a fitted shirt and an apron. The Duke got the answer he wanted. He followed the instructions to a T. He put on a fitted shirt and an apron and made toast for breakfast. Duke Lysian looks so damn good in that outfit. This is like a second honeymoon, total win. My uncle's been writing a lot lately, asking to hear about another successful method. Also, Lean got letters from her friend Jane and from her aunt. Everyone's really bummed she's not coming home for the holidays, Uncle wrote with his regards. Lucas and Erhan miss their sister. Just the mention of Erhan missing Lean? That's just awful. He's her aunt's oldest son, so she knew his name would pop up in a letter eventually. Kaon wrote to her first. That's something at least, but she didn't hear from him during the holidays. She thought he'd be back in town in less than a week. Didn't expect him to stay away this long. This is seriously awesome. Kaon's been dying to see you and he's on his way. The girl had no clue what that meant from what she read, when suddenly she heard a knock. Except the sound was coming from the window, not the door. Total surprise. Carson jumped through the window so unexpectedly, Leon almost fell over. She was so scared he was going to fall out the window, she screamed, and they both went crashing to the floor. Tears welled up in the kid's eyes right then. Looking at the girl, he can't believe it's really Lean. He's not crying because he got hurt. He's totally fine. He's just genuinely stoked. The girl didn't think he'd start bawling when he saw her. It's obvious he's into her, but she doesn't do anything for him. Seriously, if it was so unbearable, Kaon could have just come to her, but if he'd shown up too early, he'd have been bored all break. Leon told him he could come because she didn't think he'd listen. Still can't believe he stayed away. But he kept his promise, so dumb she's totally ashamed of herself. Leanne being flustered is so cute. When Kaon finally saw her, he teared up. He even pretended to cry. To cheer him up, the student decided to invite him to a photo studio. It's a hot spot at the academy right now. Since the guy kept his promise, Leon suggested they celebrate. A little while later, Carson was stoked, seeing the photo of him and Leanne together, smiling. She brought him here, and she recently came into some cash, so it's her treat. They should get their picture taken at their wedding too. Meanwhile, their bond just kept getting stronger. Soon the break was over, and Jane had really missed her roommate during that time. In her letter, she wrote that the cat totally owned a speckled chicken in 3 hits. She saw it. Actually, Jane's glad to be back at the academy. She missed all the buzz, and it's all because of the new transfer student. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the peace treaty with the Abascantis Empire. To celebrate, our prince is heading their way, and their prince is coming to the Ragnaros Empire. The empires are swapping princes, and the Prince of Abascantis will be at Arena Academy. It's just how the academy is. Students aren't allowed to mention anyone's status. While the noble kids have connections to the outside world, you can't stop rumors. Better this than no rules at all. Word is, the prince will start classes just like everyone else. With Jane back, things are gonna get wild at the academy again. We're having potatoes for lunch today. Good harvest this year. Lean ordered a potato-themed menu. She felt like it after Jane's comments this morning. Potatoes are delicious no matter how you cook them. Malcolm's in the cafeteria today and she's eating potatoes. Malcolm is potatoes. Amila's skin has been looking amazing lately. So get this, over vacation, she dropped a fortune on some super exclusive skincare stuff. There are a ton of rumors about it, but even with cash, it's a pain to find. When Amila puts it on, it stinks a little and makes her skin tingle, but after a few tries, you can see the difference, so it's worth it. Hearing about this, her friend wanted in and started begging to know the name of the stuff. The second she found out the skincare was called Varman Canarina, Leanne jumped up like she'd been shocked. Truth is, it's pretty clear to Amila that Leanne isn't avoiding potatoes because she dislikes them. This girl demanded that Malcolm ditch whatever beauty products she's been using. She overheard their conversation and ruined the girl's vibe, so they want to know who she thinks she is, bossing people around. Honestly, you'll see results right away, but if you keep using it, your skin's gonna pay the price. Leanne's laying it on thick because Amila's skin really does look better. Those stuck-up aristocrats didn't want to deal with her, so they decided to eat somewhere else. Varman knirina, known for its amazing moisturizing properties, contains toxins that can't be purged. With continued use, it has a cumulative effect which leads to, shall we say, unpleasant consequences. After numerous incidents, the production and distribution of Varman knirina was banned. The side effects were so devastating because nothing worked. No medicine, no healing magic. The only person who managed to develop an antidote was Leon's mom, which is why she can't just stand by. Our girl can't just waltz into their room and toss their makeup, but at least she gave them a heads up. That's when Leanne got the idea to make a cure. If Malcolm doesn't stop using the stuff, she'll need it. All she had to do was listen to her smart classmate, and she wouldn't be turning into a dried-up prune. Our girl came to the garden to cheer herself up. It's definitely more peaceful walking alone. Like something straight out of a Bollywood flick, she bumped into this dude who just couldn't get around her. Out of nowhere, he told her to lay low and not draw attention to him, figuring Ragras would be the lesser of two evils. Truth is, that kind of tactic really grinds his gears, even though Leanne had no clue what he was on about. Hearing that, she just figured the weirdo was having a seriously bad day. All our girl can do is hang in there. If this is some kind of test, she'll ace it. It was only because she stopped that she spotted this crazy plant growing right here at her feet. But the second she went to pluck it, she heard that guy yelling, the one who was being all shady earlier. He could overlook her blocking his path, but now she's ripping up a flower she'll probably just toss away. This student just can't let her get away with picking flowers on a whim. In the Ragras Empire, where Lean was born, there are tons of different kinds of plants. Usually fruit comes from the sepals, which stick around after the petals fall off. But these flowers are different. They're supposed to be broken. Bees dig the smell of the flower. After pollination, the petals open up to attract animals. And the animals eat the flowers because of the good stuff in the petals. Then the flowers wilt, and the fruit grows near the roots. Leanne needs parts of this flower right now, that's why she picked it. No reason to jump down the throat of someone you're just meeting. Even though she doubts someone so judgmental can even listen, she'll try to explain. But if she's gonna start making excuses, he doesn't even want to hear it. He's saying she wouldn't act like that if she knew how much work went into growing it. To her, it's just a flower, but she won't get away with something like this a second time. Not knowing if they'll ever meet again, Lean hopes she never runs into him again. From today on, the real Lion arrives, and Kaon's been dying to see her. When he heard the door open, he thought it was Lion, but then, bam! Fjord announces he's back. Kaon hid something, thinking it was Lion, not his buddy. Guess she's not supposed to see it. He's acting super sus and trying way too hard to play it down like it's no big deal. Fjord's surprised his pal isn't even sweating Lion walking in and calling him out for keeping secrets. Turns out she can't make it today after all. Figuring now's his chance, Fjord went to shove his friend, but he dodged it just in time. In one move, the amazing mage grabbed him by the scruff and tossed him over his hip. Kaon told him to cut it out with Lion's name, you freak. He's a mage, sure, but he's got some serious reflexes and strength. She walked into the office at the worst possible moment, catching them both completely off guard. When she saw her sweethearts, she thought they'd decided to switch things up, and even agreed to come out so they'd keep going. A while later, it came out that Kaon was hiding something, and Fjord got pissed because he wanted to see it. Kaon's weird behavior is hard to take, but if Fjord wants to see something naughty, he just needs to look under the bed. Panicked, the guy started swearing up and down that he didn't have anything like that under his bed. However, if he does have something good, Leanne told him to share, 'cause that's what friends do. It's actually a joke. The girl likes watching their reactions. It's unlikely Kaon's hiding anything. That's how Fjord found out they'd been seeing each other during the break, hanging out and taking pictures, even though he would have spent the whole time with the girls. Afraid Leanne would get the wrong idea, he said he switches them out a lot, but he's not a player. And he didn't even like them, even if they were cool with him. The guy's practically making excuses. Looks like he might be in trouble if he keeps this up. Anyway, Fjord just broke up with the last one recently. No more wasting time on dead-end relationships. To shut down the argument and lock in Fjord's decision, Leanne suggested a group photo. Right then, Kaon cooked up a scheme. Take the picture, crop Fjord out, and then snag a copy of Fjord. When they're older, they'll have these photos, memories of them as little kids. It's their first time hanging out since break. They've only been talking for a few minutes, but it feels like they see each other every day. While Leanne was looking around, someone suddenly knocked on the door, and the guys recognized Professor Walter's voice. In this tense moment, she can't figure out why the professor showed up in person, what he wants, and what's with this heavy feeling. Professor Walter's not a bad teacher, he just comes across like a burnt-out office drone. He doesn't ignore the students, but he also doesn't exactly go out of his way to call them over either. Turns out he's got a favor to ask, so he's asking the student to spare him a little time. Of course, the girl agreed, which is how she ended up in the teacher's lounge, where she met a real piece of work. Turns out, the same dude who chewed her out for picking a flower is friends with Professor Walter, the new transfer. Leon's a transfer student herself, so she knows what it's like and what to look out for. The new kid just arrived at the academy today, so the professor asked her to show him around a bit. The kid's starting classes tomorrow, hence the rush. Walter said helping a transfer student is super important, but he's got other stuff to do. The professor needs to read his students' letters, so you can see he's swamped. He just needs a hand, but he's not forcing her. Leon can bail if she doesn't feel like it. In the end, the girl agreed. She didn't even realize Walter could move that fast. When she asked the guy's name, he said it was Kuhn, but he didn't give her his last name. That's just how the academy is, they can't mention your status. A prince can't just show up and announce he's a prince. On the other hand, if that's Prince Abascantis' name, then his name is Kuhn Edgar Abascantis. Today's Kuhn's first day here, okay, but even if he doesn't get something, Leon's forbidden him from asking questions. She genuinely wants him to learn how to do everything on his own. When she transferred, nobody offered her anything like this, but she's not a servant to give him a tour. To make sure the guy gets it, she's not going to play along, so she said goodbye and decided to leave. The newbie couldn't let her go. He grabbed her hand but used a handkerchief. According to him, it's the academy's policy. Kuhn doesn't see her as a servant and personally asked the professor about it. He doesn't want special treatment, so he apologized for this awkward situation. Clearly he's embarrassed or his conscience is getting to him. Either way, she's not ready to forgive him. He's really ticked her off. So Leon said she thought she saw something, and then she saw his handkerchief, reminding her that he wasn't going to play favorites. Truth is, he's got some stuff going on, but this girl ain't even trying to hide how she feels. Their first meeting was seriously awkward, but Kuhn suggested they at least try to put up with each other for a bit. He didn't exactly want to hang out with someone who's messing with nature either. It's a necessary evil. So, the guy decided to just suck it up and deal with her being around. Leon's thinking she's gonna have a hard time walking this much. Her shoulders are killing her from picking flowers all the time. She left the prince to handle things on his own. They said he was sick, but he looks perfectly fine to me. That's the main reason you can't trust gossip, right there. That was one weird conversation. Anger, embarrassment. Kuhn has no clue what he's supposed to be feeling. Come to think of it, he doesn't even know her name, but he's hoping he never sees her again. The next day, our girl was back to the same old school routine, and today she's got a study session with the new kid. Professor Walter's their homeroom teacher, so it's no surprise the transfer student ended up in their group. Jane saw Leon had a headache and got all worried, suggesting they head to the nurse's office. Last night, she spilled everything to Jane. She just needed to vent, and Kaon and Fjord weren't exactly the right crowd for that. Jane thinks the new guy's kinda cute, but Leon thinks he's only got the looks, otherwise he's the worst. And he's a prince from a neighboring country, but there's no guy out there like Kaon. Kuno felt bad interrupting the girls, but he asked if he could have a word with Lien. If he had something to say, she was game to listen. The new guy barely got a word out before Kaon cut him off, suddenly remembering something about Lien. Yesterday, he was at the candy store and bought a whole bunch of desserts and sweets for her. The girl was so grateful, she promised to treat him to dinner at a really nice place next time. The fact that Lien was going to buy him dinner, and at a fancy place, made the guy realize it was a date. To be sure, Kaon made her promise, and she pinky swore on it. It was so awkward, the air just went dead silent. It was like nothing else mattered to them. Pointing at that mutt, Karjan mentioned that Lien had a new classmate. Even though she got a gift of sweets, she can't eat them all herself, so she offered Jane some. Staying on topic, Karjan decided to find out what this guy was doing here and if he needed to see Lien. The prince is talking to Karjan, the other classmates are scared to death of him. But it's not normal for the prince to be talking to Karjan. Karjan Lysian, Jane regularly reported Lien's interests to him, but not something this personal, like her emotional state. Besides, she only found out about her issues with Prince Abascantis yesterday. There's no way Kaon could know about it. Yet, he brought sweets right when the prince decided to bother her. Maybe he senses Lien's mood and cares about her. This is supposed to be Karjan Lysian, the guy everyone says is ruthless. Whatever, we'll find out what's up soon enough. Looks like he's about to send the prince packing back home. Sir Lysian doesn't seem like a student in this class, but he's not leaving, because he does whatever he wants. The new kid's here because he's starting in this class today. What Kaon's getting at is, why doesn't the prince just go back where he belongs? The guy's making a scene and promising Lien he'll put an end to this right now. But first, he told the newbie to take a hike, but maybe he'll get him a chair so he can sit down. Just then, Kun knocked Karshan's hand away, and the class gasped in surprise. The strongest mage in the academy doesn't take that kind of disrespect. He went after the guy like a bat out of hell, but the new kid dodged him. This dude, he knew the prince would dodge, and he was aiming for the face on purpose. No walls, no knights to protect Kun here. So, Karshan tried to pull Kun off of Lien, but he shrugged his hand off his shoulder, and Karshan shoved Kun for that. Karshan, stirring up trouble like any kid would, just suddenly pushed him like that. He's not one to cause problems unless he's got something up his sleeve. Kun Edgar, Crown Prince of the Empire, nobody dares treat him like that, he can't stand it. Truth is, he doesn't need the aggravation, so he suggested they call it quits. The new kid vanished from the classroom, and with the door slamming shut, you could cut the tension with a knife. Thankfully, after that everyone went back to their seats and class started, but Lien just couldn't focus on the lesson. Out of nowhere, Hans announced that they're doing group assignments for medical botany again this semester, and that's when Lien unloaded on him, because he didn't have to tell her this at freaking this hour. Hans has been buddying up with the medical botany crowd. The girl's in a spot where she's gotta wait for the stragglers. Since he's got a ton of friends but only gets to pick one, he's aiming to get in Lien's group. She's the best in the subject, so it's a no-brainer to want her on your team. That dude already showed his hand when he took his name off the list himself. Good thing nobody else is bothering her. Word is we'll have plenty of time this semester, and Hans is wondering if they'll task us with developing some kind of remedy as a project. According to Lien, the professor knows what his students are capable of, so he won't expect miracles. She'll do everything she can, and if that doesn't work, she'll use her own recipe, plus her notes on how she made it. When Hans found out she's been studying medicinal herbs since she was a kid and has a ton of useful notes, he was blown away. He doesn't think it's right to just coast on someone else's hard work. The student laughed at what she heard. It seemed to her that this guy was trying to take advantage of her. As if on cue, Kaon appeared out of nowhere. His classes were already done, so he came over. He may have come on a little strong before class, so he wanted to apologize, but Lien wasn't offended, quite the opposite. But what Sir Lysiansky is most interested in is who this guy behind him is. That's Hans. Lien has joint medical botany classes with him. Then Kaon reminded her that she can always tell him, and he'll make sure that this mutt doesn't bother her anymore. However, the girl wasn't so categorical. Hans is her buddy, seems nice enough. A coward hiding behind Lien, a buddy and a nice guy? That's a joke. Even when it turned out that Hans had someone he liked, Kaon said he couldn't believe it. Under the weight of Lysiansky's fury, the boy confessed that he liked Jane much more than Lien, who he's the same age as. Jane, without even trying, just happened to witness this desperate situation. She came over to invite her friend to the ballroom. They added dance classes to the curriculum this semester. There are a lot of changes this semester, that's for sure, so Lien said goodbye to Kaon, telling him she'd see him soon. Besides, Jane doesn't need any confessions. She's not trying to hook up with some random dude. Dancing is a cornerstone of social life and culture. The academy doesn't discriminate between commoners and aristocrats, so everyone learns the same dances. And they do it in pairs, not solo, so this semester has literally turned into a social nightmare. Lien would love to dance with Jane, but she doesn't want to rob her of a chance with a guy. Noticing the girl didn't have a partner, the dance teacher figured there must have been a mistake. They have an equal number of boys and girls, but maybe it's just easier to leave things as they are. All right, but the heroine's dance partner's already here, so the sooner they start, the sooner they're done. Time to greet each other, and Kuna's already making a face, not even trying to hide how much he dislikes this. Today, the guys are going to learn the basics, which don't require a partner. But next time they'll be dancing together, so the teacher told them to think ahead and make sure they have a flower, and also to make sure the flower's meaning is appropriate. Kuna reacted like that when he saw the girl picking a flower, but he didn't say a word to the teacher. Lien knows a flower that would be absolutely perfect for this guy. Karshan and Fjord are in the same class, and they're headed to the ballroom for their next lesson. So, dancing starts today. Thank goodness the teacher picks the partners. Fjord figured Lien probably had a lesson before this one. She must be practicing individual moves before working with her partner. So, Lien's got a dance partner too, just the thought of it made Karshan blow up like a powder keg. The whole time, Fjord kept trying to calm him down, saying Lien was late because she went to the mountains. What's weird is, the same day she gets a dance partner, she goes off to pick flowers. She got back to the clubroom just in time, and she's gorgeous no matter what. Knowing she'd been up in the mountains, Kaon mentioned he could have helped, but Lien was just picking flowers there. The next day in the ballroom, the partners faced each other, time to give their partners flowers. Turns out this jerk also picks flowers, and he picked one that would suit his partner. The guy doesn't even have to say anything about the flower. Lien already knows what's up. You don't usually give a yellow rose to a dance partner because it means envy and jealousy. Plus, this particular kind of yellow rose is from Abascantus. It's a flower of rejection called the sun umbrella. I know it's kinda messed up, but Lien accepted him, or rather, she accepted his rejection. Now it's her turn. She chucked a flower at her partner with everything she had. It's a buggleweed. Kunu hates it when she picks flowers, so she ripped it right out of the ground. We can replant it after class and it'll be fine. Obviously it's just a weed, so the dude figured she was just messing with him. But it's got tiny flowers on the stem, so it's a total Prince takedown. Alright, time for practice. They're starting with greetings. Girls do a curtsy. Then the boys offer their hand to invite the girl to dance. Since Kunu's taking forever to get his act together, Lien just offered him her hand and asked him to dance. But the dude just looked away and said he didn't feel like it. He was about to tank her grade, so she decided to whip him into shape and make him do things right. The second lion put her arm around his neck. Kun went ballistic and started freaking out, trying to shake her off. That stung, and okay, he messed up, but he didn't belong there. The feeling of her arm around his neck, she just can't wrap her head around it. One of the student's partners had to bail, so the kid offered to team up with Lien. A bright sunny guy with blue eyes, his name's Simon. The teacher gave the okay, but Simon still wanted to ask if he could have this dance with her. The music started, the students moved together, and Simon's smile seemed strangely familiar to Lien. What's weird is how his hand is trembling. He's barely touching her, and his fingertips are so tense. Lien looks at his face and can practically hear the guy's heart pounding in his chest. There's something mysterious about him. He reminds her of someone else. He is someone else! Simon came here to watch over Lien, and now they're dancing, all eyes on each other. She doesn't know anything about him. If it wasn't for him, she'd be dateless. Actually, Simon's grateful for the dance and can't wait for the next class. It's amazing. His hand doesn't hurt anymore. And it's not just that Lien distracted him with the dance, the bruise is completely gone. They did a good job. Now it's time to get back to basics and learn some dance etiquette. They're done for today. It's weird, but while talking to Simon, she kept thinking about Kion. The next day, his hand still didn't hurt. It's like it was magically healed or the hit wasn't that bad. Everything happens for a reason. But for now, Lien needs to finish this letter. The first letter, it's from some guy asking her to help him with his marriage situation. Looks like he went with the apron and breakfast technique. He's been writing regularly, so the heroine's advice must have worked. It's hard to believe he's a high-class noble. He picks out the tackiest gifts, but it seems like he's a decent husband. Another letter from her aunt. Lien's happy to hear from her, but the problem is Erhan. Letters from that jerk are already filling up a whole box. She can't stand the smell of his stinky lavender. The girl's at the academy now, so she won't see him for a while. But after school, she'll have to go back to her aunt or strike out on her own. Her family's entire fortune was spent on her parents' medical bills, so Lien has no inheritance. She does have one advantage. She can use herbs to make money. But she can't hit the market without capital or connections. All she has is knowledge. She needs a reliable partner. There's also another problem. Varman Narina, the cumulative effect of which should have already kicked in. The heroine's not going to stress about it. She needs to make medicine. That's what she's best at. Thing is, Amelia might not even listen to her, but as a medical botanist, she can't just stand by. Plus, there's the guy she wants to help. That was weird, the student throwing her arm around him and Kuhn's crazy reaction. She's got a hunch about that. Even if Lien apologizes, it won't change a thing. Even if she grovels and begs for forgiveness, it won't help him. A few days later, Amelia ended up in the infirmary with a serious skin problem. She woke up, her face burning, and then those red blotches appeared. The girl can't even feel her own face and is scared it'll never go back to normal. If Amelia had just listened to that girl, but now she's too proud to ask for help. But if Lien's right, her face is about to turn into something, well, let's just say it won't be pretty. Out of nowhere, someone called her out, calling her a talking potato, but she doesn't want to see anyone. Thinking it over again, she realized only one person ever called her that. Surprisingly, the girl left a suspicious-looking bottle near her. This is medicine for Varman Kanarina. What Amila's feeling is just the initial stage, but it'll pass in a few days. Lien did everything she could. She gave it away. The choice is up to Amila now. And also, after the girl uses the medicine, Leon asked her to at least treat her to lunch once. That's so messed up. Even after how Amila treated her, she still made her medicine. The day the heroine gave the medicine to the talking potato, something else happened on the way to the club after class. With her own 2 hands, she might have just offed the crown prince of the empire. The girl just saw a mosquito and swatted it without thinking. She just hit him a little too hard and he went down. Karjan carried him to the club room. Lean wanted to take him to the infirmary, but he started mumbling about not going. Cone's burning up, looks like heat stroke, which means we gotta cool him down. Through his hazy mind, the kid asked for water, and Leanne told him to just hang tight. If we needed help, Kaon offered to conjure some water. He just needed to fill a pitcher with it. I don't think he fully grasped the concept of clean water, 'cause he unleashed a whole freaking waterfall on the guy. The thing is, Karshan hasn't practiced in so long, he kinda miscalculated a little. He's lying through his teeth. Everyone knows a teleporting genius can't screw up basic magic. Luckily, Kuhn's okay, he's actually a little more awake now. Leanne brought him here instead of the infirmary. She might be in trouble if he takes a turn for the worse. She knows Kaon's usually got a chip on his shoulder, she knows his personality, but this was just plain out of line. To dry the poor guy off, she decided to grab some towels. But the Crown Prince can handle it himself. With his wind magic, he whipped up a miniature tornado. She can't help but stare, totally amazed. It's an elemental! Turns out Kuhn's an elementalist. A wind elementalist, to be exact. Elementalism takes different skills than regular magic. There's gotta be a connection between the Abascantis Empire and the elves. First off, he's grateful Lean tried to help. Honestly, he thought she was just gonna leave him there. Also, he feels bad for hitting her a few days ago. To be fair, he's got some issues with his hands. She figured out he's got partial hyperhidrosis. Except for his hands, he barely sweats at all. In the summer, the prince can't regulate his body temperature and often faints from heat stroke. He's got partial anhidrosis and hyperhidrosis, the inability to sweat and excessive sweating. Kun had dealt with this so many times, he didn't want to bother going to the infirmary, signing up, and needlessly worrying his family. That explains the rumors about Prince Abascantis being under the weather. The guy thought he was blending in, and he was respectful to everyone, but word got out about who he was on day 1. He's in a foreign country, so his reaction is understandable, plus he's also fighting his own body. A medication based on inhibitors can clear up his condition pretty quickly. For now, Kun decided to leave them be. Leanne invited him to come to the club tomorrow at the same time. That girl's a real piece of work. After their talk, the prince wants to know more about her. Gotta stop thinking about Prince Charming. Still got the problem of what to do with him. Fjord went back to his desk, not wanting to deal with Karshun in that state. Kaon got so down on himself for such a short time that he felt like he was worthless, like he didn't deserve to exist in this world. Now Leanne's in trouble because of him. He can't control himself because of what she said. Kaon's got her all worked up, and his jealousy keeps landing her in hot water. When Leanne's mom was mad as a kid, her dad would do anything to cheer her up, but when he was angry, she only needed one trick. The secret is a quick kiss. If you give a quick kiss, it can instantly lift his spirits. Leanne remembered from childhood that a kiss is her mom's magic. As a little kid, she decided she was going to kiss too. The ducks in her house, the flowers in her yard, the forehead of her pink kitten. After kissing the forehead of that real pink kitten, the girl realized what she'd done. She crossed a line. Even if Kaon used magic to stay clean, Fjord told him to wash up and finally wash his face. But the spot where Lean kissed him? The kid doesn't want to wash it. He likes it. That jerk Karshan's been acting like this since yesterday. He's even hard to look at. His buddy wanted to bail, but he couldn't leave his friend like that, so Fjord figured he'd show him his filthy mug. Not realizing there was more to it than just his face, Karshan decided to go wash up. Leanne was hoping he'd forgotten all about it, but no such luck. She knows it all started with the spilled water, but she was stressed so she couldn't sleep. Yesterday doesn't mean much to her, and what Leanne did yesterday was a mistake. Karzian knows it, but he can't let it go. He'll never forget it. Right then, the girl wanted to bolt. She was praying someone would walk in and give her an out. Like he was summoned, Kun appeared in the doorway. For once, he was a welcome sight. So Lean invited him in, saying she had something important to give him. It's medicine for excessive sweating. The only place the guy gets sweaty is his hands. The student told him to apply the cream 3 times a day, then once every 2 weeks when the sweating decreases. What she's saying is that his excessive sweating can be cured. Lean thinks the sweat from his palms will redistribute throughout his body if he regulates the amount on his hands. All Kun needs to do is artificially trigger it, and then his body will sweat evenly. But it's not as simple as it sounds. Looks like he doesn't trust her. Guess he doesn't need it if he's already wondering who else is involved in this. Truth is, Kun does need it, but Leon's not giving it away for free. Believing her is his choice. Since childhood, he's been surrounded by doctors and scientists searching for a cure, but none of them could fix him. Those who tried too hard, those who flaunted their knowledge, ended up getting kicked out of the castle. Honestly, Kun gave up because he realized it was hopeless, but now he wants to believe. Lean only made a small vial for him, so that's all she can give. Out of nowhere, the kid says it's awesome she's whipping up her own medicines to help people. He decides to ask where Lian sweats the most, guessing it's where her skin touches. Thinking they're done here, Karjan decides to let this guy go. Now the little dude's hoping that's enough to get Lian to kiss him, but if she's not feeling the kiss, he's down for that hangout she promised. It's not really a date, she just wants to treat him, but it's still better than more kissing. If she sticks around the club, everything will remind her of yesterday. She needs to overwrite it with something else. The girl agrees to hang out, but only if it's not a date, they're just grabbing a bite together. Either way, this ain't the end of it, it's just the start. Lian did it again, cursing her big mouth. This shopping district around the academy's packed with high-end stores, 'cause it's where all the up-and-coming rich kids live. And the restaurant Lian picked, it's the most expensive joint around. There was a bit of a hiccup at the entrance, but they still managed to snag a table. Karshan's footing the bill this time, but he can't buy his way to knowledge. Kun's paying for everything this time, she's gonna spend his cash. They got a great table, beautiful sunset, and this steak is just melt-in-your-mouth good. Kaon sees this sky every day, but today it feels different, probably 'cause today's a special day. Lian's glad they came here. She always wanted to check this place out. She should have told Kaon sooner. If she had told Kaon, he'd have rented or bought the whole place, but she wanted to visit when she could. He always thought she didn't care about money. She seems pretty chill getting and spending it. My aunt always made sure I had pocket money when I was a kid, and she was always gathering herbs for the townsfolk. I lived with my parents in a small village when I was little, but they passed away early, so my aunt took me in. She and my uncle are amazing people. That was a long time ago. Now I'm the only one who comes to lay flowers on their anniversary. It's all right, though. Actually, Karshan knew this story already. Jane did a background check, so he'd already been briefed on everything. But the reason he was listening to Lian was simple. He wanted to hear the story from her. Karshan felt for the first time that hearing this story from Lian gave the information meaning, and it resonated with him. Lean loves her aunt, and not just because she's loving. When she talks about her, her face softens. If they hadn't had this conversation, Karshan wouldn't have learned this about Lian, and it makes him want more. He wants to hear more, and he wants Lean to have that same expression when she talks about him. So, helping her aunt with the herbs helped her become the person she is today. She's incredibly grateful to her. Turns out my aunt's legit high society. Her family's loaded, so she invests. She doesn't hustle for sales. Most of the commoners who get into the academy are actually from rich merchant families. Leon's technically a commoner, but her mom and aunt were daughters from the noble Armeni family. Leon's mom never became a lady, but her aunt, who became head of the family, brought in her brother-in-law to run the place together. Later, Mom fell for a guy from the Abascan Empire she met while studying herbs. It's the rule that citizens of the Lagrat Empire inherit their father's last name, but Leon's dad didn't have one. In the Abascan Empire, commoners don't have last names, which is why Leon's a commoner with noble roots. My aunt was gonna adopt her, but she doesn't think that's something worth talking about. Usually, she'd grab herbs from books, but even if the herb's name wasn't in the book, if she'd heard of it, she'd still look for it. Sometimes Leon would ask her aunt to go on a picnic, and when they went to another region, she'd dig up a ton of plants. They keep talking about Leon, but the truth is, Karjan just wants to hear her out. This meeting with Karshan is a total surprise. When she saw him, the young lady was all, "That's Cardion!" Surprisingly, Kaon's not reacting at all, so his companion's gotta ask if he even knows this lady. Honestly, who she is doesn't matter. All that matters is if she's a good match for Karzion or not, 'cause nobody's better than her. Even though the guy said he doesn't know her, this weird chick just keeps talking to him. She'd heard rumors about the academy, and when she first heard them, she thought it was kinda messed up. But now that she's seeing it, she couldn't help it and just burst out laughing, mouth wide open. This girl is seriously digging watching what's going down in this restaurant. Not knowing what the big deal is, she overheard that this commoner's been digging in the dirt since she was a kid. And that totally blew her mind, 'cause you definitely don't want to come in here with dirty hands. There's no sign saying no dirty hands allowed, especially since Leanne's a student and touches dirt like once a week. Karshan laughed at that. This chick dared to turn the noble lady's words into a joke right in front of him. Out of nowhere, the guy asked if he could hold Lian's hand, cause he just wanted to bail, plain and simple. The open space above the city was the first place that popped into his head, but they'll be back down soon. Lian's teleported before, but she never thought she'd be flying through the air. Her heart's pounding from how beautiful it is. Even now, she hasn't forgotten about that girl, worried about leaving her like that. From Kaon's experience, it's better to deal with Lian than with her. Suddenly, she remembered they didn't pay for dinner, but he reassured her that his family owns the place. He didn't say anything because he was afraid it would make her feel awkward. That's why they showed up without a reservation and got the best seat by the window. Luckily, they didn't pull anything shady. Still, the girl invited the guy for dessert anyway. Her treat this time. She'd been dying to check this place out ever since Jane told her about it, said it's amazing. Noticing something weird, Karshan suddenly excused himself to the restroom, asking the girl to grab them seats. Lian didn't have to wait long. He came back pretty quick and snagged their order on the way. When they got back to talking about that girl, Kaon said there's more than a few people who know him, but he doesn't know them. The Duke's heir, handsome as hell, and a never-ending stream of rumors dogging his every move. Eating something tasty always boosts the mood, so they gotta grab a bite before heading back to the dorm. For Lian, the dorm's like a safe haven, and she figured maybe it's the same for Kaon. In a life constantly under the microscope, you need a place where you can just be a kid for a while. So just like Kaon, our girl's hoping this time will be a blast. Things were going great until she got interrupted. Kaon couldn't have even dreamed it would be this good. When Karzion took a leak, he saw this weird chick staring and finally decided to go talk to her. The girl was over the moon that Sir Karshan decided to ditch that little mutt and come crawling back to her. The guy doesn't know her, so he wants to find out why she keeps tailing him. He probably doesn't know she's a year ahead of him, but that was last year. She took a year off just to be closer to him. If the guy knew what she was really about, he'd totally go for it. Karshan's probably seen a lot of people like this. He's not interested in this dame. Claiming he's got it all wrong, she accused the simpleton of only being after his status and money. According to her, Lian's just a nobody, a dirt digger. It's ridiculous. Hearing that, Karshan burst out laughing. If Lian's after him for what he's got, she should go all in and use him for everything he's worth. That'd be awesome, but this girl's not a pushover, which just makes her even hotter. And now, he can't stand the thought of anyone talking trash about her like that. Time to head back. This is a story Lian can't ever know. A few weeks have passed since the date with Kaon. Nothing much happened. That aristocratic uncle is still asking for advice about his special someone. Seems like it's a big deal to him. So Kahn's chill, Kuhn's healing up. The only one Lian's been worried about lately is Hans. This whole thing about not meeting strangers, if you get to know someone slowly, there's a chance things could work out. For some reason, this dude keeps walking up to everyone and just sighing like the world's ending. Lian noticed he was down and asked what was up, but he just said it was nothing. Hans prepped all his summer products, but this time the competition dropped something new, and all his hard work went down the drain. This summer's cooling cream? Yeah, it'll give you a tiny bit of relief, but it's basically useless. Hans says it's flying off the shelves, which is the whole point of trendy crap, right? Either way, this is the worst news we've had. Things are still rough, and Hans is taking a big gamble. Lian overheard some guys arguing about sweat stains on their clothes. Real attractive. They decided to dry off and head into the sun, and something just clicked in her head. That's when she told Hans she'd made a medicine and asked him to sell it for her. He can't do much in terms of marketing, honestly, but Lian's sure it'll sell itself. She hadn't thought about selling the medicine before because she didn't have a reliable way to get it out there. Before she could figure out the best way to do things, a girl from a fancy family called her over. This girl's a real complainer. She broke out in a rash after using Warma Niran. Lian figures the medicine she gave the girl she used exactly as directed. She's actually stoked the girl's doing better. Her kindness got Amila to thank her in front of everyone. No need to pay with food now. Lian's happy with just a smile. She's so awesome. Amila's thinking of becoming her biggest fan. She's her fan from today on. For the remedy our girl gave Kuhn instead of cash, she wants him to help her out. She's thinking of selling a cure for excessive sweating, and she needs someone with a delicate touch for handling herbs. Kuhn's excessive sweating is already starting to clear up, and it's the best thing that's happened to him. The girl already asked for her well-deserved payment. Lian's still a student, even though she's suddenly got a ton of cash. Her wallet's never seen this much before. She needs to earn it little by little, and she needs help to do it. This girl's not someone Kun can talk out of anything, so he'll be glad to lend a hand, especially with the herbs. Truth is, he learned a lot from his elf mother. The half-elf kid doesn't look much like his dad, but he got his elementalist talent and love for nature from him. That's why he got so pissed when Lian tried to pick that flower. Elves are just wired to love nature. Looks like the girl just stumbled onto a big secret about the Abiscantus house. Hardly anyone knows the Emperor's an elf. Right on cue, Kaon the little helper shows up again, ready to lend a hand. According to Kun, these herbs need a delicate touch for the medicine to work, and Kaon's got a bit of a temper, so… no way. Really, all he needs to do is show Kun just how short his fuse is. Things got so tense between those two that Lian told them to take 3 steps back. The more hands, the better, so she decided to give Karjun the same thing, just so he wouldn't feel left out. The young mage promised to bring his A-game, cause he wants to be the one and only best for her. He got so obsessed with getting everything he needed, he didn't even bother walking. Then, out of nowhere, Kun apologized for getting off track, said it was ages ago and felt like he had to tell it. He was gonna talk about how Kaon treated Lian, but she already knows, the whole school knows. A heavy heart can turn into poison, and an overgrown rosebush is full of thorns. But our girl's confident she can handle it, so there's no need to sweat it. Then the prince said he had no doubt the guy who flew the coop already took care of everything. He'll be here every day to help Lean, so things are gonna get a lot louder around the club for a while. Kun recognized the girl's feelings and bolts out of there. Fjord's jealous, wishes he could do the same. Later on, Fjord couldn't believe he had the chance to sell such a valuable product, something that's gonna be huge. He suggested making a small batch to test the waters, knowing a good dealer. It'll sting the wallet a bit, but the end goal's within their loss tolerance. Lean doesn't know squat about this stuff, so she let that dude handle it himself. Hans knows his finance and business, but herbs aren't his thing. He originally wanted to go to business school. At that moment, the club room turned into a full-on competition ring for gathering medicinal herbs. Seeing Kun grab a plant that wasn't his, Kaon figured he was trying to win by cheating. Actually, it's a performance-based decision. Plus, Kun's faster, so he should do more. They're both incredible. Hard to believe these guys are so quick and flawless. Kun says he's been working with plants since he was a kid. Kaon saw one example and he's already a pro. Seems like Lean's to blame. It's never quiet in the club room because of her. That guy's a real piece of work to Fjord, but he can't get in between them. He's just gonna get in the way, and he's got no clue how you become a master overnight. If he's suddenly bored, Lien suggested they clean up this mess together. Fjord got so worked up by everything he saw that he accidentally knocked over a container of ingredients. All hell broke loose in the club room, and the girl was trying her best to fix it all. She's about to lose it. First, we gotta think about restocking the herbs. That student found them last time, but she doesn't want to go searching too often. The thing is, Kaon and Fjord earn club points by taking care of demons, and they haven't hit their quota for the semester yet. So next time Kaon goes demon hunting, Lien's tagging along. The guys were floored by what they heard. Dangerous means dangerous, seeing as how taking out monsters can get pretty ugly. She doesn't see a problem with it. She can take down a monster using demon repellent spray or poison needles. She's plenty strong since she's used to traveling alone. It's hard to argue with her logic. Thing is, they're not after some slime ball. This is a serious mission. Combat students only. That's why Lien's tagging along. They gotta head into demon territory to recover what Fjord wrecked. Demon extermination sounds epic, but after hitting up all those herb gathering spots, it started feeling like a walk in the park. It's been a while since she made poison needles, but she still nailed it. She decided to pack her usual tools and some emergency supplies just in case. When she and her mom went herb gathering, there's something her dad always made. A salty sweet sandwich with his special sauce, memories mixed with the smells and tastes of summer. Lien was so desperate to get the recipe, she kept bugging her dad, but he never spilled the secret. Once he told her to think about it, when she wanted to eat that delicious sandwich, she'd have to look for him. She didn't get it back then, but now she understands everything he meant. Dad always wanted to be someone important to Mom, even in the smallest ways. That morning, before heading out, she was hungry, so she made a ton of sandwiches. But if she asks, Kaon will definitely eat them all. It's weird she thinks that, but Kaon would probably scarf them down even if they were less than perfect. But Lien put so much effort into making them, and it's her dad's recipe, so she's sure they'll be delicious. She imagines Kaon taking the sandwiches. He'll be happy to get them and thank her. He'll definitely like them because this recipe is one of a kind. Kaon's tried all kinds of crazy food, but Lien doesn't know if these sandwiches will be anything like what he's had before. She can see him happily munching away, seems almost too easy to picture. Which means K-on's shown her a lot of his happy smiles. Her only hope is that these sandwiches taste as good as she's imagining. There's a mountain near the academy that the students call the Back 40, but not in a literal sense. It's a bit of a trek from the city center, and you can only get there by horse or carriage. The mountain has a unique ecosystem because the magic there is super strong, a natural environment with special plants and animals. But it's also a dangerous place for people because of the sheer number of demons. There are 2 barriers that separate the mountain from where they live. Last time Lian came here, she managed to cross the first barrier. You can scare off the low-level demons that hang out there. The second barrier is crawling with mid- and high-level demons. If you're comparing them to wild animals, think a pack of lions. The academy keeps a tight lid on that mountain. Rumors say the professors secretly monitor the demon extermination missions. At least, the 2 top students in the academy won't need any protection or babysitting. The first thing Lian saw was a monster this huge, and K-on took it down with a single spell. Fyor's worried she shouldn't be seeing this, 'cause when they slice this thing open, blood's gonna be everywhere. Looks like our girl's already used to it, 'cause this monster is seriously massive. It took the kid some time to adjust too, but when he froze up, K-on had already wasted the beast without even blinking. That was even more of a shock, which is why Fyor's been training like crazy. But what surprises him more is Lian. She was ready to use a poisoned needle from her belt when the monster got close. This girl's full of confidence, no fear in her eyes. She's really used to demons. They need to get the core so they can report the hunt results later, so she decided to handle the extraction. Fyor thinks she doesn't have to do that. Even though the demon's frozen, the core's super hard to find and even harder to get out. Come to think of it, Lian can't fight, but she can at least do this and she'll quickly figure out where the core is. That really got the guys worked up. Using the wrong knife could lead to a nasty cut. Out of nowhere, Lian asked if either of them had a problem with removing the demon core, 'cause it's not exactly a pretty sight. In a world with such an amazing ecosystem, demons are not the kind of life everyone is used to. When a ton of mana gathers in one spot, it gets twisted and a creature is born from it. It might look like an animal, but it's just a clump of mana moving around to suck energy into its core. Still, it really does look like an animal, but luckily there are 3 of them, and they can take it out right away. Finding demon cores is Lian's specialty, and she did everything super carefully. K-on's totally blown away by how easily she dissected it and pulled out the core. He decided to help out, throwing around spells that most wizards can only dream of. Now the girl's not only clean, but she's in great shape. The mage added a purification spell. K-on never said his buddy didn't have to do the dirty work, so the guy got his hands filthy. After a while, the guys collected enough clean demon cores to get a decent score. Chow time. Karjan's starving, even though he's usually a light eater. Truth is, back in the day, he and Fyor wouldn't eat together on hunts and almost starved to death. K-on can't let Lian skip lunch this time, so he whipped something up for her. He even put a warming spell on the food just for her, so now all that's left is to set up the table. But as soon as Lian pulled out the sandwiches, the dude immediately closed the temporary space. She brought enough sandwiches, but if she'd brought more, it would have been more fun to choose. It's not easy eating in the woods. When it was time to eat, these 2 were speechless, which made Lian worry. She made them herself, so Fyor's afraid they're, not quite right, but he's telling himself it's just a sandwich. Damn, that's good. A flavor I don't recognize, but it's got this crazy kick, it's amazing. Between the incredible taste and the fact that Lian made it, K-on was practically crying tears of joy. Hearing voices coming from the woods, Kun knew the girl was close. Lian was somewhere around here. While those 2 were scarfing down Lian's cooking, she noticed something moving in the bushes. That weird thing that just climbed up the tree? She figured it had to be some kind of demon. According to Fyor, there's a shield around here, so there shouldn't be any monsters. Actually, what she saw was a bird, but not really a bird, it's more like a dog, a bird that looks like a bird dog. Deciding to check it out, Lian saw the Empire's prince sitting in the bushes. Kun just taking a walk? K-on took that as him stalking them. Shady, but the prince really did walk all the way here from the academy. Guess he likes to hike. He thought it was messed up that they were chilling in the most dangerous demon territory past the second border. Truth is, they're just eating, and they only got enough plates for 3, so no luck for guests. Out of courtesy, Lian offered the dude some sandwiches, but he turned her down, not wanting to intrude. Hearing that, she told him he didn't have to pay, 'cause she made them herself. In that case, Kun took back what he said and agreed to eat. When Kun jumped out, that weird animal instantly flew out of Lian's head. But now she sees that little black thing in the bushes again. Spotting something in there, Karjan told her to stay back, saying it wasn't any ordinary critter. Danger be damned. With no fear in her eyes, she bolted towards the bushes where the thing was hiding. Nothing to worry about, 'cause what she saw was just a winged puppy. Rumor has it, these beast-like creatures aren't born with a thirst for destruction. Demons just off them faster. Kun's not totally clued in, but he's sure as hell that unprepared folks shouldn't be here. Kaon and Fjord might be the only names on the club roster, but Leon practically begged to come. Fjord's not fighting her on it, he just wishes there was another way. He and Karzion especially didn't want to bring her at first. Even though they're pretty damn good, there's always another option. Karzion gets that, which is why he didn't want Lean to come. He understands why she's so confident. But those poison needles are close quarters combat. Get too close and demons can jump you in a heartbeat. Truth is, Leon's needle poison isn't some rare stuff. Anyone in the botany department can whip it up. It's deadly, and the time it takes for the poison to kick in is less than a second. The poison paralyzes the whole body when it enters, and it screws with the creature's mana. The tougher the monster, the bigger the impact. That gave Fjord the idea to start selling something similar. It's perfect for taking someone out. The reason that poison's only used at the herbalist school is the application. It's not easy to get rid of. But Leon's got resistance. She's been building up an immunity to that poison for a long time. Kun trusts her. She's changed him in ways no one else has. If Leon made it, he's confident in it. Hearing all that, the guys were kind of freaked out. It all sounded pretty terrifying. It's just that Kaon doesn't know enough about poisons to be sure they're safe. If that's the problem, he can check himself whether Leon's resistant or not. She'll just prick his fingertip. She's had immunity for a while, and there's no antidote on hand, just enough to avoid blood. Everything inside her collapsed when she felt the needle tip touch Kaon's hand. The main thing is that Leon wasn't hurt. For him, that's already a huge relief. Karjan's a real idiot. The girl said she was fine. He still wasn't waking up and he was bleeding out. Without medicine, he's a goner. This medicine isn't strong enough. It's been diluted with her blood. Luckily, Kun can teleport people with air. So Leon told him to take Kaon to the academy doctor. She'd get there on her own and start working on the antidote. She knew how much Kaon cared about her, and she did something so reckless. In her moment of despair and helplessness, Fjord showed up. They'll reach the road soon. The carriage they arrived in is there. They can get in, and the young man will help her. He's right. Now's not the time to beat yourself up. She needs to get back and figure out how to make that antidote. They can't waste a second, so Fjord lent her a horse, also Kaon would be safe. Soon, Karjan opened his eyes again and saw that he was lying in a snow-white bed. All he remembers is jacking himself up, then his body freezing solid. That Leon's needle is no joke. It's obvious now, she's the one who brought him back to the academy, and she was probably worried sick. She was probably crying. Kaon hates the thought of her crying, but he'd be happy if she cried because she cared. Just then, Leon's voice cut through the air. She burst into the room, eyes wide and red from crying. Seeing how messed up she was, Karjan immediately offered to heal her. After everything that just happened, he's acting like his own injuries don't even matter. All he cares about is her pain, and that really ticked Leon off. This idiot only thinks about his girl. When he went down, she totally freaked out. He could have actually died if the antidote had been made any later. It's not really his fault. Leon can't help but feel grateful that he's alive. She was just scared something bad would happen to him. But now she's just glad he's okay. This young herbalist's got so much she wants to say, but even knowing Kaon's safe, her hands are shaking and her chest feels tight. Leon doesn't want to lose anyone she cares about ever again. Karjan somehow found the strength to apologize. His body just reacted, thinking she was in danger. But if he had the chance to go back and do it again, he'd do the exact same thing. If the best wizard in the academy was gonna pull that stunt again, Leon told him he better find a safer way. Whether he's rescuing her or whatever, he's gotta do it without getting himself hurt, and with magic this time. Just so Leon wouldn't cry, the guy promised not to let anything happen to them, and suddenly he felt lighter. It was inevitable the way this academy dude talks to her, and the gifts he keeps bringing, and the way he's always praising everything she does. Leon couldn't help but fall for Karjan, but he's never gonna do that again. The healing spell patched her up, but the tension in the air is still thick enough to cut with a knife. Even though she's got poison resistance, Kaon went way overboard. She won't be doing that again. Truth is, the guy's only being a jerk because he's got a thing for her. That's on him, not her. Karjan's a stand-up dude. A girl like Leon wouldn't even register on his radar once he graduates. He's got no real reason for Lean to fall for him, but he digs the way she laughs, the way she sleeps, the way she looks at him. He loves the sparkle in her eyes when she talks about herbs, and her guts when she does something totally reckless. Waking up, the mage realized he'd fallen head over heels, but doesn't know if you can love someone so much you can't help yourself. Kaon was way too attached to her, and Leon's actually happy for him, but she can't say that out loud right now. Still, he's sure she's heard the rumors about him being a cold-hearted bastard who doesn't give a damn about anyone else. He could probably be even worse, and she'd be seriously bummed out. Lean knows it's not cool to talk about how he treats others, and she knows he's especially good to her. But seriously, Karjan needs to chill out. Nobody can treat everyone exactly the same, right? It's only natural for a girl to want to be nicer to the guys she's into, so she's not gonna pry into what Kaon's trying to hide, and she'll just judge him by what he says and does. The main thing is, don't listen to what the peanut gallery says. It's messing with Karjan's handsome mug. Soon enough, the academy director got word that Mr. Karjan had thankfully come to. His mom heard something bad happen to him and she thought he'd wrecked the building or roughed someone up. Sylvia almost lost it and ran to him when she heard about the whole mess. Kaon holds on to grudges for way too long. That's a big deal because he's just like his old man, like father, like son. Karjan wasn't just conjured out of thin air, you know? It all started when Lady Sylvia was still a student. Back then, life was easy for the academy's heir. Easy classes, strong friendships, no obstacles in her way. Everything in her normal life was going smoothly. He showed up out of nowhere, and that handsome face was definitely a major distraction. Catching his eye was easier than Sylvia thought. The real trouble started after she, charmed him. Turns out, he was that Lycian jerk who'd been vandalizing the academy and roughing up anyone who got in his way. Sylvia tried to ditch him as soon as she found out, but he kept chasing after her like a lost puppy. It took forever to get Leon under control. The Duchess never thought her son would be so much like his father. A few days ago, she called Kaon to the headmaster's office to ask about the rumors that he'd fallen for one of the students. Karjan loudly admitted it was true, but the problem started when the lady decided to find out who this Lean girl was. He went on for over an hour about how captivating she is. That conversation cleared everything up. Karjan's just as clingy and crazy in love as his dad was. He was raised to believe that everything in life is urgent, which is sadly kinda messed up. Sylvia taught her son to never do anything that would warrant getting hurt. She was convinced that if she taught him not to solve problems like his father, he'd have normal relationships. Kaon's only stayed out of trouble so far because he's got some self-control. But he's so smart, he could be hiding something. They could both be ticking time bombs right now. Sylvia doesn't want to be one of those moms who meddles in her son's love life, but she is responsible for him. If things go south, two people are going to get burned, and if Lean screws up, the Duchess is going to have to step in. But she's hoping Lean makes the right call before she has to. Soon there was a party to celebrate Karjan's recovery. Their first demon-slaying mission together was done, and the guys finished it off by scarfing down sandwiches. A little while later, Leon called Hans over to talk about the new hotness this season. Looks like she didn't quite grasp the situation properly. Hans is talking about a major win. She went above and beyond his expectations. If word gets out she's behind this, the whole school could come after her. But even so, the quantity is still limited, and whipping up a few more probably won't fix things. If the campaign's successful, Leon isn't sweating the fact that the company's doing well. But Hans told her about the cost of the product. He trusted her, so she'll trust him. Since they were done talking, the girl decided to call her new floppy-eared buddy over. Surprisingly, it's a demon, but it's really not gonna hurt anyone. Lean fed it once, and it's been following her ever since. If it was a real demon, it wouldn't be able to cross the border. Looking at that gnarly mutt, Hans started to realize it couldn't tell a good guy from a bad one. He thought it was weird the girl called the demon a dog bird, so maybe she shouldn't be naming things. Actually, Lean just calls the pup what it looks like, but she still needs to give him a proper name. The first thing that popped into her head when she looked at him was to call the little guy Toby. That evening at the academy, some student strong-armed a guy into handing over the cash he brought for the meetup. This is way more than market value, but I guess the kid was in a real hurry. Meanwhile, this weird obsession with antiperspirant spreading through the academy is getting intense. There's this girl in the academy who's always polishing her ring. She seriously cleans it all day long. It creeps people out and they give her the side eye. She gives everyone the shivers. Arin showing up is like a ray of hope. She thinks the girl can do it if it really matters to her. That's the legendary Lean, the one everyone in the academy's talking about. It's wild how these guys don't even realize they're messing with her head, then they turn around and call her weird. She doesn't even need a thank you. Those dudes were just in the way, so she took care of it. The girl's name is Nancy, and that ring is the last gift from her grandma, so she wants to wear it all the time. You gotta be careful with stuff that valuable, but her hands sweat all the time, so she's constantly wiping it down. Nancy heard there's some kind of sweat-stopping stuff out there, but it's super rare, so she has to clean the ring every day. It seems kinda odd, but she can't help it even though she looks like a total grump. Truth is, Lean doesn't want to hear any of this. She doesn't need the explanation. So Nancy actually talked to Leanne for the first time, and that was the end of that. This girl's more approachable than she looks. You'd think she was ice cold and wouldn't give someone like Nancy the time of day. Leanne's a legend here at the academy. She first blew up as the student who aced the translation exam on her first try. She's gotta be a straight-up genius, unlike Nancy, who only got in because of her folks. Leanne showing up at the academy kicked off a ton of rumors. Everyone here looks up to her. Her icy glare just screams, "Stay away!" Then came the big translator student purge. The students who were messing with Leanne? Gone. Expelled. I don't think anything like that's ever happened here before. Aristocrats usually leave each other alone. Nancy sees Leanne around a lot, but she's never seen her talk to anyone. Rumor has it, this girl's got the hots for the notorious Karjan, but it's totally one-sided. Someone like that exists? She's so cold and distant, yet she still managed to snag someone's heart. Word on the street is, Prince of the Abascan Empire is chasing after Leanne. Now everyone thinks she's a princess. Rumor has it she's running from some bad dudes, fled into exile here, but after talking to her, Nancy doesn't buy it. While she was thinking about all this, the girl saw something unbelievable near her room. That freaking deodorant stick. Looks like someone just dropped it right in front of her dorm room. But the tag has her name on it, so someone definitely left it there on purpose. Seeing Nancy holding that miracle deodorant, her roommate couldn't believe her eyes. In the end, the student chose the dark path, even though the schools cracked down on the black market. The only person who knows about Nancy's problem is her roommate, but it turns out that Leanne from the next room over is the one behind making that deodorant. Someone must have overheard her talking about it before it hit the market. Leanne, who seems like a stone-cold person, listened to the girl and gave her the deodorant. After that, the rumors about someone plotting something reached Nancy, and she decided to get involved. She suddenly decided to jump in, for reasons unknown. Maybe she knows what Amila's planning to do to Leanne, and if she wants to help, it has to be kept on the down low. Leanne can't find out about this, and Nancy's dead set on being a part of it. In that case, the girls will work together on this makeover, while Leanne's in the dark about everything that's going on. Rumor has it the antiperspirant creator is an academy student, not some big pharma guild stealing data. Everyone used to think that was BS, but now that I think about it, the academy was the first to figure things out. So, the rumors are actually true. She's the most popular student by far. It's insane, everyone's talking about Leanne. The word on the street is that she's the antiperspirant creator. Kauna's bugged by everyone begging, they want her help, they just keep clinging to her. Even Fjord and Kuhn, who owes her big time, came to see her, even though Fjord's still in the club. But the girl doesn't see any difference, so she told the guy to chill out. Seriously, Kaon's twice as cute since Leanne realized she's got a thing for him. And it's not just his face. It's his expressions, his body language, his voice, everything Kaon does to get Leanne's attention. She really doesn't want him reading her mind, so she's got to slow down her thoughts. Suddenly, Hans bursts into the room yelling, he needs to have a serious talk with Leanne. He's staring down the 3 hottest guys in the academy, and they're giving him such a death glare he's totally lost for words. Man, I think I just saw my grandpa's ex-wife waving at me from the other side. According to Kaon, this dude thinks a public place is a joke, which just cracks him up. So Leanne decided they should talk somewhere else, promising that Kaon won't do anything stupid. He pulled that same stunt during group projects, and now that she understands Kaon's feelings, she gets him better. She's seeing things she missed before, and obviously he's not going to make a scene right in front of her. She can't help it. She just needs to make sure Karzion's behavior is kept in check. Lately, she's been into the nice guy type, or at least that's what she said. Hearing that just lit a fire under Kuhn. He's gonna remember that and never let it go. Kaon's wondering why he recorded that, but it's clear Kuhn wants to return the favor. Since this is never gonna end, Leanne decided to talk to her partner somewhere else. First things first, Hans wants to know if she's interested in scaling up the antiperspirant production. Honestly, they're tired of mass-producing the same old thing, so Leanne thinks it's all good. Thanks to this girl, Hans's business is back from the brink. but he's still got that hustler's blood running through him. This stuff is the product of the century. Leon's formula is way too good to let it go to waste. The kid promised to handle everything if she just shared her recipe. All she has to do is kick back and watch the money roll in, getting a cut of the profits. Sounds like a dream job, but easy money usually means someone's trying to pull a fast one. Even if Hans tries to knock off her formula and sell it, it'll just be a cheap imitation. He's only offering this now because their sales are booming, all thanks to the antiperspirant. And the kicker is, he knows exactly how much dough Lean stands to make every month from this deal. So, she told him to bring the contract ASAP. The money was just too good to pass up. Line bounced, and now one of these other dudes needs to clear out of the room too. Kaon wants to enjoy the girl's charms, but some creepy dude is cramping his style. But Kuhn's stuck, man. He can't do anything if this dude's just gonna stand there and block him. According to Mr. Popularity himself, wanting to pay back Lean for a favor is a perfectly good reason to stick around. But is there any way to repay a debt like that, even if you became her servant? Just so we're clear, Karshan's not looking for an answer when he says that. The guy's a total psycho. He's ready to disrespect or even hurt the prince, and he doesn't give a damn if it starts a war. Looks like Lean hasn't figured out what this guy's really like yet. She said she'd handle it, but she's Kaon's savior. He can't let her go. If he has to step in, he will, just so he doesn't lose what's his. And that's the end of the pharmacological botany course. All that's left is the final assignment. Hans can't believe they're writing about this. Leon's already bugged him 1,000,000 times about that weird mosquito repellent. She cooked up a new plan for their mission. This idea hit her last summer because the mosquitoes were driving her nuts. Like, when she'd wake up to that buzzing in her ear, that awful sound a mosquito makes right by your earlobe. When you get bit between your fingers, it's ticklish and gross. Every time, Lion's passion would flare up, and eventually the recipe was perfected. Hans is surprised she's not in some mosquito torture club. She'd totally ace the interview. Suddenly, he remembered he forgot to ask how her roommate wrote that letter. That letter that says if Hans writes it and hands it in this time, they'll give it back when he graduates. We're talking about Leon's roommate's letter, not hers. He's just curious what Jane's hoping for in the future. According to Leon, her roommate wants to meet a cool, handsome guy with a bright future. And if he wants to know more, she suggested he ask Jane himself. Speaking of the letter, Hans can show Jane a bright future if he figures out what she's good at. He's really into her. It's definitely love at first sight. Turning to Leanne, he decided to find out what love is and why it makes him so damn happy. Honestly, the heroine has no clue what love is. She just answered him so he'd bug off. She wants to stick with that one guy, then she wonders if it's right, and sometimes she gets anxious because she only sees him. The silly girl thinks about him all day long and feels happy or laughs when she remembers him without even realizing it. She didn't realize it until she was head over heels, and by the time she figured it out, it was already too late. Lean perfectly expressed Hans's feelings. That's exactly what he was feeling. Suddenly, he made a decision to say everything that's on his mind. Give her flowers in public, read her poems, hoping Jane will understand how deeply he cares for her. After hearing that, Leon decided to be honest. His confession plan totally sucked. After school, standing outside the clubroom, Kuhn's still wondering if this is the right thing to do, what he's even doing here. Leon's his benefactor, and the guy with her gives off bad vibes, so Kuhn has to watch over her to keep her safe. He's sure about that, but he feels weird going against the rules like this. Prince keeps thinking that doing favors is just an excuse for him to show up here. Leon never asked him to protect her, and those two definitely don't trust him. So Kuhn really doesn't get why he's coming to this club at all. Seeing Leanne, the guy grins and says she's somehow the first one here. He's so chill, you'd think he was a member of the club. It's getting colder, and she's only got one blanket. She probably needs a warmer blanket. Leanne looks super sleepy, that's why she won't move. Kuhn could throw one over her. He barely even thought about it, and that feeling came back, like he's losing control. Opening her eyes, the student figured something was up or that he was getting sick. But this is something different. A feeling he doesn't recognize, like he shouldn't keep staring into her eyes. Maybe it's because Lean has this nice grassy scent, like the smell of nature, and her hair smells just like that. The prince smells an aroma that should be relaxing, but it's making his heart race. He's thrown for a loop, but Leanne looks like she's actually worried about him. Truth is, she doesn't want to get blamed for offing a member of the royal family by neglecting his health. Kun's a big boy. He can handle himself in the infirmary, but if anyone else comes in, Leanne's kicking them out. It's confusing as hell, but the guy's gonna do whatever she says since she's the one who saved his bacon. No matter how much Lian insists he's paid her back, Kun won't listen. He's not the only stubborn one, she's used to it. But he needs to chill out and not be a pain, or she'll kick him to the curb. He needs to get going, because he's starting to sound like some fairy tale prince. For now, things are staying as they are. A letter written to your future self? Talk about a shot in the dark. Speaking of letters, Jane figured her roommate got another message from her aunt. Lian was just reading and laughing, then pouting like a kid who got told off. Her roommate decided to ask if she was planning on going back to her aunt's for winter break, since she stayed at the academy over the summer. Someday, the main character will visit her, but for now they just send letters back and forth. It made Jane think they didn't get along, her and her aunt. Letters are fine, but she doesn't seem to want to actually meet up. If Lian ever needs someone to listen, she can always come to her roommate. Truth is, the young herbalist is scared to run into him if she goes to her aunt's. She's just plain terrified of seeing him. Lian needed to hand in that assignment to Professor George. It was due today, which she only just remembered. The message the professor left on the door for Lian looks pretty ominous. She doesn't want to hang around in the office for long, but she can't ignore the professor's request to wait for him. Inside, she found a familiar sight. This place reminds her of her personal lab back at her aunt's estate. As a professor, Mr. George has got to know about some herbs she's never even heard of. That's why Lian decided to snoop around. This is the professor's treasure trove, so she could get caught and end up in detention. The professor forgot his monocle on the desk. He doesn't even wear it. His eyesight's surprisingly good. But for our girl, this is a golden opportunity to lift some fingerprints. On one hand, she needs to touch the herb leaves before touching it, but he is her professor after all. If Lian doesn't do it now, she'll be obsessing over him in her sleep. Professor George's room is still here, but you can tell someone else has been poking around. By now, Lian's dark side has taken over. The mark is definitely there. Just then, the guy behind her realized she'd been messing with the oily herbs, and his voice is eerily familiar. The dude figured the girl was just touching chamomile leaves. Lian recognized him right away. It's Acanthus, and he thinks this is all just perfect. Years ago, only Lian's mom saw his talent, so even if he has to teach her alchemy, he wants to return the favor. The girl spent so much cash searching for a cure, she couldn't even pay him. Acanthus lost his parents when he was a kid. He gets what she's going through better than anyone. But he doesn't want her to go through the same hell he did. He just wants to help her out. Back when Lian was just a kid with no one to turn to, Acanthus was there for her, all the way. He knew it was her when he saw her touching the daisy leaves. He taught her that when she was giving that local punk a hard time. Lian's grown up since then. It's been 5 years, and Acanthus looks like he's aged a lifetime. Turns out the professor personally asked him to come. He'll be here any minute. Just then, the professor bursts into the office in a panic and freezes in the doorway when he sees the guy. You couldn't read Acanthus's face. He went white as a sheet, like something caught in his throat, choking him. Then he said a quick goodbye and bolted from the office, even though the girl tried to stop him. The professor needs to know why Bar's avoiding him. He can't just let him walk away like that. But Acanthus has nothing to say to him. He left, leaving behind a bitter taste of disappointment. All this made Lian worried. She had no idea Acanthus knew Professor Walter. And what's more, it was the first time she'd ever heard he had another name, that he was called Bar. To satisfy her curiosity, Lian asked the professor about it, and it turned out Bar was using an alias. They were classmates for like 4 years, and Professor George was always the senior guy. They were thick as thieves. As for Lian, Acanthus was her alchemy teacher when she was a kid. When she mentioned her mother hired him, even Professor George, who just popped into the office, was surprised. He always knew his student was gifted, but now that she mentioned it, the guy's even more envious. After hearing how the meeting went, Professor George figured they still hadn't gotten over some childhood squabble. Besides, he heard Lian wasn't going home for summer break, so he invited her over. But the second he brought up her coming back to his lab for the winter, she said she was leaving. She's heading into the warm embrace of her family, who are waiting for her during this cold time of year. Truth is, she's been debating whether to come back for weeks. It's just a matter of time. So fate throws her and Acanthus together again. He had something to say before leaving, so he decided to hang back. Acanthus looks seriously stressed. You hardly ever see him this worked up. Out of the blue, he asks how long Lian has until graduation, and she says she's got 3 years left. Hoping she'll understand if he says something weird, he decides to spill the beans. He tells her to stay far away from Professor Walter, and not to get involved with him even after she graduates. She doesn't think the professor seems like the type to do anything bad. He's a fencing master after all. Thing is, if he had hurt Acanthus, he'd have a reason, so maybe he's not being straight with her. She doesn't know why, but she gets the feeling he really doesn't want her messing with the professor. And that's how their meeting ends. Acanthus can't explain more right now, but he's not the kind of guy who'd wish Leon any harm. This student's just giving Toby treats, and he's packed on the pounds. Now he looks like he's been out there, roughing it in the wild or something. So in the end, Leon couldn't get anything out of Acanthus about what he's been up to, where he's been, or why he's using a fake name. He was there for her when things got tough, and Leon wants to be there for him too, but he's not telling her anything. Her heavy thoughts were broken by a familiar voice, and handsome Karjan popped up at her window. Since it's freezing out tonight, she started pulling him inside, wondering why he didn't just use the door. Along with Toby, she decided to give the guy a chance, but he wasn't expecting to see that weird critter here. This is that little pup they found up in the mountains. Leon named him Toby and taught him how to fend for himself during school breaks. Turns out she's going to her aunt's place for the break, so she told Karjan not to show up there unannounced. In that case, the young man invited her to come visit him sometime at the estate of Count Lysian. The Lysian family, man, the rumors fly. A duke with a heart of stone and a duchess who drives him nuts. Since it's such a hassle, Kaon's just hoping he can actually talk to the girl. But she won't be able to keep tabs on his letters all the time, since she's going to be stuck in the lab. The second she gets out of that lab, Kaon promises to make sure she's okay and come see her himself. Talking to him, Leon feels like she's in a fairy tale. This guy really does show up at just the right time, like a fairy godmother. It's like magic. After talking to Kaon, she really does feel better, so it's working. It's weird, but whenever she's sad, down, or just feeling blue, she feels like he's there to cheer her up. Just knowing she has Karjan, Leon figures, okay, it's not the end of the world if she goes to her aunt's and meets that guy. With the holidays kicking off, our girl arrives at the Armenia Palace, the second most important place in her life. Her favorite aunt scooped her up and is over the moon to finally see her again. She's been glued to that window ever since she got the letter saying her favorite girl was coming. It's freezing out, but that's okay, because she's got company watching with her. After all this time, the family's finally back together. Her aunt and uncle have been dying to see Leon. The girl hadn't written in ages, and her uncle only found out she was coming this morning. He almost had a fit from the surprise. Lucas is waiting inside too, so it's time to head into the mansion. Leon's finally here, and Luke's got this look on his face like he's up to something. He was the first to spot the carriage and started jumping for joy. His mom spilled the beans about something he asked her to keep quiet. The little dude's at the academy too, but he never sees Leanne. If he'd known she was coming home, he would have ridden back with her. Truth is, the younger and older students are kept pretty separate, plus the little guys finish up earlier. Not even letting his stepsister catch her breath, Lucas decided to order the cook to make her favorite eggplant dish. They laid out so much food for dinner, it looked like way too much. Auntie was worried the kids weren't eating enough. She wasn't even this happy when Lucas came to visit. The kid figures Lean blows all her cash on herbs and should be eating stuff like this at home. Not wanting to waste any time, the lady suggested they dig in, starting with the stew right in front of them. It looks like a normal dish, but judging by the taste, Auntie must have made it herself. Uncle's such a sweetheart. He had to praise his wife for the amazing dish, barely holding back tears. Until Auntie tried the stew herself, she kept telling everyone to stop gushing about it. Then she immediately told the maid to toss it, and the question of how to eat it just vanished. Late at night, when everyone's asleep, he came back home. That's why Lean didn't want to return to this loving family. Hammered out of his mind, he showed up, so he showed up. They told him to explain himself. He pounded on the door with all his might, ordering Leanne to open it immediately. Her brother's back, and she's got the nerve to be asleep. He thinks she should get out of here pronto. Honestly, her brother's a joke, but Leanne wasn't afraid to let him in. In Erhan's angry eyes, this girl's just a little brat who hasn't been taught any manners. She dared to look him in the eye and didn't even kneel before him. So Leon decided to find out where the good son mask he always wore had gone, and if he'd gotten even worse than she remembered. She doesn't want to deal with him, she just needs him to say what he wants. Erhan was surprised that his sister, who ran off to the academy and screwed everything up, and then decided to come back a year later, needed a reason. In Leon's eyes, he's awful, doesn't appreciate what he has, and is ruining himself. If he doesn't have a reason, she told him to get lost. The real reason is a letter. Hearing about it, Leon should understand everything. She's got to know who sent him, and her brother's here to talk about that letter. Erhan can't even count how many letters he's sent her this year. He never thought she'd reply, not after why she ran off. It's actually pretty dumb to think Lien even read them since she didn't open a single one. Hearing that just lit Erhan up even more. He knew there were other letters in there, not just his. What in the world is with this girl? She ignored her brother's letters and Lex Begonia's too. The lavender scent he soaked the letter in was supposed to make Lien remember the day they first met. Every time she picked up an envelope with that lavender smell, just like he wanted, she'd get sucked back into that moment. That day was the start. That day he gave Lien lavender flowers, and she fell for him. But she doesn't want to remember those painful memories, so it's time to just chill out. Her brother damn near lost it, thinking she screwed everything up by turning Lex down. Erhan can't wrap his head around why she won't go for it, and how long she plans on playing hard to get. The idiot doesn't get what a terrible guy Lex is, and Lien thinks he's getting something out of sucking up to him. Honestly, the guy would be happy to kiss up to him and profit from it, but Lex Begonia only wants his sister. Lex is the heir to the Duke of Begonia. Whoever becomes his woman will live like royalty for life. The business Erhan's running now will collapse if the Begonia investment dries up. Turns out he's low enough to sell Lien out just to make a quick buck. He's gonna inherit the earldom, so she'll get kicked out and have no way to make a living with her attitude. But the real head of the family would never actually say something like that. Besides, Erhan hasn't even apologized to their parents. He doesn't even think he needs to apologize, because if his business takes off, they'll be loaded for life. All he needs is for Lien to look at his parents' faces and realize she owes his family. There's a party next week hosted by Duke Begonia, and Lien has to be there. Or else Erhan's gonna spill the beans to Lex, and if she doesn't go, they're both screwed. This kid thinks she's miserable because she never looks him in the eye. If she doesn't like it, he told her to just think of it as being for her family. Exhausted and completely drained, she silently climbed into bed, her brother's words echoing in her head. Erhan's parents are his family now, they always have been. Her aunt's smile is just like her mom's, they're sisters, so maybe that's why it's been so tough. Lien's aunt's family. She owes them big time, but she'll never be able to pay it back. She shut down after her parents died, but this family never gave up on her. Whoever tried to reach out, she pushed them away. No words could get through to her. Even after Lien spent a year like that, someone in this house kept knocking on her door. That's how she knew she was still alive. Lucas kept sitting by her door, afraid his little sister Lien would come out when he wasn't there. He's the aunt's second son. He'd been coming to the door for weeks and just sitting there, which was a pain. But the kid wasn't just sitting there. Every day he read his sister stories. Because of him, Lien couldn't sleep. He did the same thing day in and day out. It's too bright to sleep during the day, and when the girl spent too much time awake, she thought about all kinds of stuff. She just wants to sleep forever, for good, in a world where nobody will look for her. So one night she snapped. Even though Lien chased her brother away, he kept reading the story and saying he wanted to stay there. Every line of that fairy tale just made things louder, and it wasn't what she wanted to hear. Every day was a struggle. She wanted to cry, but she was all cried out. She didn't realize the anger she was feeling was the first real emotion she'd had in ages. Lucas read the story about the lonely girl under the door, like he was trying to force Lien to listen because she was stuck in here. She locks herself in her room every day, but she doesn't want to be alone, and Mom and Dad aren't around when she comes out. Since the fairy tales were getting old, the girl told her brother to read her botany books. She's a dummy for taking it seriously. The kid doesn't get what's going on, and he's being a nuisance. If he needs someone to play with, she thinks he should go bother his mom and stop coming around here. Like the sun was just one step away, Lucas was still planning on coming every day. But after that day, he never came back. Lien finally got some peace and quiet, but she had this weird feeling. His words about coming every day kept replaying in her head. She didn't expect it. He was probably lying anyway, and she found herself blaming him, but ultimately blamed herself. She told him to get lost, so he didn't come. Can't say stuff like that and expect him to show up. The anticipation almost ate Lien alive, until one day she suddenly heard his voice. Lucas was back. Winter break was finally here, and his sister's room was filled with happy noise again. Lien tried not to get her hopes up, but she kept telling herself he disappeared because of what she said. That's when she realized, no matter how mad she got at Luke, she mostly ended up just being mad at herself. In a world where all emotions were dull, a red flicker of anger appeared. After the anger, the girl felt regret mixed with sadness. After the regret, she felt relief and then a little bit of joy. All the fairy tales Lucas read her ended with the heroes living happily ever after. Lien doesn't buy into those stories anymore, but she realized that's exactly what she needed. She gets it now. Noticing his little brother was sitting in the cold, Erhan told him he needed to grab a blanket. Stat. Come to think of it, Leon's room is pretty chilly too. Then Lucas happily shared with his brother that his sister was listening to him and even answered him twice during summer vacation. She hadn't done that in a year, so Erhan was sure she just couldn't stand them. But Lucas kept insisting that Lian said the botany textbook was better, and he couldn't even pronounce the words in it. In that case, Erhan backed his brother up and told him to keep reading so the girl could feel more comfortable. Every word they said, filled with concern, just twisted the knife for Lian. She was so tired of being alone, shutting them out. And it made her open the door. It's too cold out in the hall, so she asked her brothers to come in. It's always rough at first, but getting started is half the battle, right? That's what they say. And Lian's feeling that too. Opening that door the first time was killer, but way easier the second. After the brothers, in came the aunt, the uncle, and even the maid who'd been worried about the girl all year. She'd never even seen her before. The cold room was getting warmer. Finally, our girl realized she had a new family, so she decided to step out. It felt like a real adventure. She even chuckled, realizing she was just walking outside. But just as she was hoping to see Luca, she heard Erhan's voice. They were all gathered in the living room. Turns out, the uncle wanted to officially add Lian to the family records, but Erhan was against it, not seeing her as one of them. Everyone else thinks of the girl as family. Once they adopt her, the boys can truly be her brothers. Thinking they were the only family he had, Erhan didn't want any of that and stormed off mid-conversation. Lian never imagined they both thought so highly of her. She's happy, and she hates seeing them argue because of her. She doesn't want to wreck the relationship they worked so damn hard to build, and she doesn't need to be on the family registry. The kid's happy just the way things are, but her aunt and uncle came back the very next day and asked to adopt her. Meeting them face to face, Lian felt their sincerity even more, so she turned them down, because she didn't want to cause them any trouble. She didn't say why, but they respected her decision and gave her a big hug. It all worked out fine. After the girl left the room, time flew by, and they didn't bring up the adoption thing again. Erhan was smiling at her again, like he felt relieved, and sometimes they'd go horseback riding together. And Lian spent a lot of time doing botany in the lab the Count made for her. She was catching up on her studies with tutors her aunt hired. As she rediscovered the love of family, the pain faded into the background, letting her think about the guy she liked. Hoping flowers would be a good gift, that's exactly what she picked. Lian was just embarrassed, okay? She didn't know Erhan liked her and wasn't sure if he'd even dig it. It was her first gift, so she was really hoping he'd be stoked. But the second she burst into the office, totally hyped, she kinda short-circuited. There were guests in the parlor. She was in such a rush, she didn't even clock the dude who came to see her bro, Erhan. Erhan's all twitchy around this guy, so he's gotta be some seriously important VIP. This whole mess is Lian's fault, so she's gotta fix it. Give the guy the flowers, hope he'll let it slide. Looking her dead in the eye, this super confident, ice-cold dude tells her to spill her name. Lian's a pretty name, so he promises to remember it and hopes to catch her around again sometime. Maybe they'll bump into each other if Mr. Fancy Pants comes to visit her brother. When morning rolled around, our girl woke up like she'd been through the ringer. When she decided to go back to the Count, she was ready for Erhan's explosive temper and the freaking nightmares. She's actually okay with the Lex Begonia nightmare thing, especially since it happened on the very first day they met. But she thinks Erhan's a moron. I mean, there are tons of ways to make money. Lian's name isn't even on the family registry, and if she bolts, the whole county's gonna go belly up along with her brother's business. The thing is, he loves that family, and she does too, so what can you do? Our girl ain't gonna suffer like she used to. She's figured out how to make that academy work for her. Even if she has to sell every single recipe she's got, she's not gonna sit around and take this crap. I'm thinking a red dress would really make her soft hair and gorgeous eyes pop. But blue really complements her skin tone, and a stylish periwinkle could really brighten up her face. The servants almost came to blows, trying to decide which dress would look best on Lady Lian. Jane finally got a chance to do her makeup, but things weren't going to be easy. Lian's friend arrived, and Lucas wants to say hello, but he just can't get close enough. If a girl really cares about her family, she should be a good little sister. Soon, when meeting Hans, Lucas decided to make sure it was true. The guy's going on a date with a girl. But the guy said he was going to work. Good for him, I guess, since he's got an invitation with him. By this time, the carriage was ready, and it's so sweet that Hans was flustered seeing Jane inside. According to Jane, the Count sweats so much he'd be interested in the formula. You can spot him by the mole above his lip. Baron Arkadu loves to gossip. Countess Lamenta knows her makeup. She's a real prize. Viscount Altemio is also on the guest list. He's a vassal of Duke Lysian, but he's not into this kind of thing. He's a bald, aggressive dude. Everyone knows he beat a chef half to death at a restaurant. He did it because there was a hair in his food, and the chef said it might have been a customer's. The thing is, Viscount Altemio was bald and super insecure about his hair loss. Jane figures it happened because the chef was a commoner. Either way, Karshan won't have anything to do with Lean once she finishes her training, so they arrived at the party, which some people had a real hard time getting tickets for. Based on the rumors, this ain't a Begonia family shindig, so the heroine can relax for once. Erhan's definitely waiting for Leon at a party far from here. He'll stand there all night if he has to, she'll show. Young guys and girls entered the hall. Like they say, the future's in their hands. They look so young and they walk with such confidence. The young lady in the pink dress doesn't have an escort to accompany her. Count Natali showed up at the party, total goofball, with this huge mole under his lip. Out of nowhere, Jane's all, "Hey Lean, wanna dance?" Like she doesn't have bigger fish to fry. I mean, the whole place is lit up by the irresistible Karjan Lysian, but right now he looks kinda pathetic. Honestly, she's not even surprised. She's wondering if she'd be this way if Kaon had been a jerk. Leon's jam comes on, so she asks the guy to dance. Of course, Karjan's down. It's a huge honor for him. This place is gorgeous. Every plant is perfectly placed, the dance floor's glowing, everyone's staring. And she's missing the whole thing because she's blushing like crazy. Even if she thinks she'll forget this feeling as soon as she graduates, this future seems like a sweet dream. She wasn't expecting that. Guess Karjan's got more game than she thought. His face flushed bright red so naturally and easily, like he was born to lead. Back when Lean was learning to dance at the academy, her partner Simon was super shy. This kind of behavior just proves that even a nobleman's son isn't used to dancing. But Karshan dances great, like he throws parties all the time. Truth is, he hates parties, but being around Lean now, he's actually having fun for once. It's like she knows Kaon, but this chill attitude she has about everything is so foreign to him. She's afraid she's being too lenient, picturing him having a blast without her, and she's trying to hide how impressed she is. Still, it's weird. He says he hates parties, but he's a great dancer and acts like having a partner is second nature. So, he's just ridiculously perfect, huh? Lion never would have met him if it wasn't for the academy. This guy's got no flaws. The Karshan she sees now is too perfect, and Lean realizes he's not the one for her. The truth is, this young mage has never been with anyone before, and he's stoked she thinks he's perfect. Ever since they first met, he realized that Leon is who he's been searching for all along. Hearing him say that, she can't even fathom how she couldn't love him. Leaning in close, he had to know if she'd ever been jealous before. Kaon's never been this into anyone, so everything he's doing with her is a first. He wouldn't do this with anyone but Leon, whether it's dancing or anything else. This is the language of soulmates, and Karshan's words are melting her heart. Her mind's turning away from the future, and her heart's still leaning towards Kaon. She's not going home, she's going back to the academy. So, he decided to go with her. She can't spend the rest of the break all alone. She said that on purpose, because she knew he'd say exactly that. Erhan was sure his sister had been prepping for this party all morning, and he thought she'd be here for sure, but she just bailed. The guy who was waiting for her promised her a seat at the Duchess's table, but I guess that wasn't enough. When he found out she wasn't going to be his wife or concubine, Erhan was super surprised, like he doesn't trust him either. Now the Duke gets it. Leon's been avoiding him because she doesn't trust him yet. If the girl needs proof of Lex's affection, she needs to brace herself. This semester, Lucas plans to see his sister more often. He heard she's giving some dude love advice. So he asked her to let him know if this guy says anything off. Hugging the little one tighter, Leanne just asked him to trust her and get back to the dorm. Just then, a massive fireball erupted behind them. A whole building blew sky high. Turns out, Karshan set off the explosion just because he saw Leon's aunt's cute younger son. Lucky for us, it was an abandoned building they fixed up, so I guess everything's cool. Leon's past the point of being surprised by anything Kaon does. She figures it's just the start of the new school year. Anyway, the class stays the same till graduation, but you can feel the excitement. Graduation's getting closer. Speaking of which, Jane just remembered this girl named Sarah. She was originally a year ahead, but she took a year off so she could be in the same class as Karzion. Rumor has it, she used to give a hard time to any girl who had a thing for him. She must have heard Leon likes him, so who knows what she's capable of pulling. Still, Leon's pretty sure it won't be an issue. She and Kaon don't really hang out alone that much. Besides, Fior's actually being nice to her. The players suddenly turned into a suitor, or more like a gentleman. Honestly, Jane thinks anyone who spends time with her roommate starts acting different, both towards her and everyone else. Karjan's been keeping his cool, and Fjord's gone all quiet. And don't even get me started on Kuhn and Hans. Maybe it's 'cause they don't have to put on an act around her, just like Jane. Like always, Kaon, like some kind of flower fairy, shows up right on time. Him popping in through the windows is practically a tradition now. When he started looking for Toby, Lien said she left him a treat so he wouldn't cause a ruckus in the woods. All vacation, Toby and Kaon were practically burning holes in each other with their glares. He's always saying he'll make it bigger than Toby. Come to think of it, it's kinda cute he's competing with a winged puppy. Realizing she was cramping their style, Jane said a quick goodbye and bolted. Then it seemed weird to Kaon, like Lien wasn't pushing him away or even looking at him like he was a pain in the neck. And get this, she's been hanging out with him until the end of summer break. Something's up. But the truth is, the girl's trying to be real with him, with herself, with him. Kaon, laying on the puppy dog eyes, brought up that dude from this morning, and she had to explain he's her aunt's son. She decided to be straight with him, which means he doesn't need to dig into stuff she's already covered. Dude doesn't need to know anything about her private life that she hasn't already told him. It's just a passing thing that'll fade after graduation, and it's not something Lien wants to pursue. But deciding to clear the air, she told Kaon to just ask her straight up about anything he's curious about. Lien will tell him anything, he just has to ask, 'cause she already knows he's got it bad. But even if his feelings are kinda shaky and clueless, Kaon's nothing like that guy. So everything's gonna be cool. Karjan won't do anything that'll tick her off. Professor Walter just announced the period where students can switch clubs, and classes are optional for now. Either way, Lien's got nowhere else to be, so she figured she'd check out the club room and then head back to the dorm. As soon as she got to the door, she heard voices. Kaon and Fior were already there. Fior's made up his mind. He's done with the club as of today. Figuring she'd talk to them while everyone was here, he announced he's applying for early graduation. When Lien said it was a big risk, she meant he'd lose a whole year taking exams, and could lose money too. The kid's got no reason, but he's answering with this bitter look on his face like there's a whole story behind it. Come to think of it, Lien hasn't talked to him since school break and thinks he needs to think it over again. But all Fior can say is he won't regret his choice, and with those words, he left. When Kun heard about everything that happened, he thought Fior was a real piece of work. The way Kaon sees it, the guy could have at least had the decency to come and chase off that annoying outsider. Lien told them both to knock it off. They draw way too much attention during PE. A joint class with Karjan's class? Looks like our girl's got her hands full. Suddenly, Jane spots Fior's signature roar, but Lien's seeing it for the first time. Turns out in PE, the fencers train and compete against each other, that's what they call it. Lien's never seen them train live, or seen Fior holding a sword for that matter. With a weapon in his hands, he's like a fish in water, totally confident, taking steps toward his future. He always looked tired in class before. Maybe Lien was wrong, but Jane thinks so too. It's weird that you can sign up for a month-long course and skip most of the practical sessions. So Fior's ditching fencing, even though he loves it. He's not the type to choose monthly lessons for no reason, but Fior's got a soft spot. It's tough to get anything out of him when he doesn't want to talk. Lien doesn't know what's going on, so she can't help. Kaon hasn't said anything either, which makes the heroine think she's the only one who cares. Guess it's normal for guys. Doubt they'd hang out with each other outside the academy. Lien feels like she's close to Fior. He's told her a lot too. But it's not that simple. Maybe it's a family thing. Fior once mentioned a struggle for inheritance with his own brother. Spotting Fior nearby, Lien decided to ask him straight up since she ran into him. But peeking around the corner, she saw him making out with some girl, and now she's got even more questions. Noticing his friend, Fior was totally speechless, and the girl with him blushed like crazy. That was a shocker. People say the guy's been living a pretty chill life lately. This is something to celebrate. Now Lien doesn't have to worry, knowing he's doing okay. Just then, Fior popped up right in front of her, out of breath, begging her to hear him out. He dumped that girl and said it was a misunderstanding, but he doesn't owe anyone an explanation about his personal life. The truth is, it's complicated. Turns out Fior's getting hitched. He's gonna marry that other girl. As a nobleman, he's within his rights to marry at his age. He needs the power to stand against his brother. Speaking of which, Fior suddenly wondered why he was even explaining himself to Lien. If it was so natural, there'd be no reason for him to come here and make excuses. This is messed up. The dude doesn't even know what he's doing, or why he's telling Lien any of this. Anyway, he apologized for rambling and took off. That's why Fior decided to leave the club. Not wanting to be a bad guy, he wanted to be the kind of friend Lian would actually like. As messed up as it sounds, that's all he wants to be for her. The girl couldn't hide her funk for long. Her friend noticed something was bugging her. Called it. Jane's got some serious social skills, she's picking up on the signals. Lian wanted to know what Jane does when she's got a problem she can't talk to her friends about. Like when she feels like someone wants to talk but they can't, 'cause it'll just hurt too much to say it. Maybe they feel like things have gone too far, like there's no turning back and they're stuck. Right in the middle of their chat, Jane spotted that stalker of Karjan's she was talking about. The long-haired girl who's all over him actually goes to his class. Our girl couldn't believe her eyes. It's that weird chick who crashed their date. Her name's Sarah Blendy, she's the Marquise's little sister, and yeah, she's a bit different. Even though she's in the same class as Karjan, she sits as far away from him as possible. When Lian first met her, she was completely obsessed with Kion, but he wouldn't even give her the time of day. Sarah's rocking some weird gloves, but the thing is, she's wearing them with her school uniform. Out of nowhere, Jane gets the urge to ask her friend what she and Hans are up to. Hans already locked down an extra sale, all Lian has to do is pick the product. She dropped so many recipes, his planning team's got no clue where to even begin. So the girl suggested launching 2 items, a mana relaxant and a painkiller. Mana relaxants are enchanted items that release built-up mana in the body. They'll help Kion out big time. There's a ton of painkillers out there, but most of them are the kind that mess you up, with side effects. Lean reworked the recipe, and now one of her products is super rare, and the other one's a total hit. Only thing is, she told Hans to make damn sure he doesn't let on that it's her recipe. She's mentioned it, but it sounds like even Jane doesn't know the full story. Lately, Jane's been talking to Hans a lot, mostly swapping info. The guy's a quick study. It was just information trading, Fashion, rumors, gossip. The big wigs are super invested in business and rumors affect them. Thanks to that, Jane found out that Duchess Begonia recently kicked the bucket. She was sick for a long time, but nobody was there at the end. Nasty rumors are flying around saying she was offed. Hearing that, Lean's like, no way! As messed up as he is, he couldn't do that. This can't be happening. Lex is gonna make Lean a duchess, just like his mom said. The heroine found out Lex Begonia's true colors pretty soon after she turned down being his mistress. Once when they met, he asked her to just call him Lex, not Your Grace. And Lean couldn't figure out why he was being so nice to her. Actually, the reason was plain as day. He fell for her hard right from the start. Marrying a commoner ain't easy, but Lex wanted to make sure Lean became his lady. She thought he was just kidding around, never imagined anything like that, and she definitely didn't like it. Turns out the Duke's into that kind of thing, and he's willing to go all the way for it. That day, Leanne felt real fear for the first time. All she could do was curl up in a ball and shake. Lex kept tearing up her lab, and when he'd finally calmed down, he gave a gentle smile and said he got a little carried away. From then on, he started acting like that every time he visited his potential sweetheart. Lean should have asked for help, but back then, she didn't know who could help her. The most powerful heir of the Begonia dukedom, a military family close to the Count's, she was no match for him. Fear of Lex's growing power and worry about what he might do to Count Armeria left her feeling totally lost. And for the first time in her life, Erhan, having lost his mind, became a threat to her. Remembering that Erhan was the one who brought the Duke here, Lian realized she might be in the same boat as him. Era's reaction to what happened was seriously disappointing. He clearly wasn't looking for payback. It was dumb to think he'd care about her just because she was his parents' daughter and they took care of her. The idea of Erhan going to war with Lex Begonia because of her? He thought that was a joke. According to him, Lian should be grateful for any attention she gets, just for being fed and taken care of. She reminds him of her father. It's like he has no parents and keeps sucking up to a noble. Between all the accusations, the heroine felt a chill when she heard him trash-talking her dad. Era didn't make her feel despair or sadness, but he did force her to face a hard truth. No matter how much Lian loved and cherished her aunt's family, Erhan would never accept her as one of them. After their talk, the guy just kicked a vase off a table, and it shattered into 1,000,000 pieces at her feet. He knew she'd recently asked her father to buy it for her, but now there was nothing he could do about it. From that day on, Erhan became relentless with his schemes. He was sabotaging assignments, stealing from the lab, and making a mess with food. He made sure everything looked like Lean did it. It was a total setup, but her aunt and uncle trusted her completely. but her reputation among the servants was slowly going down the drain. Erhan's plan was obvious. He wanted Lian out of the house and shipped off to Lex Begonia as, well, you know. So one day, our girl decided to ask a maid for a favor, making sure nobody else found out. It's a little weird, but she wasn't asking for anything bad, just something for her own personal use. Knowing that at her age, the young lady would probably have secrets she only shared with her friends, the maid was totally supportive. She was happy to help since Lian didn't have any friends her age in the mansion. The young herbalist couldn't trust just anyone, but she still got lucky. She was lucky that the faith and care of others helped her get through this nightmare. And that's how Lian got her hands on the thingamajig she needed to expose the true face of evil. Lex is a real piece of work, always picking spots where he can get away with hurting people or causing chaos. The only evidence she could possibly use against him was his own confession. Just thinking about it made her hands shake. It felt pointless to even try to gather proof. Someday it'll matter. She had to believe that. Someday she'd be able to tell someone about the pain she's been through. But for now, she'd hold on, seeing it as her duty to protect the people she cared about, including herself. Aunt, uncle, and Lucas, Lian promised herself that this time she'd protect her family. Meeting her face to face, Erhan finally understood that she wasn't after being his plaything. She wanted to be the Duchess. Lian's so stubborn she wants to keep her dignity, but despite that, the Duke agreed. Truth is, there's a lot of resistance back home, especially from his mother, who's always watching his brothers like a hawk. Erhan's down for anything for Liana. It'll take a little time, but she just needs to hang in there. He doesn't want anyone coming between them, and he'll take out anyone who stands in their way. Erhan wanted to get the Duchess to agree, but the question is, did he mean he'd actually hurt his own mother? Up until now, Lex's letters haven't included anything you could call a gift. They only show up after something goes down. Lex Begonia is the kind of guy who always gets away with everything. Liana ran to the academy to get away from him and Erhan, but her decision didn't change a thing, but she's gotta find a way. Ever since she decided she had to stop Lex, she's been looking for a way, but she hasn't come up with anything. Then Kaon suggested they take a walk to the cafe they used to go to, or maybe gather some herbs, or grab a bite. It's a free week since there's not much time left. All the students are staying at the academy. Looks like Fjord never finished that conversation in the hallway and took off home for spring break. No matter how fast he travels, he'll spend more time in that carriage than he would at home. Kaon said Marcus Inanis chose an heir while his son was away. For Lean, that means Fjord's out there checking things out, fighting his own battles. After thinking about it for a bit, she finally decided what she's doing for spring break. The news that Fjord was back home spread through the entire Inanis Marquis mansion. After confirming it himself, the eldest son of the Inanis house, Lou Inanis, asked if the young man had greeted their father. Honestly, Fjord doesn't think he needs to explain himself to him, so he said he'd handle it himself. He's obviously upset about their father's decision about the inheritance, but as his son, he should show some respect. If Fjord just acted right, he wouldn't need to be ignored like this. In Lou's eyes, he's just a kid who'll do whatever he's told, but he doesn't even consider him his brother. Their angry voices died down as a strange magic filled the corridor, like two angels, Lian and Kaon, descending from the heavens. Fjord can't believe she came all this way to find him. She canceled everything just for this. The heroine wasn't expecting the story to go this way. It was totally unpredictable. At some point, Lou told his brother to step out. He's got something to discuss with the guests. If his friends showed up like this, it means Fjord left without a word. Convinced they're using friendship to start trouble, Lou will treat them as his own guests to make up for his brother's disrespect. Introducing himself, Lou Inanis declared he wasn't exactly prepared for company. Lean knows he's not from the Marquise's wife's bloodline. Guess they didn't bother giving him a proper noble name. Truth is, the master wants to make sure the guys don't let Fjord skip a year. His brother would have a heck of a time catching up. Then Liane confessed she kept quiet because she was afraid Fjord would kick her out, but they still see him as a friend. She thinks Mr. Inanis wants this because his brother's threatening his shot at being the head of the family. Fjord's been pushing back against Lou every chance he gets, so she told him to stop being a chicken and sort things out. But those words just made Inanis sure that his brother finally made a real friend. Since last summer, Fjord's been shining brighter, so Lou figured he either got a girlfriend or some new buddies. Carcian knows how the older son cares for the younger one, so it's obvious he heard Fjord got picked as the heir. It's all clicking now. Fjord's the heir to Marquis Inanis, and Mr. Lou's okay with it. In that case, Lian doesn't get why he doesn't want the younger one to skip a school year. The eldest son of the Anana's house decided to start from scratch, since the girl doesn't know what his brother used to be like. The old Fyor's even worse than the rumors say, but why won't Lu just explain that to her? When the family's eldest son became his enemy, Fyor changed big time. He started learning manners, became more refined. Lian figured out that Mr. Lu used himself as a stepping stone to get ahead, hiding the fact that he wasn't the true heir. Lately, Fyor's been looking a lot brighter. He must be enjoying academy life. The kid's not gonna listen to his older brother, so Lu decided to ask the guys to stop him. As far as Lin knows, the boss really cared about Fyor when he was younger. This isn't some kind of tough love thing. He clearly could be a good older brother, a decent family man, and set him on the right path. Fyor's lost his safe place to return to. He's lost his beloved brother, and now he's got to question his whole family. And now Lu's saying that everything that happened was just his brother being misguided. But the truth is, the brothers were short on time. They didn't know when the successor would be decided. Lu still cares about him and wants to be a good brother, but he can't do that right now. Making Fyor a good marquis, that's all he can do. Lian figured there had to be another way, something else he could do for his brother, to show he cared. The girl's curious to know what he'd do if there was another way. Soon after, all the mansion's servants were ordered to gather in the arena. They're not reinforcing it or anything, it's just that Lu and Fyor are having a sword duel. Lu just suddenly challenged his brother to a sword duel, even though he doesn't even know how to use one properly. Before taking off and striking, he told Fyor not to look around. It's unbelievable Lu's so bad it's actually hilarious. He always says stuff his brother can't understand. He ignores him and doesn't treat him like a younger brother. To find out what was up with him, an enraged Fyor landed a heavy blow and knocked the weapon out of his hands in seconds. He parried the sword with a single strike. He's seriously skilled at fencing. So this guy actually dared to challenge Fyor to a duel, just to humiliate him in front of the staff. Barely keeping it together, the kid realized Lu dragged him here so he could pretend to be the little brother who's walking all over the older one. Fyor can't take it anymore, his older brother treating him like he's a total moron. He's seriously burned out by all this. Dude just needs some peace and quiet in his life. After seeing everything with her own eyes, Lian's hoping the kid's finally satisfied. Fyor proved he's good at something and beat his brother, but now of course he's not happy. Back at the academy, when he was sword fighting, he gave it his all, flashed a bright smile, and shook hands with every opponent. That's why there's doubt whether he actually wants to become the marquis, with a genuine love for fencing. Lu feels guilty about that. He should have asked what his brother actually wanted. What he's trying to say is that Fyor's the next Marquis Ananas. Lu and their dad have already talked it over. The fact that the kid got what he wanted but is still miserable and unsatisfied really ticked Lin off. According to her, hiding your feelings and turning your back on your brother is totally the wrong move. Lian wanted to show Fyor how he's changed and that he doesn't have to be a marquis to be part of the family. He's a master swordsman, which means he's got a shot at joining the Imperial Knights. It's dumb to ignore and hide your talent. Being a marquis or whatever is just a hassle and a headache. Lian told the young swordsman to grab the sword he's so good with, embrace his greatest strength, and smile. Even if you try to push away the waves of emotion, they keep crashing back, like a sandcastle getting wiped out. Fyor can't show his tears when she tells him to smile. All he could do was hang his head. A week has passed since that day. The feeling that Fyor is in the clubroom finally feels real. He always wanted to come back here, but he can't pretend like nothing happened. The kid's worried Karjan's gonna hurl if he thanks him or anything like that. Wondering what the heck to do, Fyor decided to just say hi like normal and keep his mouth shut. He hates the whole idea of friends digging the same girl, it's so played out. Spring breaks over, Fyor's back at the club, and a new semester's kicking off. The festival's coming up, so to avoid setting up a booth, Kaon suggested they just shut down the club during the festival. The clothing club shows off and sells clothes, the baking club has a booth with treats, and the mosquito club will be, taking care of the mosquito problem. Between the two of them, Karsion's the one participating in the model arena. The model arena's a glitzy fashion show where you can see the burning passion of student designers. It's a super popular event, and this competition is traditionally the most cutting-edge and stylish thing around. Fyor's body's trained for fencing, but he has no clue how they could have picked him to be a model. Let's be honest, clothes always look better on a ripped physique. So Fyor suggested setting up a rental service where guys could, borrow his. But Lian thinks it's better to get a kick out of something other than making people suffer. There are things that are both fun and intense. The ultimate thrill ride, a haunted house where Kaon can use his illusion magic. First off, the room needs to be super dark. People will be following a marked path in the pitch black. And on their way out, they'll get jump scared by ghosts or monsters. Nothing too over the top, though. Tall, antique furniture and the sound of a baby crying will definitely crank up the tension. Leon also wants to see blurry figures and eyes peeking around corners or in windows as she walks by. Lately, she hasn't heard anything about her stalker. It's like she just gave up. When Sarah's name came up, Fior immediately knew she was talking about that girl who dropped out recently. Students who get kicked out of the academy get a grace period like over a month long. Tons of them take advantage of it. Kaon mostly handled the haunted house with his illusion magic, and the club just slapped up a sign to finish prepping. Time passed, and the festival kicked off. The academy gates, usually closed to outsiders, swung wide open for everyone. This was a rare chance to check out the festival, where the academy's top students could show off their skills. But among the flood of visitors was one guest nobody was expecting. It's Karistines Potitua, war hero and Grand Duke of Abascanta. He's got to see for himself who caught the prince's eye at a backwater school like this. When it comes to competitions on the model stage, Kuhn's all about teaming up. But Fior says it's not about the costume at all, though they gotta roll with it this time. Plus, Kuhn's sneaking back into the clubroom again, even though he joined a different one and should be there. Actually, this is about some paperwork they're sending to his place, but the kid's gonna get to that later. This foreign prince is obviously drawing way too much heat. If Karistines wants to find this blasted modeling arena, he's just gonna have to ask for directions. Problem is, he's so intimidating he's scared everyone at the party away. Half this country used to want him dead, the other half was scared stiff of him, but now nobody recognizes Mr. Petitu. Lost in thought about how fast time flies, he totally bumped into a guy with black hair. It's wild that a kid with hair that's so important to a Bascantis would end up here in Lagras. The old guy barely tried to stop the girl and call out to her when a sharp pain shot through his chest. Like it was meant to be, the phantom pains kicked in just when his assistant wasn't around. Seeing someone in trouble, the kind-hearted girl rushed over to help and offered to take him to the infirmary. Claiming it was just an old injury acting up, the guy refused any help. But the girl couldn't stand seeing him suffer, so she offered him some pain meds. Even then, Karistines wouldn't take them, convinced it would all pass soon. Too many brothers-in-arms got hooked on that stuff, trying to kill the pain from their wounds. The girl tried her best to get him to take the medicine, promising it had no bad side effects. Looking at the one trying to save him, Karistines was floored by the depth of her eyes. He was lost in them. Those nostalgic dark eyes and hair, there's no way you could miss them. Only she could make the old man believe the medicine really did work fast. He feels much better now. The young lady introduced herself as Lien, a pretty common name in Lagras. Even if Lord Petitua objects, that no-good bastard is threatening to marry a girl from Lagras. The war's over, which means the kid's gonna give his kids Lagrassian names, and the girl will bring him happiness, not hate. I mean, if they did have kids, they'd probably be around this age. Hearing the old guy compliment her name made her grin. She actually likes it too. She's got this weird feeling, like she's never met him before, but his grumpy look doesn't scare her. Lien was thinking about the old man she met this morning and forgot she came to a creepy place to find Kaon. This haunted house looks seriously legit. It's times like these she realizes Kaon's a top-tier wizard. It's weird to think Kaon's somewhere here. The room's empty, all the furniture's gone. He said he'd be levitating. Lien suddenly found him among the trees and was about to touch him. Total surprise. But a second later, it was clear it was an illusion. The dude vanished with the ghosts. And Kaon showed up again when Lien least expected it. Scared her half to death. She figured he was just burning out from using magic too long, but the truth is, he could go all month. The guy's face instantly went red and sweaty when he heard she was asking him out on a date. They're only open in the mornings. Lien suggested hitting up some other clubs after lunch, not taking no for an answer. Truth is, Kaon's the only one she can go with, so he took her up on it. Meanwhile, an invite to the House of Horrors landed on Lex Begonia's desk, but to him, it's just a total drag. A killer aroma drifted from the Academy Festival. Liza's here. While Fior's checking out the walls, Lien decided to take a stroll too, but she doesn't know where to start. In the hallway, she suddenly spotted Jane, who's in charge of the Kuhn model arena. That's when Lex popped into the heroine's view, like he came out of nowhere. She doesn't even know why he's here. Following the trail of that fragrant magic power, the stranger is dying to see Liza. These girls are something else. Delicate, with pointed ears, known for their beauty, agility, and speed. But then, out of nowhere, this other girl shows up, and she looks like she's been through hell. This girl's clearly seen some serious stuff, so the elf decides she's gotta help her out. She tells the poor thing to take a deep breath, because she's gonna use her magic to chill her out. That scent, it's like a forest, and her face so delicate it's all nature and magic. This is a real elf, all right? Sensing magic like Liza's, the elf figures out it's Lien and asks how Liza and Lud are doing. At first, our girl's totally lost, but then it clicks. Liza must be her mom. This knockout's a bit much, huh? Her name's Sophia, and she's a longtime friend of Lien's parents. But then it turns out Lien's dad isn't named Lud. Sophia remembers his name was Ivelinhard. If he's a Hard, then that's gotta be her dad's name. That's when the elf girl realized he changed his name because of that old guy. Cool as a cucumber, Sophia asked about her parents, not even knowing they'd kicked the bucket 6 years ago. When she found out, she said without a second thought that a swordsman had offed them. Lien can't shake the feeling she suspects someone, even though her parents died of illness. Sophia's got a son about Lien's age, a half-elf who'll peace out before his mom, but she cherishes the time they have. Saying goodbye sucks, but she hopes they'll hold on to the memories of the good times. The elf girl's happy to hear the kid's doing all right now and found a place to live. She didn't expect to find Lisa's magic in a place like this, like she led the elf girl here to help the poor girl. Even though the model agency's waiting area is off limits, Karistine's went to see how Kuhn was doing. In 3 hours, Jane's gonna transform this kid into a work of art, and he's gonna shake up the fashion world. Mr. Petituo hadn't hit up the local fair yet, so Kuhn treated him to some tasty sandwiches. He's used to the local grub by now, but these sandwiches are still kinda weird, just bland. The kid thought his godfather's sandwiches were normal, but when he got here, people told him these sandwiches were normal. We're talking about a sandwich with a sauce that Karistine's invented himself back in the day. It's the best. The crazy thing is, the benefactor, the one who cured Kuhn of his illness, made him this sandwich. I remember he almost lost it, saying the taste was normal, because it was just like the ones his godfather made. Karistine's couldn't believe that girl's name was Lien. Once it came out that Karis was here too, Sophia knew she couldn't let him and Lien have a reunion. After hitting the haunted house, the students are barely holding it together from the terror they experienced being attacked by ghosts. The world K-On! Created has become a real source of friction for lovey-dovey couples who came here to hug a cute ghost. We're not fixing broken hearts here, pal. This place is a haunted house, and it's closed for the night. Lien was running a little late for her shift. She was checking out the other club booths. Sophia calmed her down a bit, but she still needs to figure out how to ditch Lex without any drama. After thinking for a sec, our girl asked K-On! To lend her some of his magic for a bit. Looks like with the new powers, Lien's still the same person, just with a different hair color. That's how she sees it. But to everyone else, she looks like a totally different person. Lien's reflection is completely different. She asked K-On! To cast a spell to make her look like someone else, but she didn't know the result would be like this. Because of this, she could see what K-On! Really looks like. It's weird seeing a completely different person in the mirror. Our girl doesn't want to be the center of attention on the date, so she asked to change her appearance. K-On!'s gotta change too. The dude suddenly got super stoked that they can now go by different names and decided to call Lien N. So the girl agreed and declared she'd be calling him Cheyenne from now on. The entire occult research club worked their butts off all semester to create a mountain of top-tier demon stones. Whoever scores the most points in darts gets to take home the grand prize. K-On!'s using magic to run their booth, so Lien's determined to win the prize and give it to him. She's about to show them the results of the special technique she's been practicing since she was a kid. Just as Lien was about to throw the final dart, some dude distracted her, wanting to know the name of his beautiful opponent. Something about this shy lady just struck the young man as different, you know? Since this guy wouldn't stop yapping at her, she had to tell him she had a boyfriend. Hoping to shut him up, Lien grabbed K-On!'s hand and introduced him as her man. But according to this dude, even friends can hug, so he figures they're just holding hands. "Hey, it's just rude not to," the kid said, asking the girl to introduce herself. He immediately got smacked upside the head by a girl with the same hair color for every word he said. Shy Amila apologized, saying her relative just gets worse every year. Weird, but Potato sees Lien in N's eyes, saying they look alike. Just then, the dart throwing time was up, and the owner gave the girl a participation prize. Ever since K-On! Was introduced as her boyfriend, he's been acting all glitchy and suddenly collapsed. Lien went into the boys' room to help him, and she's already dreading what she'll do when she wants to leave. Ignoring that it might be a little wrong, the girl kissed K-On! On the forehead and thanked him for the day. She was being selfish, but wouldn't tell the kid how she felt until she figured things out. Taking advantage of the situation while Kaan was unconscious, Lien gave in to her feelings and gently kissed his lips. She bounced, leaving the kid with the weirdest goodnight wish ever. Before the show, Fior's brother pumped him up, saying he could handle anything. The praise is getting wilder every day, and Fior's totally picking up on it. Still, Lion's bummed. She came expecting a model arena champ, but it's also meh. Honestly, this whole thing's more like a popularity contest for cosplaying students, just a tradition, really. To show Lien some cool costumes, Fior hooked her up with a backstage pass. He's still thrown for a loop when she reacts so genuinely. It's so not her usual vibe. The arena's full of flashy, elegant outfits, but Fior blew them all away just 'cause he's popular. Jane worked on Kuhn's costume, and it's hard to figure out how they pulled off that effect. And even though Lien didn't think about it, Kuhn recognized her even with the complete makeover. He figured Jane was behind it. I mean, the girl looks totally different now. Actually, the prince recognized her by the smell of grass and earth coming from her. Not like a literal smell, but more like the aroma of her magic. It's not that Lien came to see Kuhn. She was more interested in checking out Jane's work. She cares so much about her friends. He's starting to really like her. The second that forest scent hit the air, Sophia burst into the room like a bat out of hell. Now she recognizes Lien's scent. Now Karastines understands that magic surrounds her. Kuhn was shocked to learn his mom and godfather know Lien. The news about their connection just blindsided the girl. The elf who seemed so annoying at first, Kuhn's mom, the beautiful and kind girl she met. So that old guy who almost passed out, he's the young man's godfather? They bumped into each other in front of the stage, and that creepy old dude is still hounding Sophia. Him wanting to share his thoughts on Kuhn's performance doesn't exactly scream innocent intentions. Anyway, Sophia's super happy to see Lien, Kuhn's one lucky guy to have her as a friend. She was just thinking about sending a letter, and now she can get it to him through the young prince. Looking at that kid, Karastines is getting more and more convinced she's his granddaughter. Out of nowhere, Sophia suggests they check out this party with models happening backstage. Kuhn said Jane wanted to introduce them to some other designers, so if she's there, Lien's down to go. They gotta enjoy the academic festival, so they said their goodbyes for now. After the kids left, Sophia admitted she did that on purpose, and looks like Mr. Petitua caught on too. The fact that she's actually Rude's daughter makes her Karastines' granddaughter for real. Despite the elf's worries that he doesn't have the right to call her that, the old man sees the girl as his granddaughter. Looks like he forgot that Rude left home to hide from his watch with Lisa and give birth to Lien. Back then, Karas threatened to finish off that low-life woman from La Grasse the moment she stepped on his land. He pushed them away himself, saying he'd kill them. He kicked them out of a Bascantus. If it weren't for him, Rude and Lisa wouldn't have died, leaving their daughter behind. But all this sounds like crazy talk to him. The old guy just wants his granddaughter back. In the name of the forest, Sophia warned him to stay away from Lien. In La Grasse, he's just a pathetic killer. What happened has Karas thrown for a loop. His only child left, and he's the one who pushed him away. After the Academy Festival wrapped up, the girl finally decided to write a letter to her friend. It's a little weird writing a letter when they live in the same room and could just talk, but she can't bring herself to say it out loud. There's something Jane wants to confess to her. Something she did a long, long time ago. The fact they ended up as roommates? Totally not a coincidence. Jane got an offer. Befriend Lien, dig up some dirt, and her family's debt gets wiped clean. Not making excuses, but all she ever spilled was about Lien's type in guys, never actually trying to screw her over. A while after Jane started the assignment, the client called her in again. He changed his mind. Turns out he didn't need the info on Lien anymore. The girl followed his orders, so like he promised, Karjan canceled her debt. Instead of feeling relieved she didn't have to betray her friend anymore, her first thought was about the debt being gone, and she felt peace. The reason the big boss changed his mind is because Lien really doesn't like being watched. She didn't notice it, but Kaan figured it out when he got closer to her. He already knew Lien hated being spied on, but he figured if it was a secret, it wouldn't matter. But then, the kid realized he couldn't do anything to hurt her, anything that would betray her trust. They're both too messed up to be Lien's friends. Saying that in front of Karjan was risky as hell, but Jane couldn't stay quiet. The Academy tyrant, famous for his temper, didn't say a word, just stared silently at the night sky. Jane can't do this anymore. It's been too long. She should have confessed right away. After all these months, she still can't get the guts to tell Lien. Sometimes, seeing her in a good mood, Jane just didn't want to ruin her day. Other times, Lien seemed down and her roommate didn't want to add to her troubles. Sometimes Jane figured she had no right to bum her out before exams or the holidays. She kept wanting to wait until after the festival, always finding an excuse. Now she's decided to burn the letter and tell her everything face to face. A confession shouldn't be on paper. If Leanne finds out the truth, she'll probably never want to see her roommate again, but at least Jane can say goodbye. The writing on the paper slowly smolders, turning to ash. Jane doesn't even know when she messed up. She used to live like a normal student, but after her dad's business tanked, her family went bankrupt and she dropped out of the academy. Her friends all ditched her. Not a single one even bothered to reply to her letters. That's when she realized she could never have friends again, and that's why she took Karzhan's offer. Today, Jane's decided to spill everything. She's done running. This is on her. But seeing Lean with that cursed pen, she knew her friend had figured it all out. The girl who made a deal with Karzhan was crushed by the weight of her friend's knowing gaze. Jane didn't want it to come out like this. This is the worst possible way. Not long before, Leanne had seen that someone left a note on her desk. The sender was wondering if she'd be interested to know where Jane worked during her leave of absence. From her friend herself, she heard that she was a maid for some aristocrat. It's clear from the start that this guy's got bad intentions. He didn't even sign it. It looked so messed up that Leanne decided to just ignore it. As she was about to burn the anonymous letter, she started looking for matches when she noticed something weird. The feathers on the pen turned blue. Looks like the memory's full, it ran out way too fast. Listening to the last recording, Leanne heard her friend's conversation with Karzhan, everything they agreed on. Realizing she messed up, Jane started apologizing, saying she was going to tell her sooner. The truth is, before returning to the academy, she worked at the Duke Lycian's mansion. She became Lion's roommate and got close to her on Lord Karzhan's orders. They paid the girl for info. Karzhan totally set her up. Turns out Jane was hiding this the whole time, even when Leanne was talking about Lycian, even when the three of them were hanging out. The main character thought they were friends, but they were playing her the whole time. Not the Sarah blend, but them she should have been worried about. There's no point in sticking around here anymore. Jane couldn't let her friend leave because she was the one who should be walking out. In that moment of devastation and despair, Leanne just wanted it all to be a lie. She wanted Jane to say it was all made up, or at least explain herself and beg for forgiveness. She knows her hopes are pointless, but the pain is just unbearable. Her only hope is that mom or dad, someone, will answer her and tell her what to do now. Kaon still can't take his eyes off the gift Lean won for him at the fair. He's racking up more and more precious memories with Lean, the photo, the squirrel toy. Even he couldn't believe it, but the dude suddenly heard his girl's voice outside the window. Seems impossible, right? But to be sure, Kaon decided to head down and see her outside. He had to know what was up. If she needed him, he would have come anyway. Lean's colder than ever today. Without looking up, she asked him what he wanted. Seriously, if she ever needs anything, Kaon would give her his most prized possessions. If she needs magic, he'll whip some up. She barely glanced at the keychain he gave her, and tears started welling up in her eyes. Furious, she grabbed the toy and swung it around, not even sure if she wanted to hit him with it or just chuck it away. Her anger kind of faded for a sec, and she decided to ask if he thought she was into Karzhan. Clearly, he thinks he's doing what she likes, but Leanne just finds it laughable. The truth is, it's just his selfish need to feel good and his messed up obsession. He just wants a girl to be a doll for his games, someone who accepts everything he does and doesn't overthink things. Leanne's only hoping that he enjoyed playing at making a friend, that it was all fun and games for him since she didn't suspect a thing. Kaon himself told her to ask for whatever she needed, so she asked him to get lost from her life. She doesn't want to see anyone like that self-centered jerk again. A month went by, and Jane still hadn't returned to the dorm after that day. Lean figured she might be living in another room, but the more she thought about it, the heavier her heart felt. Karzhan, who was always popping up out of nowhere and calling to her, had just completely vanished. And she can't even remember what his face looked like the last time she saw him. Now only the air in the dorm room and the purple hyacinth remind her that time is passing. She asked Hans to look after Jane, even though she has tons of friends. Only Hans can really comfort her right now. Lean stopped going to the club to avoid Karzhan, so she's missed her chance to run into Fior and Kuhn. In the end, the heartbroken heroine was left all alone. After Professor George urgently summoned her to his office, she went to see him right away. But in his office, some disturbingly cheerful guy suddenly jumped out at her. Turns out it was Acanthus. Professor George told him about Leon, and he rushed over. He suddenly wrote a letter saying Leon was in terrible danger. Her godfather was so freaked out, he sped over here. The professor also said that one of her classmates asked him for help and added that Lian loves and knows a lot about herbs. So, if Acanthus has any cool stories about that kind of stuff, he should tell her to cheer her up. Still, her godfather's really curious about what the heck happened that's got everyone so worried about her. Lian couldn't keep up the act that everything was okay. She just burst into tears right in front of him. After a bit, Professor George poured her some hot tea, brewed with his experimental gadgets. Seeing Lian instantly relax reminded Acanthus of when she was little and would start bawling. As a kid, she wanted so badly to be friends with him, but he always kept his distance and it stung. Godfather always laughed when he told that story. There weren't many things in his life that gave him a chuckle. Looks like school's tougher on Lian than she thought. Sometimes getting away from it all is the answer. Being a traveling herbalist isn't half bad, and Acanthus suggests they hit the road together. Lian hadn't even considered it. He gave her time to think it over and told her she could let him know her decision later. Acanthus is the only one who shares memories of her parents. Maybe he can help Lian find her way. After their talk, our girls suddenly bumped into a talking potato in the hallway. Potato, round and kinda cute. Amila figured she almost liked the nickname. But that wasn't nearly as important as the launch of the Lean Appreciation Club. LAC, short for Lean Appreciation Club, naturally. The Academy has a tradition of starting all sorts of fan clubs like bubble wrap enthusiasts, a cat club, and a baking club. So the guys made this to let everyone know how awesome Lean is, and their goal is to outdo the Karjan and Fiora clubs. Amala and Kun being here makes sense, but the heroine didn't expect to see her neighbor Nancy. Turns out, Nancy figured out who left her the deodorant, because Lian's skills are legendary around here. The club has way more members than you'd think. Maybe Lian doesn't realize the impact she has. Like Chris, a freshman from the herbology department, he joined because Lian was a role model for him. And Elia admitted she started admiring her after that whole business with getting rid of those transfer students. Bella was totally jealous of Lean at first, but she became a fan. That repellent idea is what inspired Ari to come here. This young herbalist has no clue how many people actually look up to her. Nancy said they really wanted to throw a party with all the club members, but she's been so down lately they just wanted to see her smile. The truth is, Leanne was just doing what felt right, trying to make things easier for herself. The reason these guys are going so hard for her is 'cause she helped them out and now they want to return the favor. Maybe they ain't as close as her real friends, but in their own way, they want to show her they got her back. Looks like Leanne was wrong. She thought she was back to being alone, but that's not the case. Guess she better stick around. She's got a reason to stay, and some stuff she needs to work through. It might take a while, but she'll definitely get through it and come out on top. 1 cot, 6 single desks, 7 blankets, 2 pillows, a couch from the faculty lounge. Even with all this, Leanne would probably be more comfortable just crashing in her dorm. After they showed her the fan club, the members told her she could chill here and fixed up a place for her to sleep. Just recently, they invited her to the fan club's birthday party. She figured she'd be meeting a bunch of strangers, but it turned out she already knew a lot of them. Since it's a new club, they got stuck with a room in a barely used hallway. Our girl doesn't know what department these guys are from, but she ran into someone from her past here. A month went by, and rumors started flying about Jane and Carcione. Leanne was right in the middle of it, but she just ignored it. She just wants to clear her head of these guys who are taking up all her brain space. If she forgives them, things will go back to normal. But even if everything looks normal on the surface, her wounded mind is still gonna be hurting. As he walked past her, Karshan lowered his head and apologized for showing up in front of her again, but he just couldn't take the pain anymore. Seeing the Duke's heir on his knees, Leanne told him to get up immediately. His hands are shaking from the pain. The only thing that will help him is saving the girl who still lives in his heart. If only Leanne could revel in his humiliation, laugh at seeing him on his knees and think he deserved it. If only she could feel better by blaming Kion for everything, but begging for help isn't something you should do in a place like this. The girl can't forgive him, despite all her feelings for him. She just walked away, even though it seemed like she should have snapped and hit Kion when they met. The whole time Sarah was watching them, she thought their relationship should have already fallen apart. That's when she realized she hadn't done enough and decided to push even harder. Push so hard until everything is beyond repair. The note exposing Jane was written on the same paper with the same handwriting. After the rumors about a fight with Karshan, other gossip started spreading, and Leanne became the target of some kind of misunderstanding. Security at the academy is way tighter than it looks. You can't just waltz in from the outside. Thinking that no one could do harm either outside or inside the building, Leanne considered that it might not be a person. Toby didn't show up for snack time today, and that sparked some pretty dark thoughts in her head. She decided to look for him outside, figuring she'd just check the places where he hides food, and then leave. Her worries weren't unfounded. Little Toby was dead, brutally killed with a cold weapon in the bushes. Meanwhile, in the men's dorm, Karshan is missing his sweetheart, and memories of her are flooding his mind. Not long before, Leon told him she didn't appreciate people digging into her personal life when she hadn't shared anything herself. He should have told her the truth back then, but now that she's gone, it doesn't even matter. Karshan's super bummed, realizing how dumb and cowardly he acted. He even thought about ditching the academy, but the further he gets, the harder it is to breathe. Kaon misses her like crazy and can only beg for forgiveness with the flowers that used to make her happy. Even if he has to live like this forever, he just wants to hear Leon say his name, just once. So, the second he heard her desperately calling out to him, he rushed to help without a second thought. Covered in blood, Leon was freaking out, clutching bloody Toby and didn't know what to do. He's so cold, he's just a weak magic beast. If this is it, Leon can't handle it. Just when she was at her most vulnerable, a low voice nearby wrapped around her, warm and gentle. This sudden feeling of calm made her believe that everything would actually be okay. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her heart felt like it was bursting just from hearing Toby's voice. Karshan's stoked to see her smile again, even if she only comes around when she needs something. He's got no right to complain, seeing as he put Leon through hell, but the fact he can help her makes him happy. Every time Kaon's around her, he's grinning like an idiot. He's trying to do the right thing and either laughs or cries at everything Leon says. He's nothing like Lex, who couldn't care less about her. With Karshan, she feels important and valued. Our girl can't sleep on other couches. She never liked houseplants, but someone keeps bringing them. She hates an empty room, 'cause it fills her head with all kinds of garbage thoughts. And get this, Leon tried to hate Kaon, she really did, but it looks like it's impossible. The warm fuzzies she's got for him just pulled her right back to him. He ain't getting another chance. After everything went down, Jane was the first one to come running, wanting all the deets. Word is Toby took a serious beating, so the girl brought Leon some chill pills to keep her from freaking out too much. Jane's back, and Leon's been doing a lot of thinking since she left. How come she, someone who never bows down to anyone, suddenly showed weakness in front of Karshan? Why did she ask about Leon's type the second they met? And why act like she wanted to back her up when it was time to join the club? It all points to Jane being Karshan's spy, but remembering all this, the only thing bugging our girl is the look on her friend's face that day, like she wanted to say something but couldn't, probably trying to find the right moment. Leon wouldn't want the girl to ignore her feelings, but those are exactly the thoughts that are eating her up. Bottom line, more than anything, she just wants that dummy Jane to keep being a good person. These notes meant for Leon are super cryptic and shady as hell. Someone even hurt Toby, so next time they might hurt a person, but they don't know who's responsible. If anyone knows Jane worked at Duke Lycian's mansion, they're probably an aristocrat. It's most likely a woman attacked Toby, someone who could benefit from splitting Lion and Karshan up. If she's got extreme and aggressive views, the heroine's got one suspect in mind. If it really is that girl, Leon's gonna make her pay for what she did to Toby. The next day, Sarah started off by calling the guys idiots who don't realize this whole thing's about to crumble. But suddenly, her eyes landed on a gift box someone left on her desk. Peeking inside, the girl was totally stunned. She's gonna get what's coming to her real soon. Leon actually decided to send a knife with a note pointing to a location, almost like admitting to the crime. Sarah was stalking Karshan and was worried Jane worked at Duke Lycian's mansion. Jane called Karshan in for backup just to put the screws to this psycho and get a confession, for safety. Somehow, Sarah found out about their thing, and she went off the deep end, totally radicalized. She decided Toby had to go. As soon as Karshan showed up, he suggested they just ask her straight up. The fact that those two were together really set Sarah off. She thought they couldn't even stand to be in the same room. She just can't believe Leon forgave those two phonies who were playing her. Sarah hates those types the most. The ones who butter you up and act all nice, but are really just sucking the life out of people. In the end, Leon's gonna get tossed out on the street, just like that lowlife she felt sorry for. After those words, it was crystal clear. This revenge-obsessed girl actually offed Toby. Karshan heard she messed with Leon, and now he's trying to figure out what to do with her. But don't sweat it, he's gonna hit this killer with an illusion that'll be her own personal hell. A wrist is enough in this case. Karshan's revenge is terrifying in action. But Sarah, bitter and enraged, couldn't stand being humiliated. She grabbed her sword and plunged it into the guy. Like she was possessed, she wanted him dead, but Kaon just ignored her, didn't even look her in the eye. If the Lysian heir can't be hers, he shouldn't belong to anyone. Actually, it's not that simple. Illusion is his ability, and he managed to outsmart her. But now that she knows, Kaon wished her sweet dreams. The incident involving the assassination attempt on the Duke Lysian's son became public knowledge. Sarah was expelled from the academy, and the court sentenced her to exile. Leon's only wondering why she panicked so much at the end, like she totally lost it. According to Kaon, Sarah was under the influence of magic. The earrings she wore were some kind of cursed object. You can tell right away this thing ain't super powerful, but it can mess with people who are feeling intense emotions. Truth is, magic doesn't change who you are or create feelings. It's more like someone whispering bad ideas in your ear. It wasn't a total bust. Shame it didn't work out, but Lex will give it another shot. Lex Begonia was wandering around late again. Ain't it just great when your dear brothers greet you when you get back? That's Rain Begonia, the second son, and Roel Begonia, the family's third son. After their mom died, Dad went downhill too, so Rain can't stand that Lex is off gallivanting instead of running the house. If he keeps refusing to think about the family's future, the second son is letting him give up his spot as heir. In his eyes, Lex is acting like a damn kid, just bumming around the streets. Since it's way too late to argue, Roel told them both to get some rest. Rain can't let that low-down, unpleasant character, who's only a year or two older, look down on his brothers. Aunt Leanne totally understood why I couldn't make it home for the holidays again. Ever since classes started, she's got to listen to Lucas whine every day, so she's better off feeling sorry for me. Now that Lucas is in the upper grades too, Leanne and him see each other all the time. In her last letter, Auntie asked me to tell her about the academy. Honestly, it's nothing special. Every year there's more homework and responsibilities. My life is totally packed right now. Back in the spring, we had the field games. Since no one dared to throw a ball at Leanne, she had to take Kaon out herself. In the summer, we went to Hans's workshop. Those modern mass production lines were actually pretty cool. In the fall, we had a club picnic. Fjord won the Imperial tournament. Me and my friends are getting closer. We argued, made up, drifted apart, but I guess that's why they say friendship gets stronger after a fight. Now Professor Walter's telling us to get our butts in gear and study hard for the exams. He told them to start thinking now about what they want to do after graduation, or they'll put it off and it'll be too late. By senior year, students slack off, start dating, then they graduate and just keep drifting. Acantos told Leanne to keep an eye on the professor, but in 2 years, she hasn't noticed anything fishy. She'd like to be cautious, but Walter already dislikes students so much. Getting close to him is impossible. The day to congratulate Hans arrived. He was officially a grown-up now. His birthday's the latest, and everyone else has been an adult for ages, so he felt left out and alone. Jane already told him to stop acting so darn cute because a guy who's got a girl shouldn't be flirting. Those two have been going out for 2 years, but Leanne just can't get used to it. The conversation turned to the tragedy at the Duke Begonia's estate. Their businesses might soon go belly up. About 3 years ago, the Duchess Begonia passed away, and soon after, the Duke was struck with an illness, and he passed 2 days ago. And yesterday, their second son died in a carriage accident. It's a huge shock to high society. It's all a little too convenient to be an accident. Leanne thinks Lex is behind it. She figures the reason he's rushing things is because she's graduating soon. Once she's out of the academy, her protection is gone. And after graduation, she and Kaon can't hang out as friends anymore. Guess it's time to brace for goodbye. Karjan would do anything for Leanne. Lex will do anything for his ambitions. She doesn't want this to turn into a family feud, so she needs to distance herself from both Lex and Karzion. It won't be easy, since she doesn't know what he'll do, or how to break it off with him. Guess because Leanne was up all night thinking her body's all stiff this morning. Jane startled her, bursting into the room like that. Where's she been on a Sunday morning? Turns out Jane was after that letter because the Duchess of Lysian wants to talk to Leanne. Looks like our girl hasn't quite grasped that Karjan's mom told her to come today ASAP. The restaurant they used to go to with Karjan is owned by the Lysian family. But meeting his mom at a place that screams date spot is kinda weird, right? Though what does Leanne care about her own feelings? Karjan's mom is already here. Jane says the Duchess is a good person, but she's not her son's girlfriend, just a maid, so she can't advise her on anything. That's the problem. Leanne isn't even Karjan's girlfriend right now. She knows he loves her, and she loves him too, but the rumors about them are getting out of control. Seizing the opportunity, Leanne's just gonna start breaking things off with Kaon, because after graduation, there'll be way too many obstacles between them. If that's really what she's decided, then Jane won't try to stop her. Looks like Lean's planning to get on the Duchess's bad side, probably a 3-step plan. First, the relationship test. When they met, the Duchess implied Karjan was head over heels. Since she already knew, Leon answered honestly, "The rumors are way overblown, they're just friends." Stage 2. Testing the strength of their bond. Knowing Lion's been close to Karjan, the Duchess sized up her wisdom. As a mother, she wanted to know if the girl really thought her son had become a better person. After apologizing, our girl had to disagree. Her answer was a hard no. Kaon isn't a good or kind person, but he's good to Lien, and that's enough. He's completely smitten. The Duchess figured her son would never let anyone call him that. But now it's time for the big one, to break them up. Sylvia offered a ton of cash. The final stage, bribery. "This is my chance to make life miserable for Karjan's mom, so I gotta nail this thing shut right now." Lien agreed to take the money. They're not serious, which means they can break up today. Hearing that, Sylvia stood up from the table, and the girl in front of her braced herself for anything. If Lien was under her son's spell, the Duchess would try to save her, but she's got a backbone. The girl's keeping it together and saying what she thinks, sizing up Karjan, and she's not afraid to dump him. This girl's the only one who won't let Karjan walk all over her, so Sylvia asked her to look after him. The next day, the exam results came out, and everyone the professor was worried about passed with flying colors. Especially Hans. He aced the practical exam by making a perfect painkiller, probably thanks to that new formula. Unlike the old stuff, it doesn't cause any nasty side effects and it's cheap to make. Now the recipe's public knowledge and even part of the curriculum. Hans' painkiller is selling like crazy. Man, if only Professor George could snag that herbalist of his for the lab. And then Lien totally bombed the exam, relatively speaking. Still aced it compared to the other students, but she's usually on another level. The botany professor thought she was a freaking prodigy with herbs, but it looks like she's got other things on her mind right before graduation. With her skills, she could become a royal herbalist, or maybe the merchant houses and alchemy guilds already have their eyes on her. The professor's just dreaming that Leanne will become his research assistant. She hasn't been able to focus since meeting the Duchess, but at least she managed to pass the exam somehow. To figure out what to do, she decided to get some advice, but not from her friends, and not from Professor Walter. That'd be like airing your dirty laundry to your family. Professors are a no-go too. She needs a nobleman, someone outside her circle, someone she can at least partially trust with personal stuff. Lean, clueless about who the head of the academy is making a surprisingly smart choice. By then, a letter from the advisor had arrived at the Lysian mansion. To speed things up, Lean got an instant delivery magic envelope, but this time she sent the letter first. She told her uncle a story about a friend, but Leonin quickly realized Leon was writing about herself. The letter described a clash between two noble families and a girl caught in the middle of it all. Then, out of nowhere, a noblewoman proposes she marry her son. Probably the noblewoman is the head of the family, giving an unusually warm welcome to a girl who isn't aristocracy, and she's got doubts. Leonian got it immediately. Leon had walked right into a classic high society trap, and her uncle can't let her make the wrong choice, so he used teleportation magic. When he says choice, he means Leon's wedding, which he won't allow. At a cafe in the shopping district near the academy, the heroine learned that the noble lady wasn't really interested in her high. My uncle says this family's got serious power, and for those kinds of families, marriage is all about playing politics and staying strong. Leon gets it. He doesn't even need to spell it out. They're not exactly known for marrying common girls. So if that's the case, they must be getting something out of this. They need a puppet. My uncle's convinced that if a woman can decide who her son marries all by herself, she's sitting at the very top of the food chain in that house. And for ladies like that, sometimes even their own son becomes a rival. Clearly, picking a bride like this is just her way of holding on to her power. If Leanne ends up in that house, she'll be nothing but a puppet. Whoever this woman is, she's playing a dangerous game. But she doesn't want power. If she did, she would have become Duchess Lexa. Leonian figures when someone has to put up with too much crap, they eventually get worn down and make the wrong call. Right now, she's stuck between two families. She needs to figure out what she'll do if she gets cornered. If a war breaks out between our families and people get hurt, if there's a power grab, if she ends up abandoned, could Leanne really just look out for herself then? That's a seriously tough call. The smartest thing to do is make sure none of that ever happens. Now that the whole status thing is sorted, and she believes Karjan will love her forever, she's ready to trust him with her life. She can't just dump all the responsibility on him. Maybe it's best to just leave things as they are. For a second there, Lian thought she could be with the guy she loves, no matter the situation. Wondering if she'd rather be a daughter than a bride, Leonian straight up offered to adopt her. He's only got a good-for-nothing son, so he figured it'd be better to give everything to a daughter like Lean. And if she agrees to be his daughter, Leonian promises to treat her like his own and find her a husband worthy of her. But she hasn't even cashed the check she got for her advice. Spending a rich guy's money is a whole ordeal for her. Truth is, the heroine's already got her own path and she's not about to ditch it. By the way, graduation's today, and Lion's address is changing again. She's heading back home. The fortune Lion's piled up thanks to Hans's trading company is seriously massive. Those meds flipped the market, and chances are she's got more dough than a whole bunch of nobles combined. And she moved all that cash to her aunt's earldom, so even if Lian kicks the bucket and Begonia wants payback, they'll have the funds. The heroines decided to take a small sum after graduation, just enough to live on, and cut all ties with her friends. Then she's gonna bail to some tiny village where nobody knows her, to live there alone until Lex forgets about her. She secretly found a place to live through Hans. He hasn't broken his word once since they met. Leon's got to completely cut off contact with all her friends. Lex Begonia will be watching to see if she gets in touch with them. And of course, she'll have to say goodbye to Karjan too. When they met, she said she just wanted to see him, since they didn't have much time left before graduation. Kaon meant the world to her. He was her safe place. Now everything that happened feels like a dream. Lian was genuinely happy, and he knows it because when she's happy, he's happy too. The pain of parting hit her like a ton of bricks. She's got everything ready to leave, but she doesn't want to go. Out of the blue, Karjan remembered and gave her that keychain. It seemed like she needed something to hold on to, so he offered her himself. He just wanted to say that he was happy with her too, and after graduation, he wanted to make even more memories. Karjan wants all of that with Lian, the girl who's taken root in his heart, deep and strong. Denying everything, she suddenly panicked and said she had to figure something out fast. She doesn't know how, she doesn't have a plan, but she's definitely going to come up with something. Not knowing what she was talking about, the guy understood and was totally ready to back her up. Only then does Lian have to promise she'll ask for help, to be with her. That's Lizian's real dream. She doesn't care if it's a dumb decision. The heroine's not giving up on happiness. She's never giving up Kaon again. Since she's ditching home again, the guy's seriously ticked off at her. Word is, Lean's moving out right after graduation. Finals are done, and graduation's right after winter break. If their family did something to upset her, if that's the case, Lucas wants to know about it. First of all, he's gotten so tall it makes his sister uncomfortable when he gets too close. To answer in order, Leon's not going back to the Count's estate, it's just how things worked out. But Lucas knew right away it was because of Han. Mom and Dad love their kids so much they don't notice. But he knows his brother can be a jerk sometimes, and figured he did something to get under Leon's skin. Honestly, it's just time for her to live on her own, it's all good. Begonia's blade and Lysian magic, the family with the most power in the Lagras Empire. Lex wiped out his own family and completely took over. The country could fall apart because of him. To keep Lex Begonia's actions from causing more victims, Lian has to stop him herself. Only then can she be with Karjan peacefully, but first, she needs to tweak the plan a little. She's gonna disappear after graduation, without even telling Karjan. Only Jane, Hans, and that uncle know. It's not like they fought or she fell out of love, it's the opposite actually. She didn't even want to come back at first, but she changed her mind. She just can't leave Karjan. That's why the first step in her plan is to seduce Karjan at the graduation ball. According to Jane, that guy's already head over heels for her, so she thinks all this rushing is because graduation will tear them apart. Truth is, Leon's planning a comeback when the time's right, but for now, she'll lay low, using magic to hide her appearance. The problem with her plan is that Kaon just has to wait for her. There's a chance that his feelings for her might cool off in the meantime. That's why she wants to totally win him over at graduation, lock it down for good. Jane's gonna help her out, making sure her friend outshines everyone and captivates not just Karjan, but the whole room. This graduation ball's happening in the new year, after everyone's officially an adult. The grads are raising glasses of champagne and wine, making toasts, but they can't let their guard down. A lot of them have already made their debut in high society with their parents. Plus, every year, they provide outfits for the ball, so graduation's like an aristocratic gala. Word is, Karjan and Fior showed up without dates, but Fior's the one that really surprised people. Just 2 or 3 years ago, he was playing the field, never settling down with anyone. Then, out of nowhere, he dedicated himself completely to fencing, like a totally different dude. Back then, Karjan said he'd cast a mind control spell to keep himself from losing it. At least he wouldn't faint. Lee's ready too. She booked a room at the fanciest hotel for tonight. She even prepped with a special potion, so she's totally ready in every way. This girl isn't playing games with their affection, and she's not forcing Karjan into anything. He's already shown her how he feels, so she won't doubt those feelings anymore. But Leon wants to feel it, remember his warmth, know he's there, so those memories can help her move forward. That's why tonight she wants Karjan to be completely hers. Just like she figured, her killer looks were too much for the guy. He cracked. I gotta say, she really brought her A-game today. Jane totally killed it. Fior can see it too. She looks incredible, like a freaking bride on her wedding day. Jane made that outfit just for her. Usually everyone just picks flowers to match or copies some rich snob. But the way Fior sees it, to really make that outfit pop, she needs to pick the right guy to go with it. To keep him from freaking out, Leon said she wasn't hitting on his friends, not knowing she just hit a nerve. Either way, Karsion needs to snap out of it, but he's still out cold after that snap. The realization that Kaon wasn't breathing hit Fior like a ton of bricks. He broke out in a cold sweat. Beauty can leave you speechless, sure, but stopping breathing? That's taking it too far. Code red. Karsion just straight up passed out in the living room. After that little drama, the prom vibe is stronger than ever. Surrounded by the party and all the happy noise, Leanne feels like an idiot. She totally screwed up her own plan. Everyone looks 10 times hotter at the ball. She should have factored that in. There's no way to predict Lean looking this gorgeous or that Karjan's so head over heels for her. She tried so hard, but she's slowly realizing nothing's gonna work out tonight. So this wild child decided to drink her fill, but someone suddenly stopped her. Knowing she's bummed her partners out of it, Fior thinks she got a little carried away. According to him, that dude calculated the control magic's strength based on past dances. This time he needed to crank it up. Leon said she just can't enjoy the evening fully, but even so, Fior can't let her drink. He decided to wake Karjan up. As his roommate, he's got a foolproof method. Under Fior's warm jacket, the girl didn't notice she closed her eyes. She even thought she was back at the hotel. Soon graduation's ending. Through her sleep, Leanne felt someone trying to escort her to her room. Karsion showed up just in the nick of time, seeing some creep trying to snatch his girl. Truth is, Kun just wanted to walk her back to her room, and he was keeping an eye on her the whole time. But according to Kaon, he was just lurking in the corner, staring without even making a move. If Kun was her man, he wouldn't have let Leanne get drunk and alone, and he ain't leaving until she's safe. Looks like he doesn't get it. He could never be her man. Karsion's sure of it. Just then, through her drunken haze, she heard Karsion's voice. She mumbled that she'd been waiting for him. Those words alone made Kun eat his pride and back off, telling the guy to take care of Leanne. The important thing is, Karsion's here now. He's been working on some seriously powerful control magic. He decided to escort her to the dorm or wherever she wants to go. Leanne directed him to the hotel on the corner, 3rd floor, room 301. She wants Karsion to tuck her into bed. Back at the hotel, the young man was about to call for a maid and tell the girl to wash off her makeup and change. But now that she's alone with him, Leanne wants nothing more than to hold on to him. However, Karjan thinks they need to consider everything more carefully and can't make decisions like this on the spur of the moment. If not tonight, then never. The place, the time, this decision, tonight, Lyon's got it all set up. The truth is, the young man isn't against it at all. Quite the opposite, actually. His darling has no idea how much he's burning with desire, the storm of feelings he's holding back inside. At the crucial moment, Leanne suddenly pulled away. She felt sick. She needed to be completely clean before the end of the party. This didn't seem like a problem to the young mage. He easily cast a cleansing spell. His miracle magic can even flush out alcohol. This is Leanne's last chance. If she doesn't push Karjan away now, he won't stop. That sounds seriously tempting, like Kaon's kissable lips. You just can't get enough. He's the heir to a duke's estate. She's just a regular girl, and this might be their only shot to be together. That's their destiny, but Leanne won't let fate decide. She'll get back to her man, no matter what it takes. Winter breaks over, and the students have just 1 week left at the academy. Leanne did see him, and even if things aren't perfect, she'll fix them. She especially loved the color, white with the faintest hint of pink. It looks totally amazing. Suddenly, Jane felt like someone was there. She always picks up on people first. Leanne really loved it. She saw her future home over the winter. After the graduation ball during winter break, she went on a trip to check out the house where she'll be living. A secluded, quiet little country house where nobody ever goes. The perfect size for living alone. Hans really came through with the search. Seems like he's good at everything except studying. Lean's gonna disappear completely after graduation, but no use getting down about it. She'll be back. To cheer us up, she told us she finally achieved her goal after graduation. But after graduation, she'll have to cut all ties with Karjan, but she's leaving so they can meet again. After graduation, Karjan's been all over her, and he's asked Lean out like 1,000,000 times. He doesn't care if people see them. He wants everyone to see, so no one else even thinks about hitting on Lean. The kid promised to chill out just so she'd let him stick around a little longer. Graduation's right around the corner and Karjan just can't seem to let her go. Leonian thinks it's a waste of talent to graduate from the best academy and then just leave, with no return date. Deciding to step in, the Duke called the butler and told him to find housing near an address, then buy up all the buildings there. After the graduation ceremony, while all the students were scrambling to pack up the stuff they'd accumulated over the years, Leanne got a letter. She was just about to leave her dorm room, which had become like a second home when it arrived. This is one of those letters we wrote to our future selves. Guess they're handing them out before we move out. Since Jane brought it, looks like there's more mail and a package for Lean. Turns out, Acanthus sent a graduation gift to congratulate her on finishing the school year. He thought long and hard about what to give for the future and chose an hourglass. She'll need it when she's thinking of him. The engraving of daffodils is really beautiful, except instead of sand, the glass is filled with liquid of an interesting color. And there's also a letter from the owner of that house Lean was looking at recently. He's reaching out about some changes to their verbal agreement they discussed at their last meeting. Turns out some big shot with deep pockets suddenly bought up all the buildings in the village, so the owner can't sell the house. Lean's already packed her stuff, gotta clear out the dorm tomorrow, but she's got nowhere to go. Everything's gone sideways. If she starts apartment hunting right now, there's no way she'll find a decent place this fast. Out of the blue, Jane needed to step out for a sec and told her friend to stay put and not go anywhere. That letter she wrote to her future self, there's something special about it. In the letter, she said she's doing great and then asked her future self how she's doing. Leanne feels like things aren't going so hot for her right now. All that hard work planning just down the drain in a second. Maybe the problem is she only focused on one idea. Along with the gift came some life advice. Acanthus told her to live only for herself, but if Leanne ditches her family, her aunt, her friends, love, and ends up all alone, can she even call that living? She doesn't know. These thoughts were interrupted by a tap on the window. As usual, Karjan was using the window for his grand entrance. When he asked for help, the girl was surprised and said she needed to know what was up before she could answer. This is the kind of favor he's been beating around the bush about. Kaon just wants to suggest living together. His mom's looking for a lady's companion who can actually hold a conversation, but she's got so much energy, hardly anyone can keep up. So, if Leon's interested, he'd like to ask her specifically, and she was over here thinking he was about to pop the question. Come to think of it, this is an opportunity. If she lives in the Duke's mansion, Lex won't be able to just come after her. But the problem is, Kaon doesn't know about her connection to Duke Begonia. How the Duke and his wife will react is anyone's guess. But his parents will definitely side with their son. It's easier to get rid of Leanne than to get into a fight with another family. Even though Karjan doesn't know what she's worried about, he's ready to help, and he'll always be on her side. When Leanne listens to him, like back then and even now, it feels like everything will somehow work itself out. If she tells the guy straight up, there's no telling how he'll react, so she decided to look for another way out first. But she's stressing because she hasn't figured out how to win over the Duke's family. Until she and Karjan officially announce they're a thing, it's like nothing's even happening between them. Not knowing if he'd even agreed to play along, Leanne decided to wing it until she found a new place to live. Operation Just Friends is a go. The important thing is that Karjan takes care of the girl. But she forgot one key detail. This family moves at warp speed when it comes to getting close, and they don't care what Leanne thinks. Just like Duke Lycian wanted, the butler bought up all the houses in that neighborhood. If there's a problem, it's taken care of. Now Leanne has no reason to turn down the Duke's offer. He's ready to welcome her with open arms, so she can become his daughter. However, 8 hours later it became clear that she had vanished into thin air. When Leonian returned, bummed out about losing his perfect daughter, his wife was furious that he hadn't even eaten dinner. He couldn't find Leanne, so he decided to report her missing right away, thinking something had happened to her. But hearing her voice, he turned to her so sharply that Leanne herself got spooked. The Duchess is so happy they got to meet, although the fact that she accepted the girl is already a great joy for Leonian. Even though Lian came to work as a maid, the Duke and Duchess already think of her as their daughter-in-law and sweet daughter. The only problem is that Sylvia considers her the best daughter-in-law ever, and Leonian can't let her marry a jerk like Karjan. He wants to find her a worthy husband, even if he has to search the whole world to do it. Of course, she'd be a good daughter too, but the Duchess really wants to see grandkids who are like Lian and Karjan. The young man himself decided to escort the girl to her room, but she wanted to talk to the servants of this mansion first. After all, she works here, unless this is just a pretext, and Kaon actually wants to be with her all day long. Lean will make sure they can see each other, but also leave time for them to be apart. She'd seen the head butler around a lot, but this was the first time he introduced himself as Morel Tazoa, happy to be serving the young mistress. Even though she's a commoner, Morel can't drop the formalities with her, or he'll get reamed. Their little chat got cut short by the head butler's nasty yelling. He wants to know what they're up to. Altamir told Morel to escort the guest, not stand around gabbing with her in the hallway. That's why Morel's still just a butler. Hearing that rudeness, Lian decided to step in and defend the butler, saying she started the conversation. Furious, Alteo sent Morel to get back to work, taking over escort duty himself. The whole way he was muttering under his breath about how the Duchess picked up another stray. This house is turning into Grand Central Station. Now Lian gets it, there's some hazing going on here. She doesn't care, she's used to being treated like crap. So, Alteo thinks she's just as much of a charity case as her predecessor, Jane. To him, this girl is just a commoner, and they're known for being rude. First, the head butler offered her a bath, but since the tub in her room was filthy, he took her to another room. Just like clockwork, the little chick fell for it, and now she's gonna have to try and get out of this mess. An hour later, Morel realized that leaving a commoner alone with the head butler, a dyed-in-the-wool aristocrat, wasn't the smartest move. But he realized it too late, just as the alarm bell started ringing. Taking Lian to someone else's bathroom and then hiding her clothes? That's the dumbest way for Altamir to mess with someone. Hearing the screams coming from the bathroom, whether it's a killer or a spy, if he values his life, Morel ordered him to get out of the room. A familiar voice calmed him down. Lian scared him, but he figured it all out right away. The butler understood she needed clothes and offered her a robe at least. When the door opened again, the girl thought the butler was moving a little too fast. But it turned out to be Karzion standing on the doorstep, completely baffled as to what Lian was doing in his bathroom. That butler totally set her up, making sure she ended up in the young master's room only to get kicked out later. Embarrassed, she played it off, saying she didn't know it was his room and just asked him to leave. But Karjan took it as her already starting to fulfill her promise. He can smell his scent on Lian. Like he said before, he doesn't care if anyone sees them. He even wants everyone to know. If this keeps up, Lian won't be able to resist. Her first day as a maid is a total train wreck. Before graduation from the academy, she and Jane had a talk. And nothing's changed now, it's happening again, and it's been happening more and more lately. Yesterday, she barely managed to escape Karjan's room. It was awful, and that voice, constantly calling to her, just won't shut up. When she woke up, the maids brought her water to wash with, and they also brought clean clothes. It's especially sunny today, and even though the weather's great, this much sunlight is bad for the skin. Figuring they'd have a rough day working, Lian offered up some sunscreen, the kind that really protects your skin. This stuff's her own special brew. She learned how to make it back at the academy. The ladies got plenty left. She whipped up a batch ahead of time, enough to last the whole season. In these fancy manor houses, the staff usually sticks around, so everyone gets pretty tight. That's why Lian needs to win over her new co-workers, especially that smug Altamir. Seems like he's not a fan, which means he's the first one she needs to get on her side. The sunscreen's effect was immediately obvious, so the maids think the Duchess is surrounded by amazing people. But they both noticed how Lady Lian was acting kinda weird, always covering her wrist. Rumor has it, the young master recommended her, even though she was acquainted with the Duke too. And the maids started picturing things, like one of those powerful people hurt the lady somehow. So, at the Duchess's tea party that day, the lady suddenly started talking about her husband. According to her, he's super weird and has probably acted out of line 1,000,000 times. Sylvia apologized for her husband being so difficult, which is actually pretty harsh coming from her. Plus, she's convinced Lian is covering for him, saying the kid was on his best behavior. Deciding to play it up, the main character said they had a fight yesterday, and she told Kaon to stay away. Seeing her bandaged wrist, Lady Sylvia freaked, thinking her son was responsible. If she said it was a bug bite, the Duchess would order a total deep clean of the place immediately. If she said it was a rash, she'd order them to find the best doctor in the whole empire, pronto. So the girl had to admit it was a bite mark. She just couldn't say no to Karshan. That day, the Duchess moved her room to a separate wing and gave her a personal lab. Lean didn't want to accept the gift, but it felt weird hanging around the mansion after turning it down, so she moved in a week later. On the bright side, she managed to whip up some sunscreen for all the servants. Looks like she's already getting used to being the Duchess's confidant. Butler Morel, apologizing for the interruption, came in to show us something. He held up one of the jars of sunscreen Leon had given to the servants. But it reeks of chemicals. It's pretty clear it's not her cream. Turns out Butler Altamir was behind it. He ordered his guys to spike the sunscreen with some kind of compound. Lady Leon probably hasn't heard, but she's the talk of the staff right now. Her gift caused a total sensation. Everyone's saying great things about her, and the young maids are keeping up with all her hobbies. They're even worried if the Duke or the young master are giving her a hard time. Morel thinks this'll blow over soon, that they'll find something new to gossip about, but Altamir the butler ain't happy about it. Word is, Lady Lion's pen is all the rage at the academy. All the young maids are jealous of her fancy stuff. And get this, rumor has it there was even a whole fan club dedicated to Lady Lien at the academy. It's pretty clear Altamir's trying to trash her reputation with the servants. Morel's loyal to the Duke, but he doesn't have the juice to step in, so he figured he'd at least tell Lady Lien. Good thing he came, because this girl ain't gonna sit around and take that kind of crap. Seeing as the senior butler can help her out, she's decided to start a rebellion together. The young lady's dreaming of taking down Altamir with some fake cream, but tracking down that chemical is what really matters. Since Butler Morel's got some reliable contacts in the mansion, she asked him to pass the fake cream to them. Their job is to secretly find out where those ingredients were bought. Lean could pick out 2 ingredients just by the smell, and one of them has a seriously unique aroma. Once we figure out where that ingredient came from, I want you to buy the same cream and bring it back to the mansion. Then, the butler's contact needs to hold it, along with the original, and casually drop a little story to the others. The maid was in town today and saw a cream that looked almost identical to the one Lady Liane handed out, and it was dirt cheap. That'll get the attention of anyone who knows the real deal. People can't resist a juicy rumor. The maids all know Lady Liane made that cream herself. So the butler's favorite maid suggested they sniff both and compare, since the scents are the same. But after getting a whiff of that weird smell, the girls claimed the cream should smell different, that there's something off about it. That'll make them think it's a fake, especially since one of the staff has been handing them out lately. When the lady puts it on, she feels a slight tingle, which is definitely not good for the skin. Lady Liane is their honored guest. She shared that cream out of the goodness of her heart, but someone swapped it out. If nasty rumors reach the Duke or Kaon, it'll look like the staff smeared an innocent girl's name through the mud. According to what I remember, Thresh was handing out the cream. He never cared about cosmetics before, so everyone got suspicious. They say he's one of Altamir's guys, and whatever the head butler says, he always follows orders without question. Plus, everyone noticed that head butler Altamir was especially cold towards Lady Liane. In the end, everything played out exactly as Liane said it would, and head butler Altamir's reputation took a serious nosedive. Now even the servants are openly saying he's got it in for her, and the fake cream was the last straw. Looks like the girl already forgot what they were talking about, but this news is amazing, and Morel also forgot what he just said. Suddenly, she grabbed her head, and the butler guessed she had a headache because she felt like someone was calling out to her. Liane has been feeling something strange lately, but she figures it's just a little dizziness. As the Lysian family's loyal butler, Morel can't just stand by while someone close to his masters is suffering. Liane was touched by his kind words, and it made her wonder why the Duke chose Altamir as head butler instead of him. Obviously, his estate management skills are top-notch, and personality never really factored into it. Ever since Lady Liane showed up, the staff feels like something's shifted around here. Morel suggested she talk to the young master. He's a mage who can detect magical influences. It's possible the heroine's been affected by the house mages, and this is going to be an awkward conversation, but she can't ignore it. When she met with the Duke, she explained that she'd been hearing voices for over a month, and they'd gotten worse since she moved in. They especially ramped up after Liane told Karsion to keep his distance for a day. The voice sounds a bit like Karsion, constantly calling out to her, but it's usually quieter when she's asleep. It might sound like she's losing it, but Liane's already shared way crazier stuff with the Duke. So the Duke wanted to know if she felt like she knew where Karjan was, like her heart was guiding her right to him. Sounds like some kind of hocus pocus, but come to think of it, it actually happened. What she's experiencing is actually the effect of a magical spell known as the Mate's Mark. Simply put, it's magic of mutual resonance. Two people linked by this mark can sense each other's location. If Lian can hear Karjan calling to her, it means he used that spell on her. According to the Duke, this kind of magic requires mutual consent. It won't work if you try to pull a fast one. Then she should have known he was casting it, but she doesn't remember anything like that. But the key thing is, the Mate's Mark is cast by touching a spot near the heart and looking each other in the eyes. About a month ago at the academy, there was an incident where Lian barely slept. That's when it happened. After these newly revealed circumstances, Karjan got a serious earful for his unauthorized decision. He usually doesn't even use powerful magic, he's just overflowing with mana. This is just like Leonian when Sylvia's scolding him, he can't look away. Kion blamed his father for everything that happened, but his father told him to keep his head down. Lian wouldn't tolerate that kind of treatment towards the Duke. If it weren't for him, she'd still be putting up with the kids whining. And since Kion isn't the Duke, she thinks he should address his uncle respectfully. Looking at this girl, her energy, the Duke's gotta admit, Lian is their daughter-in-law, her and nobody else. Without even asking the lovers, Leonian ordered his mother to be summoned to immediately set a wedding date. He thought the girl didn't truly love Kion, and so he wanted her to be his daughter, not his daughter-in-law. If her feelings are strong, the Duke offered her to become a Lysian, promising that no one would be able to hurt her or her loved ones. Judging by Karjan's confused face, he didn't do his homework about someone wanting to cause her harm. Truth is, he'd never do anything Lian wouldn't like. No matter what, he'll wait until she's ready to tell him herself. The heroine's kinda happy there's now some proof of love between her and Karjan. But now that it's there, she can't really distance herself from Karjan anymore. Lian's not sure if staying in the Lysian estate is the right choice, scared something might happen because of her. Suddenly, she pushed those thoughts away, realizing this family accepted her like one of their own. They took her in, even though she hasn't told them anything about her past, so she's gonna try to open up to them. The real person making her life a living you-know-what is Lex Begonia. Knowing about the relationship between the Lysian and Begonia families, Lian doesn't want to cause any major trouble for them. After hearing that, Karjan pulled her close, telling her no one's gonna make her leave. The Begonias and Lysians are two of the biggest pillars of the Lagras Empire, so Lian's been stressing a lot about public opinion. But speaking for the whole family, the Duke declared the Lysian clan is tougher than they look. Sylvia won't forgive him if he dumps his sister-in-law because of this. Maybe it's a lie to save her skin. Our girl would be lying if she said the thought didn't cross her mind, but she's still stoked. She doesn't have to leave Karjan. She doesn't have to leave the guy she loves. Hearing those words is the best. After that, rumors started flying that Lian's room wasn't moved to the East Wing, but to the main building's master suite floor. The maids are already buzzing about wedding prep. It's gonna be loud, fun, and packed with guests. All the head butler's schemes to get dirt about this woman to the Duke's ears? Total bust. Deciding to take action, Altamir went hunting for the maid who serves tea to the Duchess and her lady-in-waiting. This girl, who's got zero connections, is exactly what he needs. Not long before, Morel warned this girl that the head butler would be calling for her soon. When Lady Lien's on duty, she's the only one who can get close to Altamir. Morel couldn't say exactly why. He needed the maid to have a pen on her at all times, but he ordered it just in case. This leech, pretending to be an innocent little lamb, Altamir decided he had to spill the beans on her. He told the Duke he had some concerns about the situation on the estate, stuff he needed to bring to his attention. As the longest-serving member in the Lysian Duchy, nobody's got his experience, so he can't just ignore the possibility. The head butler hinted to the maid that she should slip some stuff into the girl's drink, something that would make her lose it. If in 3 days she's running around stark naked and screaming like a banshee, Altion will be the guy who saw the trouble coming. Then, just casually, he can mention the fake cream that suddenly went missing. Seemed like the perfect plan until the Duke suddenly hit record on his magic quill. After the head butler's suggestion, the maid got scared she'd be kicked out since she had nowhere else to go. But Altamir was gonna smooth things over, just so she'd trust him and do what he said. The maid tried to get the name of the tea herb, pretending she just wanted to mask the grassy taste. Oblivious, Altamir mentioned it was a poisonous, mind-altering herb. If things worked out, he promised to use his influence to get her a better position. Panicked, the butler insisted it was all a misunderstanding and that the commoner had been up to something shady from the start. He claimed she was pushing some weird cream, and when he caught on, she probably resorted to trickery. The next morning, all the servants were suddenly gathered, and strangely the head butler was nowhere to be found. Unexpectedly, Butler Morel appeared before the mansion's servants, asking everyone to remain calm. He gathered everyone to announce 2 things that all the servants needed to know. First, Lady Lian and young Master Karjan are together. Soon the guest will be changing her name and becoming a Lysian. As a welcoming gift, the Duke and Duchess have granted Lian the opportunity to choose a new head butler. And she thinks that Morel the butler is perfect for the job. It's time he took the title of Viscount. According to the Duchess, anyone who can't accept their new daughter-in-law has no right to be here. And what's more, she says the girl earned this respect herself. Without any real power, she won people over. Lion's happy that there are people who accept her for who she is, knowing everything about her, which is why she settled in and brought Toby. Sylvia heard that Lion's family's eldest son desperately needs help. She can assign a capable person to him. The heroine wants to ask her not to interfere in this, and to refuse, even if Erak himself asks for help. The truth is, Lion makes good money. No matter what Erhan Armenia messes up, she'll be able to protect the earldom. But if she needs help herself, she won't hide it, because they agreed to be honest with each other. Now that everything's official, it looks like things are gonna get even busier. But Karshan's sure everything will be the same as before, even though his partner didn't even know that was possible. The Lysian family doesn't really need to bother with social events, it's just a whole lot of hassle. But if Lean wants to hit up a ball, she can go. Though after what she heard, she's thinking maybe not. Still, even with that agreement with the royal family for this ball, maybe she should go. Marquis Anana sent an invite to Lu's succession ceremony. Fjord's been tied up getting ready to join the Imperial Order since graduation, so this is a good chance to catch up. But Leon's hesitation isn't about wanting to go. She's scared she might run into Lex at the ball. Hearing that, Carciona pulled his sweetheart close and promised she wouldn't see him there. Just the thought of Lex makes her sick to her stomach. She gets the creeps. Carciona's words are enough to make her feel better. With the Lysian heir by her side, Leon can sleep soundly. That lowlife won't get near her. Never. Sugar? Check. Morning paper? Check. Toby's here? Check. This is a great way to start the day. Tomorrow's the ceremony where Marquis Lou Ananas gets his title. Starting today, Leon's decided to chill out and find her inner peace. Maybe sweets this early is a bit much, but, you know, girl stuff. She's craving it, that's why she ordered. Good thing Jane got her that hot water bottle. She can fill it up and strap it to her stomach with the belt. Suddenly, a knock at the door, and Toby started barking at the butler as soon as he saw him. Cleaning's scheduled for now, and in the morning the maids will show Lady Liane the dress she's wearing tomorrow. She accidentally mentioned that a dress with a bloated stomach wouldn't look good, and she couldn't tighten the corset either. But she doesn't want to get rid of it either. The butler froze at what he heard, like he got a jolt of electricity. Toby seems to instinctively know who's stronger than him. He doesn't dare bark at Karjan or the Duke. Front page news, of course, is the outbreak in Abascantis. The article dropped a while back, but things are getting way too real. Looks like it's spreading like wildfire. The symptoms are similar to what took Lean's parents, but their disease wasn't contagious. This is a whole different ballgame. Kun's a prince, right? So she's hoping he's okay, especially since he's in her class. Just then, Karshan's intense eyes locked on her. He needed to know if Leon was thinking about someone else, leaving him behind. She only hesitated for a second, but he caught it. Guess that means he's more than just a friend to her now. Remembering the training that'll help him live without the controlling magic, Leon asked how it was going. Kaon's been using that magic since day one, so she told him to start training immediately. Turns out, looking at her without the controlling magic isn't so easy. She's way too captivating. Before heading to the banquet, she suggested practicing eye contact for 30 seconds. That sounded like an eternity to Kaon, until he heard that in exchange, she'd grant him any request. That was the only thing that got the kid to agree, but now it looks like Leon walked right into a trap herself. The next morning, Karjan barely made it through the 30 seconds. His heart felt like it was gonna explode. Since he can ask for anything now, all he asked for was a kiss on the cheek. Lion thought it was weird since they can pretty much do whatever they want now. She's been waiting so long, it's hard to say who's got more patience. Maybe she shouldn't have done it before going into the banquet. Not on the lips, just the cheek. She only made herself mad for nothing. Looks like she really went too far. She couldn't control her feels, and Karzion passed out again. Soon, the celebration banquet for the transfer ceremony of Marquis Lou Ananas began. The fact that they arrived several hours late, Fleur took as a terrible way to treat a friend they hadn't seen in ages. Lian didn't know Karjan would faint, plus he still hasn't shown up. Well, since she's here, Fleur sent her to enjoy herself. Jane's around here somewhere too. She almost forgot to congratulate him on joining the Imperial Knights Order. Suddenly, the doors to the Imperial Hall swung open. Lian wasn't the only one running late. Turns out, a guest from the Begonia Ducal House arrived, and terror flashed across her face. Seeing something was up, Fleur barely got her attention when she looked totally freaked out. But as soon as the red-haired kid walked in, it was clear it wasn't Lex. Fleur hasn't been keeping up with high society lately, but the redhead looked like the third son, Roll Begonia. Lian's mind is clearly somewhere else, so he decided to find out what's going on. He even offered to take her to the lounge, but she insisted she was fine. Fleur's concern flared up big time. Everything points to Lian not being cared for back in the duchy. Furious, he told his brother to get a doctor and ordered water instead of booze. Lian cut him off, saying she was having her period, hoping he'd finally get she could handle it herself. The heroine's totally out of it tonight, and Jane and Hans are busy handing out business cards like crazy. She's not feeling great, and then she got a scare, so the thought of going home popped into her head. A guy's voice came out of nowhere. The man, calling himself Roel Begonia, said he wanted to talk to Lady Lian. Just in case, Milady prepped the poisoned needle she always carries and only then let him in. Young Master Roel got straight to the point, telling her she needed to get out of the country. The way he leans on that cane, it's not just for show. And that eye patch? There's a story there. Strangely enough, Lian guessed it had something to do with Lex Begonia. Sounds like he's gone completely off the rails. That turned out to be the case. Anyone who could have stopped him is already dead, and nothing works on him anymore. Roel's older brother went completely nuts, and Lian, being his target for years, definitely saw this coming. The youngest son of the Begonia family only made it here alive because he begged for mercy when his whole family bit the dust. Lex needed at least one Begonia family member around to do his dirty work. Lian totally gets what Roel's saying, but she ain't running. She's saying she could grab some cash and bail, but that's 'cause Roel's got something precious. And the heroine's got something too, so she's already decided to stand up to this jerk. She's got allies, really reliable ones, her own crew. This girl ain't like Roel. Judging by her moves, these allies are from Lysian, and that's why the kid's even here today. It won't be easy. His brother's gonna try to get what he wants, wrecking not just his family but himself too. But Roel's hoping, praying even, that Lian won't have to grovel before him. He really hopes it doesn't come to that. As he left, he apologized on behalf of all the deceased members of his family, saying that their bloodline was definitely responsible for Lex. You don't get to pick your family, and she can't blame the other victims of Lex, but she's not about to accept his brother's apology either. Everything connected to that guy always ends like this, and it's kind of bumming her out. Fleur showed up just in time. He told his brother everything, and said the carriage was already waiting for Lian in front. She still looks a little rough, but she already explained why. Before leaving, Fleur told her to ask Kaon to at least use some healing magic on her. Seems like he's worrying for nothing. Lian's doing all right. Before long, a letter arrived at the Armenia estate. Duke Begonia wrote again. How many times is he gonna send letters, seeming all interested in Lian? He used to have a good reputation, but lately there's been rumors going around, and for some reason, her aunt has a bad feeling about it. She's starting to get worried since her niece chose the Duke's mansion as her first job. Rumor has it Duke Lysian and his heir are awful people. If the aunt had known, she would have found her a husband. This can't go on though, so she told her husband to make a list of all the single guys. Just as she decided to put on the pressure, what she saw shocked her. She recognized that man. Since that's how it is, the aunt invited Lian to the matchmaking meeting at the appointed time. Obviously, she got anxious because the girl hadn't been in touch for a while. Deciding she needed to back out fast and explain her relationship with Karjan, the heroine wondered where to even begin. After rethinking everything again, even the girl herself didn't understand her current relationship with Karjan. One thing's for sure, they're definitely not just friends anymore, but it's still unclear what's going on between them. Usually, love and marriage start with friendship. After a confession, they become lovers, and then comes the proposal and marriage. So, Lian just told everyone in the mansion she'd become a Lysian, but nothing's actually settled. There was no proposal, not even an official confession. Karjan just took her, never even said he loved her. The marriage was already decided, so his parents accepted her as their daughter-in-law, but they're not even married yet. The whole time Lian's been here, she's felt uncertain, doesn't know what they are now or how to introduce herself to Karjan's family. Only now she's realizing she hadn't thought about it before. Guess Karjan's cool with things as they are. Immediately, she decided to talk and said his name. Karjan appeared in front of her instantly. It's a partner's mark. Lian used it for the first time. All she has to do is call his name and she can be right next to Karjan. She called him to talk and figure out what they are to each other. For the first time in his life, Karjan instinctively felt the gravity of the situation, like he needed to choose his words carefully. It's weird, right? They've been doing things that friends usually don't do, but they've never actually said, "I love you." Lian said next week is her thing. She needs to back out, but explaining it would take forever. So she's planning to show up in person and say she's got a boyfriend, which is why she asked Karjan to pretend to date her. She remembered stuff from the academy and decided to mess with him a little, but she was totally serious about the boyfriend part. She's always just accepted Kaon's affection, and she wanted to be the one to make a move for once. Why should she always wait for him to say something? She decided to confess first. Karjan's stoked, but honestly, he thought she was about to chew him out. Ever since he screwed things up trying to dig up dirt on Lian without asking, he's been terrified she didn't like him. The dude brought her to his place, they agreed she'd become Elysian, and he still felt uneasy. Truth is, it's not just him. Lian's got her own stuff going on. It doesn't mean she doesn't care, but, feelings are complicated. Even knowing everything, anyone can get a little anxious until they hear the actual words. Love starts in the heart, Karjan's in love, Lian's his girl, and he's head over heels for her. Things just went from bad to worse tonight. That son of a bitch cut off the mail. He magically blocked any interference, and now he's using lower demons to send letters. It's obvious that Duchess Sylvia doesn't care if the recipient gets hurt. Lex Begonia, the family's bride-to-be, fought against this kind of thing all by herself. The Duchess can't stand by any longer. The Lycians are getting involved now. At a trading company somewhere in the capital, the supply list and partner data for this month arrived. After looking at the data, the boss suggested cutting back on deals with the Begonia ducal house. Looks like we don't need to kiss their ass as much as we used to. As for worrying about the other companies that haven't cut ties, their influence isn't what it used to be. Word is, the Begonias are in trouble. They're gonna take a huge hit trying to appease the Duke. At the meeting, Duke Lycian said that the Begonia vassals who served the previous ducal family accepted the offer. Karjan found out that the late second son supporters joined Lex, and he planted a spy among them. According to Sylvia, the current Duke seized power through terror, so it won't last long. But if we push too hard, he might bite back. We need to wear him down gradually so it doesn't hurt Lian. Then Leonian suggested wiping them out all at once, and this time Karjan agrees with his father. However, they both clearly haven't thought about what a huge burden their actions will be for Lian. Even though it's his father talking, if Lian heard that, she'd be hurt. Karjan knows that he just said it, he'd never actually do anything Lian wouldn't like. However, the Duchess is still worried, because judging by the frequency of the letters and his obsession, he's more than just a nut job. Whatever happens, Karjan has the most important job. He has to protect Lian. Suddenly, the butler pops in with news. Sounds like something serious happened to Lady Lian's health. That evening, the vibe at dinner was totally off. The Lycians were acting like they were a million miles away. They were being suspiciously quiet, just clamming up and giving short answers. Truth is, the butler recently overheard Lady Lian talking to herself. She was rubbing her belly, saying she couldn't overdo it. It definitely sounded like she had something precious growing inside her. Sylvia dared to suggest that maybe she just liked her tummy. The Duke figures it's too much to ask Lian about it, especially since they're not even family yet. Hoping he's a stand-up guy, Karjan's confident Lian would tell him. Looks like everyone's lost in thought, so the girl decided to grab a bite and head back to the lab. With the news about the Empire's outbreak, she's diving into research. Gotta try to know if it'll work, right? We could pause here to figure out what food Lian really can't stand. If you asked Lian to pick her top 3 most hated things, she'd instantly say Lex, Iraq, and eggplant. That's why she uses all 5 senses to sniff out eggplant in her food. Today, the spices threw her off. The colorful dishes and weird vibe at the table kept her from properly choosing a dish. All 5 of her super senses just went haywire from the smell, taste, and texture of that vegetable hitting her mouth. And she almost lost it right there, almost puked her guts out. Knowing she couldn't barf here, Lian squeezed her eyes shut and tried her best to swallow it down. But she couldn't take it. She had to bolt from the table to avoid throwing up in front of everyone. When the Duchess asked about those sensitive days, Karjan said it was 2 months ago. No baby bump, morning sickness, it all adds up. There's definitely no doubt about it. It's a baby, a long-awaited grandson or granddaughter. Sylvia had given up on ever having one after Carcion turned 3. It immediately brought back memories of when she carried her son. The labor was so brutal. Childbirth is seriously dangerous. Kaon realized that despite her delicate frame, Leanne was in for a world of hurt. But Sylvia was happy. The morning sickness, the weird cravings, her husband took it all on himself. After hearing that, Carcion demanded his father explain how he pulled that off with magic. According to Leonian, using magic on pregnant women is forbidden. It just kinda happened. Apparently, if a husband loves his wife that much, her morning sickness transfers to him. This made Kaon think his love wasn't strong enough, so Leon's gonna suffer when she didn't have to. Since these arranged meetings are set up by noble families, Leon can't just back out with a letter. So she went herself, telling Kaon to stay home, to bring the guy back from the blind date alive. The plan was, Lean would apologize right away, then explain the situation and that she has a boyfriend, and then apologize again. She got there pretty early, and this guy is already here apparently, waiting for her upstairs. The girl was gonna apologize the second she saw his face. But the plans totally changed as soon as she saw Fior sitting by the window, waiting for her. Our girl is having a whole different reaction, she can't believe it. Turns out he's her partner for the blind date. Fior knew she was coming without even looking at the name, but he didn't say anything so he could see her stunned face. Maybe it's for the best. Leanne was thinking about how she'd tell her partner she only came out of courtesy. She really has no idea how hard it is for Fior to get time off from the Imperial Knights. Of course, there are people who can take time off whenever they want. From what he said, Leanne figured he was either getting messed with or he had to work twice as hard as everyone else. She doesn't know squat about fencing, so she has no clue how good he actually is. But if the rumors are true that he's up for commander, Leanne's gonna give him props, 'cause that's seriously awesome. Since that's how it is, Fior sent her home. He's gonna kick back and enjoy his time off too. Girl's got another meetup lined up, so she's gotta bounce. Gotta make every second count. Before heading out, she dropped the bomb that she and Kaon are a thing now, expecting a congrats. But the dude was thrown off like, that's all you got? After crashing someone else's date. They've got that whole suffering builds friendship thing going on, which is why Lean spilled the beans. Then she said her goodbyes until next time, when the three of them will hang. Seeing that clinic Malgamine runs, our girl realized she probably should have gone to those lectures. She bumped into Nancy at the entrance. Nancy had reached out to her recently. Word is, the dorm crew's getting together, but Nancy's got a separate thing. She needs advice. She could have texted, but if she doesn't say this face-to-face, she'll be totally misunderstood. You know, there's this epidemic spreading in Abascantis, they're calling it Monstera. Leanne heard that lately. There've been cases popping up in Lagras too. The infirmary's worried sick about it. Nancy wants to know if there's any way to cure Monstera by getting in touch with a genius of botanical medicine. It's not her, it's her dad who's sick, but she begged her to hear her out for a little longer. The symptoms are the same as Monstera, but the sickness isn't contagious at all. The whole family's been taking care of him, but nobody's caught it. Hearing that, Leanne knew without a doubt that this was the disease that took her parents. If Nancy reports everything, her dad will be quarantined and denied treatment. That's why she couldn't ask for help. And now her dad's tissues are starting to break down. Leanne doesn't have a solution yet, but she promised she'd try to find one. She was just researching a cure for the Monstera disease. No guarantees it'll work, but she's gotta try. Maybe our girl's too late. Maybe she can't save Nancy's dad, and she'll lose her family to this sickness too. Leanne can't let that happen again. Not on her watch. Blinded by her goal, not looking where she's going, she accidentally bumps into someone. At first, it seemed like just a dumb misunderstanding, but Lex Begonia has finally found his true love. In his head, Leanne was always frozen, like a ghost, so he'd almost forgotten she even had a heartbeat. The crazed Duke is stoked to see her. He's been searching for her for 4 freaking years. All she can think about is calling for Kaon, but her brain's just not cooperating. Leanne's got a plan. The Lysian are her ace in the hole, something even Lex can't touch. He had to bust his ass just to see her. Every day without her felt like torture. Lex couldn't get that girl out of his head, not for a single day. He thought about her constantly every single freaking day. Feeling like a mouse caught in a predator's claws, she whispered her beloved's name over and over. But the Duke thinks the name she should be saying is Lex, not him. Leanne was running on fumes, that last bit of hope, when she called out Kaon's name, pouring magic into it. And just when she thought she was done for, she felt those familiar, strong hands on her shoulders. Karjan hauled ass to get there, and he shoved that son of a bitch away with everything he had. Even in her man's arms, Lian couldn't calm down. She was freaking out, breathing way too fast. She was about to pass out. To snap her out of it, Karjan cupped her face and told her to breathe easy with him. Watching those two lovebirds, the Duke, pissed off by the betrayal, can't believe he's got the nerve to touch her. Lex finally gets the picture. Lian chose this trial, so he's gotta roll with it. But that Lysian mage needs to be stopped, and he's gotta use some serious deadly magic to do it. Begonia brought a whole entourage, even though they're totally useless against a mage. Lex has to give something up now. His fate rests with Lian, but things are a little different now. Karjan gave him a choice. Arms, legs, eyes, whatever. Anything the Duke has two of is fair game. Gotta leave him at least one, though, right? Begonia made his choice. Karjan Lysian is just like him. Lian wants that lowlife, so Lex is gonna become Karjan for her. Just gotta be patient. After what happened, she's pretty shaken up, but she's not physically hurt. The head doctor gave her a sedative. She just needs to sleep it off. Karjan still can't control his bloodlust. The magic around him is going wild. The only thing keeping him calm is knowing this isn't good for Liena. He's just having a hard time keeping it together. He only gave Lex Begonia a warning and let him go, and that warning was to not kick the bucket before his time. There's something the doctor needs to tell them about Lady Liena's condition. At that moment, outside the room, the Duke felt a power that instantly nullified the raging magic. If something like that happens in the mansion, it means Karjan or Sylvia are going through some serious stuff. Leonian burst into the room just as his wife was bombarding the doctor with questions. As instructed, the girl examined Lady Liena for any negative effects from the shock, worried about a possible pregnancy. But as expected, there's no sign of pregnancy in the lady's body. Hearing that, Karjan stormed out, determined to get his hands on Lex Begonia immediately. Sylvia told him to tear down the Begonia dukedom on the way. 10 seconds left until the Begonia line is wiped out. Still no word from Lian since we met. Nancy's worried she put too much on her. And all she ever did was get help from Lean, and they weren't even that close. Thoughts of this girl became reality. She was late because she had things to take care of, so she couldn't get in touch right away. On the way here, she stopped by the address Nancy gave her and saw her dad, just to check on him. Lean wanted to do everything she could. She brought all the medicine she could make, but her dad's condition is really serious. The sadness faded as soon as Nancy smiled and said her dad was doing better than ever because she was taking care of him. Her biggest fear was that he'd pass away without getting any help. Lean didn't turn her back on their family, and she'll never forget her kindness. That night, she promised she'd keep looking for a cure, so this wouldn't happen to anyone else. Man, wouldn't it be great if you could just ditch all the painful memories for good? Look, if you don't face your problems head-on, they'll haunt you forever. She already screwed up once, trying to save her parents, running away from them and Lex Begonia. She doesn't want to do that anymore. Her place is here, with her family. She just made them worry, but she just needed to quietly check something out. That's why she took off for a bit. Knowing it was already late, she suggested they all talk together, like a family. Kaon warned him back then, but they decided to put Lex Begonia on the official wanted list. He also made sure to get confessions from the bodyguards Lex hired. According to the Duke, there's an internal conflict in the Begonia family, and they won't be able to properly respond to a declaration of war. Plus, Roel Begonia witnessed Lex's wrongdoings, becoming a force against his brother's tyranny. Lian remembers him warning her about Lex at the reception and telling her to run, so he was resisting too. When Duke Lysian heard about it, he offered Roel the Duchy of Begonia. Originally, he and Sylvia planned to wipe out that family and build a new power in its place. To ensure the Lysians don't pose a threat to the imperial family, they need a rival equal in strength. Lian feels like she's stumbled upon some huge secret. So many people are willing to do anything for it. She's decided to take everything from Lex and create the medicine. If she starts now, she knows she can do it. She wants to go to the lands of the Lysian County, known as the homeland of mages, to study medicinal herbs. She decided to postpone the wedding because there are so many things that need to be taken care of right now. Luckily, the Duchess is happy just having her around. She can't refuse her anything. Soon, Roel Begonia was informed that the traitors who turned away from him want to invite him to their duchy. Clearly, his harsh criticism of Lex's actions at the last reception touched their hearts. All right, Roel suddenly spots a note on his desk wishing him good luck. Judging by the writing, it's from his mystery contact at the reception. Remembering the conversation that never happened, Roel figures out who it is. First, he decided to get ready, join forces, and build a whole new duchy. A few days later, Lien grabbed a carriage so she and Kion could feel like travelers. She's never seen fields this vast, warm sunlight. This land is beautiful. The girl was so moved by the vibe that she suggested raising their kids here when they have them. Karshan's so happy to hear her talk about that future, but he said he couldn't bear to see her go through the hardship of pregnancy. Judging by Lien's stunned look, she didn't even realize he was talking about her. In the border village, there's no sign of things getting better. 3 people passed today, and 2 are in critical condition. This ain't your grandma's ailment. Sophia's herbs are useless against it. More kids are orphaned every day. Food's running low, so the elf chick promised a food run in the woods. Usually this kind of thing ain't contagious. Plus it's raging even in the boonies where there's zero contact with the outside world. Abascanthus has already lost control of this mess, can't find a way to slow it down or stop it. With things this screwed up, even when Prince Abascanthus hits the sack, sleep just ain't coming. Karistines figures if he burns himself out now, he'll be too weak to use his powers when it really matters. No brainer, if Kun's academy buddies find out he's neglecting himself like this, they're gonna freak. But he could chill with them cause he was just Kun, not a prince, and now he can't just go to them and say he's struggling. One thing's for sure, the old mentor's up to something. He's trying to get in touch with Lane again. Master Kun heard from his mom that she's the Grand Mentor's granddaughter. If Karistine says he doesn't want to see her, he's lying, but he's got no right to interfere, even if he is her granddad. Without knowing his feelings, the prince is sure Lien has the right to know everything and make her own decision. That's probably what the general's afraid of, being rejected by the only family he's got left. After this whole mess is over, Prince Abascanthus wants to bring his savior lion here, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, Lien went ballistic, trying to explain she wasn't pregnant and didn't have a miscarriage. It's like Karsion thinks she lost all her memories from the shock of, well, you know. The maids were so jumpy when they heard Lord Karsion was coming to the main castle. Looks like the rumors are true. They say a witch who makes magic potions came to the Lysian estate and put a spell on Kaon with a love potion. Only if she can control the master will the servants accept her with open arms, even if she were the devil's daughter. Karshan finds it hard to believe that the way Lien lovingly stroked her stomach and her morning sickness were just a misunderstanding. That night at prom wasn't some spur-of-the-moment thing, she planned it. It wasn't just some dumb mistake. And even if something had happened, she would have told her fiancé right away. After she said that, Karshan pulled her into a hug, so relieved that his sweetheart hadn't gone through something like that. The next day, Lien was super happy. She could just wander around and check out all the rare plants. That's when she suddenly spotted someone around the corner and froze, waiting to see who it was. Turns out it was a dude, but it was Professor George. He's supposed to be teaching at the academy right now, so Lien decided she had to go see what's up. Spotting someone tailing him and a nosy black dog poking around where it shouldn't, Professor George bolted. But suddenly some kind of beast blocked his path again. He was totally trapped. But when he saw it was Lien and Karshan, the professor told them to stop right there, immediately. He's way overdressed for this weather, but swears he's freezing. He looks like he's about to spontaneously combust, so Lien asked him to take off his coat. Only when his condition became obvious did George insist it wasn't contagious, saying nobody's caught it from him in 3 months. Except Nancy's dad also got sick, and he's suffering from the same tissue damage. But those two never met, and it doesn't seem to spread to close contacts, so something weird's going on. The truth is, Lien also lost her parents to this bizarre illness. After that, she invited the professor to her lab for some tea. He took a leave of absence from the academy ages ago and went off the grid, living in isolation, and he realized he has no idea where he caught it. A pandemic swept through the empire in months. There would be a lot of patience if someone caught the illness and infected George. 3 months ago, he was swamped and didn't go to the lab, didn't even see his grad students. Walter drops by sometimes and keeps him company. Just hearing that name made Lien start to worry. She remembered her godfather's warning, don't get involved with Professor Walter, not even after graduation. Suddenly deciding to ask, she wondered aloud what he thought Acanthus's relationship with Walter was like. Turns out they started some kind of club together, were inseparable for a while, and then drifted apart. As soon as George recognized the symptoms, he came straight here, back home, did his own research, and found a cure. Lien already knows the secret ingredient is the ground cherry. She's been trying to get all sorts of ingredients, too. At first, her parents seemed to be getting better, so she thought she'd actually made a medicine. But then, her parents, who were clearly improving because of the berries, suddenly took a turn for the worse one night and passed out. Leanne was too young back then, and she still doesn't know why they suddenly got so much worse. If the two of them are planning to team up and create a cure, using the professor as a template, he can't just kick the bucket one day. They gotta whip up a cure, gotta save the people who might get sick down the line. This time, our girl's got the guts to go for it. She knows she can pull it off. She's got family, friends, a mentor. She's got this. Lean reached out, asking the professor to shake the hand showing symptoms, since they're colleagues now. No doubt about it, in old George's eyes, she's become a top-notch herbalist, and he's counting on her. That's when she suddenly noticed a weird-looking mark on his wrist. The professor said a mosquito bit him, but actually, when she examined Nancy's dad, she saw the same kind of mark. Hearing that, the professor realized this changes everything and asked if her parents had similar marks. If their hunch is right, the monstera and this disease are one and the same, spread by mosquitoes. But now the question is, what kind of mosquitoes are we talking about? They don't even have those in La Grasse. Out of nowhere, Kaon decided to help, even though he can't tell mosquitoes apart by color, wing shape, or legs. Most of Abascantis is hot and humid year-round. It's gotta be swarming with mosquitoes there, so it makes sense the epidemic started spreading from that place. If we collect mosquitoes from different quarantined regions, we can figure out which species is spreading the disease. For a mage of his level, like a descendant of the Lycian family, throwing up a protective barrier to collect mosquitoes is a piece of cake. But his opinion did a 180 the second he realized those weren't mosquitoes. Lion already asked him not to, but Karjan for some reason just bolted to Abascantis, not even worried about getting infected himself. Professor George has heard some things, but for Lean to have Karjan so completely under her thumb, she's seriously something else. He gets why she's upset, but he thinks it's time to forgive Kayan. We learned something important thanks to him. Because it turns out these aren't mosquitoes at all. They're demonic entities disguised as them. Demonic entities are pure mana clumps, but their structure is unnatural, which means they were created artificially. So, the professors figured out that someone's creating these demonic creatures and spreading them worldwide. That's a pretty wild guess, but we can't just ignore it. Mr. George is convinced that even if you combined both empires, the number of people who could actually make these things would be tiny. Lean wishes finding the perp was just a matter of time, but more people are getting hurt every day. To speed things up, the professor suggested we talk to Walter. He's an entomologist, but he knows more about mosquitoes than anyone else. The guy's the founder of the Mogadon Club. Remembering the professor's words, it finally clicked for Lien that he and Acanthus started that mosquito club together. So, Acanthus suspects Professor Walter because he was worried about something like this. He warned us about it a couple years back. Since it's necessary, Karjan immediately called Professor Walter, even pulled him right out of the shower. While the professor gets dressed, the kid explained that he put a tracking spell on him. Truth is, he overheard Acanthus talking to Lien, and it really messed with his head. Kaon clearly thinks Lien's gonna flip out because he did this behind his back, but luckily, it actually worked out for the best. Besides, they already talked everything through, and now they know better than anyone what they want and what they don't. Professor George is more worried about what to do now, especially since they couldn't find Walter any decent clothes. Later, in the interrogation room, after hearing about the mosquitoes, Professor Walter claimed he didn't know anything. He was the one who first suggested creating Mogadon, but the club was basically funded by Acanthus's money, and he did all the experiments. In that case, there's no reason to suspect the professor, but maybe he's holding something back. Then Lien asked Walter if he had any idea what might have caused their relationship to sour. The fact that she dragged him here for this really threw him for a loop. The reason is a secret, and she won't spill until she's satisfied with his answers, so she basically kidnapped him. So, right off the bat, Walter starts making demands about the food. He wants a new menu every time, and the bed better be made. Truth is, it's not like he's clueless. Walter's from the famous Reynos family of swordsmen. His dad was a big shot in the war with Acanthus. You could probably even compare him to General Karras from Abascantis. Sometimes the professor wondered if maybe that's what messed up their relationship. I mean, war hero to the enemy just means bloodthirsty butcher and murderer. Turns out, Lean had no idea Bar lived there as a kid. Guess other stuff was going on. Academy rules said they had to hide their family names and get closer to the other students. And Walter was so caught up in the idea of escaping his suffocating family and finding a friend, he wasn't thinking about anything else. Since Acanthus was squeamish about blood, but for some reason only got bit by mosquitoes, they decided to start a mosquito study club. Killing a mosquito full of blood leaves a big mess. By looking at it, Acanthus could overcome his fear. So one time Walter forgot to close the mosquito lid, and all hell broke loose. Lily's causing all this mess, but Akatus thought it was a real stretch that she was into his buddy. They were the best friends you could ask for, seemed like their friendship would last forever. Then Walter's dad came to visit, and that's when Acanthus decided to introduce himself. Seemed like a totally normal guy, but the way he looked at the kid was intense. Professor Walter's hunches were kinda right, but for Acanthus, for Bar at that moment, things were seriously complicated. This tragedy that neither Walter nor Leanne even suspected had happened a long, long time ago. Brayman was a kid born with a crazy amount of mana, and the Lagras Empire was after his talent. But Barman was a kid fascinated by alchemy, not magic, so his parents decided to flee to Abascanthus for their son's happiness. Barman was a kid who became a casualty of war when Lagras archers stormed through the village. Barman's just a kid, left all alone to face a brutal world. General Reynos slaughtered every civilian in his path during the invasion of Abascanthus, and they called him a hero back home. Because of that, Abascanthus missed their last shot at winning, and Lagras's army crushed them head-on. Remembering how Reynos showed mercy by killing his parents but sparing him? He didn't even remember saving the kid. That day, twisted up by meeting that monster, Barman bolted, saying he had stuff to do. After his parents died, he survived by begging and eating garbage. Nobody wanted a Lagras kid. Both countries completely rejected him. Revenge, grief, it all got buried under just trying to stay alive. For Barman, who was barely scraping by and just wanted a fresh start at the academy, that day is a total nightmare. It was like the past came back to haunt him, reliving the horror. Something inside whispered that a new life was a lie. He shut Walter out, locked himself in the lab, and threw himself into alchemy. His first invention was Barman Clinina, a cosmetic that ended up giving a bunch of people nasty side effects. He decided to cook up something way more deadly and subtle than a straight-up bloodbath, something that could wreck 2 empires. For phase 1 of his plan, Barman whipped up this thing, using his mom and dad's names, Nal, Lena, and it's gonna bring the hurt to a lot of folks. The effect was insane. People were so hyped to get what they wanted, they just straight up ignored all the messed up side effects. That's when Barman knew, once they got their hands on this stuff, things were gonna go south real quick for them. But the party didn't last long. Some backwoods herbalist came up with a cure for Barman Clinina, and the whole thing fizzled out. Barman didn't even sweat it. He already had his next experiment in the pipeline. He decided to run some clinical trials, and he wanted to do it someplace nobody would pay any mind to. His target? That very same herbalist who screwed him over. Barman had already burned his family and betrayed a close friend he thought of as a brother. So, sealing off his heart even from the herbalist clan who believed in him and hired him, he secretly continued his experiments. But this gifted kid was like him as a child, back when he was surrounded by his parents' love and fascinated by alchemy. That's when he knew he had to leave. The payback was just getting started and he couldn't let himself feel sympathy. By then, Bar had already started his experiment on the married couple, so all he had to do was confirm the unfortunate outcome. The talented kid wasn't happy about him leaving. Acanthus had become a real friend to her, and she figured he was going back to his family. But since he didn't have a family, and there was nowhere for him to return to, the girl offered to become his family. Sometimes Bar has a sad look on his face, but he doesn't say anything. The girl figured it was because he didn't like their families. Looking at her, he couldn't just walk away. This kid really was him as a child. Soon, she developed a medicine, hoping that the Peri fruit could help with her parents' illness. Then Bar realized she wasn't the one. He couldn't save her parents. The herbalist figured that girl should grieve just like him, losing her parents, ending up all alone and abandoned by the world. So he gave her parents a dose of medicine, claiming it was Leon's formula, all so she'd become someone nobody could care for, someone nobody would protect. Bar decided to take care of her, Leanne, abandoned by everyone, so she'd let him become her family. He offed the couple, poisoning them, and after that, Leanne believed her medicine had failed. Demonic mosquitoes started the epidemic, so first we gotta find a way to stop the spread. Kaon collected samples, and thanks to the triple magic barrier, they could run experiments safely. Even though they're demonic creatures, they're no different from regular mosquitoes in shape, structure, and habits. Since repellent works on them, Leanne can use that stuff she cooked up back in the academy. Even if they look like mosquitoes, these are demonic critters made of mana. So, they're affected by the mana relaxant she developed to suppress Karshan's mana surges, a substance that weakens mana clusters and also happens to be a top-notch fatigue reliever. Lean hoped it would work, and turns out on these pathetic gnats it works like bug spray. She asked Hans to set up production of both substances, and asked Kaon to send a message to Abascantis. She always creates medicines for assignments. Deep down, the professor even regretted that she doesn't strive for new discoveries. But the fact that she found a solution so quickly because she was aiming for mass production forced the professor to admit defeat. And he immediately realized that if mass production was established, it would be easy to guess that it was her doing. However, the lives of many people are at stake, so Leon is sure nothing bad will happen. The Monstera epidemic that plunged Abascantis into despair is finally under control. Thus appeared the hero who saved Abascantis. Monstera prevention is the work of a Lagras herbalist, the arena's best graduate, Lien, the name of the saint who protected the country. She saved 2 empires from an epidemic, but didn't make any grand pronouncements about it. Professor George knew Lien wouldn't be thrilled reading that kind of stuff about herself in the news. He thinks his student is practically a saint. Looks like he'll be kicking this sickness soon, too. They figured out what's causing the disease and how to prevent it, but still no cure. The professor got worse after he stopped taking those pari fruits. He figured she's thinking the pari fruits were pretty effective, but her parents still passed away. The old guy told her to ditch the guilt and pity if she's gonna help people with herbs. He's not saying be a heartless jerk your whole life, he just wants Lean to really think this through. It's true though, if you lose your cool, you can miss what's right in front of you. Then the professor told her to give him an update on her observations of the samples so far. Leon says the symptoms of the disease get worse fast after you stop taking the peri fruit. She tried a bunch of different herb combos besides the peri fruit, but none of them did anything. Plus, she couldn't figure out which part of the peri fruit gives you that initial relief before, it all goes south. Lean's analyzed the components a million times, even used Kaon's cloning magic, and she still can't figure out how it works. So, the professor told her to rethink what the research is telling her, but this time, as a real scientist. Leon already knows the answer, but she's scared of it, like she's trying to avoid it. There's only one reason she can't find a toxin in the peri fruit. But if she admits there's no deadly toxin in the peri fruit, then she can't explain her parents' deaths. Like George, she probably already knows she needs to find the real reason they died, even if it means ruling this out. Failure is just part of the process. It's how Leon's research got her this far. The professor picked the pari fruits despite the superstition that they bring misfortune, dismissing it as blind faith from the people of Abascantis. The heroine's okay, but this morning when she was brushing her teeth, her gums bled, and it really freaked her out. She decided to grab a new toothpaste on the way home and ditch the old one. First, she's going to use the fruits as a base to develop a new medicine and carefully study the disease records from Abascantis. Meanwhile, Kaon went to collect mosquito samples. He's been swamped lately because of Leon. Today, Toby's her bodyguard instead of Kaon. The walk to the shopping street is perfect for clearing her head. Leon's been wanting to take a stroll with her fiancé for ages, but they never have time. When he gets back, she wants to go with him. Suddenly, she caught a sweet scent wafting from the forest, and she started feeling a little dizzy. Before her eyes closed and she collapsed, she thought she'd been overworking herself. Then she heard Toby barking in her ears. The heroine woke up again to a warm touch. Karshan had been waiting a long time for her to come to. He told Leon to stop worrying, but she's dead certain this isn't Kaon. The way he says her name, the gentle affection in his eyes, that shy longing. Even if this guy perfectly copies Kaon's face and voice, he can't fake his heart. Not wanting to give anything away, she said she was tired after all the recent research, but he was so worried he didn't want to leave her side. Now he just wants to finally spend time together. When she noticed Toby was missing, Kaon said the mutt was barking a lot, so he took it somewhere else. He's just outside, it's Leon's pet, so he didn't hurt him or anything. Of course she trusts Kaon, but she still feels uneasy. Her hand is shaking. She's never fainted before, so it really freaked her out, but now she realizes she should have spoken up sooner. Guess Kaon has to take care of her now. That's what he wanted all along, to always be there and never leave her again. Like some lovesick kid, he begged the girl to hug him, and he'd hug her back forever. Without a second thought, Leon threw herself into his arms. In that moment, the guy's heart skipped a beat. She was finally his. Once, at a ball, it took her too long to get to her poison needle, and she realized it wouldn't work in an emergency. Another time, the case with the needles she carried around just vanished, just like now. So, after that ball, the girl used alchemy to create a substance she could really rely on. This stuff is hard as a rock, but it melts instantly when it touches human blood. But the real kick comes when you mix it with the poison Lion was using and get up close and personal. Sinking her teeth into the guy, the girl said that Toby would never bark at Kaon again. Finally, Lex showed up, hiding his ugly mug. Leanne managed to avoid danger, but she had no clue where she was. The important thing is Toby's okay. The heroine pulled through. She didn't want to call Kaon because Lex was too close, and she was worried about what he might do. After that, she called Kaon, who was totally confused, and even though Leanne was exhausted, she explained everything. The kid did everything she asked, even bringing the antidote to save Lex. Of course, she's not going to forgive him. He's a scumbag who hurts even his own family. The girl can't let him get away with it so easily by dying, but she doesn't know what to do next. Hearing her worries, Karjan even perked up and asked her to let him handle it. He'll make Lex regret everything. He'll experience every kind of suffering imaginable. For the values Lion defends, for the souls she cares about, for her painful past, for her. The warmth of his love touches her hand. Nobody else can promise to make an enemy suffer so romantically. Those words mean more to her than any love confession, because she knows how much Kaon's willing to go through for her. Some wise guy said, "Before you go for revenge, dig 2 graves." Guess that old saying doesn't apply to Lean. She wants Kaon to do this for her, because the god of death himself will pull her out of the grave with his warm hands. She and Karjan spent the whole night together, but Leanne woke up alone. She had to get up because the maid suddenly screamed. Disaster struck. Professor George won't open his eyes. Right away, the herbalist ordered them to open the windows, fetch hot water, and bring the restorative remedies. If he can't swallow the medicine, they'll have to make an incision for direct injection. With that thought, the girl prayed that the new treatment would work. Karzian put his sweetheart to bed late last night, so she must still be sleeping. He wants to wake her. But as he got closer to the mansion, he felt something was wrong when he saw Leanne all alone and devastated. Seeing the tears in her eyes and knowing she was choked up, unable to say a word, the young man pulled her close. She found the strength to tell him that Professor George had collapsed that morning, and it had really shaken her up. They got through the worst of it, the treatment worked, but now Leanne's just totally lost. Feeling her whole fragile body trembling, Karsian was ready to listen to whatever she needed to say. The medicine they gave the professor worked right away, but it was a real shock to his system, even if his complexion did improve. At the time, Leanne thought that if they could beat the illness and then use restorative magic, they could get rid of the bad stuff. She'd gone through all the possible medicines that wouldn't overload the professor's body yesterday, but she'd misplaced the healing potions. Without missing a beat, she remembered they were in a box with that thing. Come to think of it, they're similar to the medicine. The color, the texture, even the thickness. When it was finally time to catch a break, Lady Leanne was nowhere to be found in the professor's room. She found the hourglass after Professor George's treatment and decided to see if it reminded Kaon of anything. The plague medicine Leanne made from the ground cherry. The color and texture are exactly the same. It's not just how it looks, even the ingredients are identical to the medicine she made. But this is a gift the heroine received long before the plague even appeared. The fact that that long-haired dude made the medicine a long time ago could mean one of 2 things to Kaon. Either he can see the future, or he orchestrated the events that would require this medicine. Now, Leanne only has one request. She wants Karjan to bring Acanthus to her. She wants to know the reason, wants to ask him because he never told her why he sometimes hid and cried alone, why he always disappears without explanation, and if the medicine she made as a kid matches this stuff. Because the heroine considered it a failure, a concoction that cost her parents their lives. So Acanthus told her the medicine she made was a bust. He even said it made her parents' health worse. And Leanne believed him. Seeing the medicine in her hand, Acanthus was stoked, realizing she'd taken his advice to only use it on herself. He was worried she might use it on others, or that she wouldn't remember him early on in the infection. But Leanne listened, because she's Acanthus's only family. He'd always be there, even if everyone else vanished. But now she knows. Choosing who the mosquito bites, it was him. Her godfather offed her mom and dad. For years, Karjan played the long game. His true nature was to clear any obstacles in his path. He'd cause as much grief as he wanted, then act like nothing ever happened. But around Lean, he was different, until she spoke up, until she asked, until she shared with him. He couldn't interfere. That's what Kaon learned, hurting her, breaking her heart. He couldn't butt into her life without permission. That's why the kid was most afraid of himself. With a single thought, he could plunge the world into misery. He, who no one understood and no one needed, now tries again and again to understand the feelings of his beloved. So Carson knows Lian is exhausted. It took years for her to deal with Lex on her own. Even now, she still wakes up from nightmares sometimes, then falls back asleep in her love's arms. They talk during sleepless nights, hoping to be happier in the future and build a new life together. Lian dreams that someday she can forget everything. It takes time for the scars Lex left behind to heal. After the truth about her deceased parents, Acanthus whispers these things to her, trying to really break her down. He claimed the whole medicine situation was just a misunderstanding that he couldn't explain. But Lian doesn't want to get into it anymore, and asked Kaon to bring Acanthus back and remove the tracking magic. Kaon did as his beloved wished, but he made sure the traitor lived like a rat the whole time. Lian hasn't forgiven Acanthus, she's just plain worn out. Maybe Karshan's no different, cause he's also pretending to get Lian. If he gets a chance to overthink this again, he'll ask her the same thing, and then he'll be groveling. So, the young mage is ready for her to hate him for calling it what it is. Word hasn't reached Lycian lands that the alchemist's lab in the backwoods of Legrasse went up in smoke. Even if it was front-page news, Lian probably wouldn't see it. Not cause of her amazing boyfriend, but cause she's swamped with production. Hans is killing it with the bug spray and mana potions. They're crushing these huge orders. The only snag is the medicine. If the secret ingredient gets out, it'll cost a fortune to get our hands on it. Lian took over the supply chain, leaving Hans to prep for the production launch. She's not buying supplies, she's using that invitation she got from Abascanthus. Before she leaves, Hans promised to finish the preparations, even if he has to pull all-nighters. She'll head out as soon as she wraps up one last thing, a thing where she needs Hans' help. This final task will clear the way for her to move forward once she's taken care of it. The capital of glorious Lagras, and within it, the cleanest and most respectable place, the financial district. The reason Erhan Armenia ended up here is that he couldn't pay his debts. After Duke Begonia vanished, the power shifted, all support dried up, and they started demanding he pay back everything. With the epidemic, all tourism-related projects crashed. Even the Armenia family estate was on the verge of being lost. But being a business genius, Erhan turned crisis into opportunity. He found out that the son of a trading house with skyrocketing stocks was Lian's classmate back at the Arena Academy. Using that excuse, Armenia managed to borrow money from him and found a use for his good-for-nothing sister. When you think about how much money went into raising Lian, getting it back is only fair. Today's the day that debt is due, but collecting sums that big isn't so easy. To get out of this, Erhan will drop Lian's name again, pitch his new vision, and score some investments. But get this, his promissory note with the trading company was sold to someone else, and that someone is Lian. Normally, the company would need his consent, but Erhan's already pushed back the payment date 3 times without approval. Because of his debt, the company risked taking a huge hit, so they didn't have a choice. This backwater, 2-bit operation has zero respect for its partners, and that really ticked him off. After blowing off some steam, he realized he couldn't reason with people like that anyway. He doesn't know where Lian got that kind of cash, but being the business genius he is, he's decided to turn this crisis to his advantage. Armenia probably thinks there's some shady stuff going on, just like with her ridiculous act of playing the saint. That wraps up the explanations about the changes to the loan agreement, and we've also revised the repayment deadline. Erhan says if Lian isn't a complete idiot, she'll change the deadline to indefinite and interest-free. Turns out the deadline was changed, and get this, it was extended by a whole 2 days. Now Erhan's been given an ultimatum: pay the debt, or we're seizing his property and assets. The guy tried to argue and demanded to see Lian, but his contract's up, and the company doesn't have to listen to him. He should probably chill out, plus, Lady Lian left a message for him. If he spends even a dime from the Count's estate to pay off his debt, he'll be seeing the inside of a Lysian prison real soon. As proof, here's the real Lysian crest. Lian has the right to use such a prestigious emblem. Kaon can inflict curses. If anyone says a certain word, they'll feel a pain like they broke their wrist. He's talking about Erha, and he doubts just a warning will cut it. Lian already sent the official notice from the creditor to her aunt's estate manager. This is gonna hit her aunt hard. She's already sick and barely leaves the house. Erha kept his shady dealings from her, but Lian can't let him keep threatening her aunt's family's future. She's part of that family too, and she believes if she's honest, her aunt will understand. Then Karjan promised to be there for her. He's always on his girl's side. Lian wants them to go together, and she wants to introduce him to her aunt and uncle. She wants them to know who she's building a future with and how happy he makes her. So her aunt listened to their story intently. A lot had happened at the Earl's mansion where they arrived with Karjan. But on the way there, they figured out the letter was sent by Kun as the second prince, meaning it's a document approved by the emperor. So basically, they got invited to a reception hosted by Emperor Abascantis himself, while Leon's swamped with the medicine, and we still gotta get her a new dress, plus learn all the etiquette. Seeing everything she needed to bring, Karjan felt like bringing a whole freaking house along with her. Finally, the preparations are complete. Leon's gonna use this chance to get exactly what she needs, for the glory of Quarry. Last but not least, Kun announced that Leon would be attending the reception this time. He just figured it was the kind of news the old man would be especially stoked to hear. Karis, the pride of Abascantis, Lord of Petitua, the Grand Military Duke, might actually meet this kid in person. According to the prince, Leon's been invited to the palace by the emperor and the prince as an honored guest, so everything's gonna be chill. And that's how Karis Deans ended up in the receiving line, but some dude's sticking to him like glue. He had a hunch from Master Kun's stories, but the fact that these two showed up even without guards means their relationship is complicated. Leon knows from Grandpa that Kareem is the Grand Duke of this country, and he not only met them but is personally escorting them. Of course, Mr. Petitua is ready to do anything for her. So their custom is to receive honored guests like this. The Duke personally comes to meet them. Leon noticed, based on Kun and Grandpa, that there are many people with dark hair here, but pure black without any undertones. Only she and the Duke have it so far, so even here it's rare. Seeing that the old man was trying to impress Lien, Kaon was convinced that if they had gone alone, it would have been like a date. Before the reception, he suddenly suggested that the girl take a walk, like travelers. Lien actually wanted to ask about ground cherries. She needs to buy a large quantity of them in Abascantis. It turns out that the old knight knows the places where ground cherries grow. That's because his lands, Petitua, are known as the largest deposit of it. It is not cultivated in Abascantis. But in Karis's territory, it's not destroyed, even though it's a symbol of the enemy's misery tied to his war victories. Without even asking what he needs it for, the old man's ready to just hand it over. He's doing it just because he wants her to have it, so he asked her to accept it. Lien noticed his lonely expression the first time she ever saw him. Judging by what he said when he met Karshan, they aren't related. But she can't shake the weird feeling that he reminds her of her dad somehow. But right now, our girl told Kaon to hurry up and chase after the Duke, 'cause he's too damn fast. The Physalis problem was solved quickly, but since the plant wasn't harvested and it's not easy to get, there's still a ton of work to do. Time flew by, and the day of the imperial reception arrived, where Lien wore a perfectly ironed, custom-made dress. To everyone, she's the honored guest, the saint from Lagras herself. Those Monstera plants had the girls totally stuck, but thanks to some preventative medicine, they're feeling okay now. But one of them finds it weird that only one person could cure the sickness, like she might have caused it in the first place. Lien and Karjan, those are the guys who tormented her, the ones who kicked her out of Lagras. Now that Sarah's finally married and found a place here, they're back to screw up her life. In Abascantis, the disease was deadly, and just when it was about to spread to Lagras, a solution suddenly appeared. Sarah thinks it's possible this is all a clever scheme, making the Abascantis Empire look like a bunch of chumps. On one hand, there's some logic to that. If even part of it's true, we need to do something, and fast. His Majesty's heard the Lord's opinions that the Lagras saint is actually plotting something, and they want to announce it at the reception. So, according to His Imperial Majesty Toretto Edga Abascantis, they've got solid proof to back it up. Seeing the Emperor freaked Sarah out, but she calmed herself down, remembering she's a countess of this country now. Karjan and that hick from the sticks used to torment her and ditch her without a second thought. This is her shot to get even. Sarah's gonna exploit people's anxieties because this woman is playing everyone by manipulating the hearts of Abascantis' citizens. Lien was trying to figure out who was bad-mouthing her, but it turned out to be Sarah Blendy, obsessed with Kaon, and banished from Lagras. According to Sarah, they're not just giving away supplies for free, they're tacking on shipping costs and taxes on top of everything else. This sounds more like something a hustler would do, and maybe Lien planned this whole thing. It's like a classic scam. Someone creates a problem, then offers a solution, and wins the victim's trust. Sarah doesn't realize what'll happen if that girl decides to jack up the prices on essential medicine and starts profiting off everyone's misery. Word is, the situation's seriously messed up. Abascantis is risking becoming dependent on that Lagras woman. Using the excuse that Lin was almost done creating the medicine, Karsion suggested they get involved. The Emperor thinks that even if Sarah's telling the truth, this is still something that needs to be worked out between countries. Trusting an ex-enemy is risky, but when people's lives are on the line, we don't have a choice. When he found out what was happening, Prince Kun showed up uninvited because he couldn't just stand by. He can't stand for this woman attacking his guests while he's not even around. Turning to his son, Toreta Edga said, "You can't just throw Abascantis etiquette out the window in front of guests. Even as the crown prince, you gotta follow the rules when you enter an imperial reception." Really, Sarah just wants to expose this woman for who she really is to the world. Deciding to play this to her advantage, she demanded a trial for the witch in the name of justice and truth. Because she's convinced Monstera is the enemy's doing, and this whole situation is their setup. Hearing about a witch trial, in this age of alchemy and medicine, Lions gotta know what's going on. If found guilty, the accused faces execution or life imprisonment, and all their property goes to the Emperor. So now it's clear, they're trying to put Lian's assets and her medical formulas on the scales. Truth doesn't even matter anymore, it's just a question of whether the Emperor will cave or not. Obviously, if the Crown Prince openly goes against the Emperor, it could trigger some serious political upheaval. It's no secret that Karsion would do anything for Lian, she just has to say the word. Turns out, Sarah has proof that nobody can deny. She studied with Lian at the same academy. There, that herbalist controlled some kind of twisted beast, like a wolf's body with huge wings, radiating this creepy black light. Someone like that definitely had the power to create artificial monsters and unleash them in Abascantis. Lian's eyes flashed with anger the second that psycho dared to badmouth Toby again, after everything she's done. As a student of the academy, Kun requested the right to speak. He understands that the girl's words sound convincing, but all these accusations are too vague to call for a trial. And most importantly, if we're digging up dirt from back in the academy days, we can't just look at Lian's actions. We gotta look at her, too. Like, remember the attempt on Crown Prince Legrasse's life? Countess Sarah was the one behind that whole mess. Since the accusation of witchcraft was made right in front of the Emperor, he ordered both girls arrested and an investigation launched. Lian forbade Kun from interfering after that. People might start questioning his testimony. She might not get thrown in the slammer, but she doesn't want to be separated from Kaon. Out of nowhere, General Karras objected, saying the very fact that Lian was being accused was totally unfair and unacceptable. He's ready to vouch for her innocence and take her back to his territory. Seems like the general has no reason to defend a Legrasse woman. They're not connected in any way. His style always amused the Emperor, which is why he entrusted the holy woman to him. Immediately, Karastines told the girl to follow him and keep her back straight. They had to leave now. Sometimes, even without hard evidence, a gut feeling can paint a pretty clear picture of the truth. And when someone jumps to your defense without hesitation, they seem caring and close, even if they're from another country. Lian took to the Petitu estate like it was her own home, but then news arrived from back home that changed everything. Word on the street is the saint from Lagras is being accused of witchcraft in Abascantis. This is just talk among the locals, and the whole thing is still under investigation, mind you. Rumor has it the accuser is also from Lagras, which is probably why the royal family is treading so carefully. If she's found guilty, it could spark a whole new wave of trouble, and the saint will be in deep. A few days later, while our girl was chilling at the Potitu estate, some unexpected news arrived from Lagras. The guy who created that monster artificially turned himself into the imperial palace in Lagras. Karsion has something he needs to say, even though he knows Lian might not want to hear it. He just has to. He's convinced she knows who the guilty party is, and he knows she knows it's true. Lian's just trying to get to him. The darkest corner of the Lagras Imperial Palace is the underground prison, where they keep the most dangerous criminals. Lian's finally come face to face with the man locked up for his heinous acts. Asking why he did it, she really wants to know why he gave himself up. Why spread the plague? Why warn Walter? Or maybe, why kill Lian's parents? Thinking about how many people he's offed doesn't make this guy suffer. He wants everyone to feel his pain. They took her parents, robbed her life of value, and the one person she could trust turned out to be her parents' killer. Lian's parents just got caught in the crossfire of his petty suffering and pathetic excuses. Their nobility, their skill, their kindness, they were saving people and getting in the way of his revenge. Those who lost loved ones in an instant, living in fear with no allies, they can't possibly understand true loneliness. There's only one person who can understand me, Acanthus thinks. Only he can understand Lion, and he just keeps telling himself that. And his belief that only Lian can understand him, that's what he calls family. The pain of betrayal from a lie that lasted her whole life kept Lian from listening. She repaid the liar with a slap. Maybe they went through similar stuff, felt similar pain, but no matter what, she's not like him. As far as she's concerned, Acanthus brought all this loneliness on himself. That just made him laugh. He's convinced that in this world soaked in lies, they're the only ones carrying scars like theirs. After he said that, Lian knew they were never family. She used to desperately cling to the warmth she felt around him, afraid to lose it, but now she knows better. She came to say goodbye to that pathetic shadow of compassion and memories she was once dumb enough to try and hold on to. Because family isn't about wanting to be miserable together, it's about sharing pain, supporting each other, and striving to be happy. You can't just erase the past, but you can learn to slowly forget it. And now, she finally knows how. She said goodbye to Acanthus for good. Let's just say, Bar won't be showing up in her life again. The case was closed super fast, almost like Abascanthus was trying to prove he wasn't giving anyone a reason to point fingers. The real perp from Lagras confessed to everything, just answering questions like he was a shell of a man. While they were figuring out what to do with Serre for the false accusation, she skipped town, and that was that. How she managed to escape without any power or influence is a mystery, and honestly, no one really bothered to look into it. The deal with the Potitua estate was wrapped up smoothly, and they managed to settle everything before leaving Abascanthus. Lean went through some serious stuff here, stuff she never should have had to deal with. She was so grateful to Karasdinas that she asked if she could send him an invite to her wedding. When she and Kion finally set a date, she really wants him to be there. The Duke, totally thrown, had to ask if she even knew who he was, what kind of guy he really was. Of course, Lian knows who he is. He's her lord, but sometimes he feels surprisingly close, almost like her dad. They'll definitely have time to talk about all this later, but still, Karis is grateful she even came here. And with that, their little trip to Abascanthus was over, and they finally headed back home.